Next group, Lu Wei versus by Liani. Upon hearing this, Fong Xing immediately looked to the side. Lu Wei, on the other hand, suppressed his excitement and calmly stepped forward. Please guide me. By Liani. He didn't really think Fong Xing had much chance of winning, but it was only right to cheer for his friend. Please guide me. Fong Xing, with a good attitude, smiled freely at Ouyang Qianqian and assumed a stance for military boxing, while deactivating the defensive function of his nanosuit. Willow Kaken technique. She then twisted her body to Fong Xing's right side, her right hand, as delicate as jade, gently pressing forward with a gust of force. Although the move was fierce and ruthless, it remained graceful and left an impression of being bathed in spring breeze. But this female student's physical strength was undoubtedly higher than his, with a better foundation. Even though she might be slightly restricted due to her gender in ground fighting, it would still take considerable effort to win. No matter how good they are, can they compare to the school's teachings? Or even the Federation's alliance? Ouyang's family martial arts clearly bear the mark of ancient techniques, still emphasizing elegance in combat, which gave Fong an opportunity. In the end, getting injured and embarrassed wasn't worth it. Was it? After all, it was just a harmless classroom exercise. Good stop. Xiao Long nodded, then turned to the defiant Ouyang Qianqian. I've told you all before, don't rely too much on so-called inherited martial arts. Of course, no matter what, they're still better off than biohumans. We are born with nothing but dead. Fong Xing shifted his foot, dodging Ouyang Qianqian's finger strike, and then closed his 5 fingers, forming his most familiar punch. Bai Liani nodded lightly, her appearance as delicate as a white lotus, with a soft and refined voice that made one think of the lotus flowers in Jiangnan. Be careful, Lu Wei. Before her voice had faded, she was already in front of Lu Wei. First group, Bai Lang versus Qian Sun. Xiao Long announced expressionlessly, the rest of the students, clear the area. Please guide me. Bai Lang, tall and slender with short hair, bowed politely. Please guide me. Fong Xing versus Ouyang Qianqian. Fong Xing, who originally wanted to take his desk mate and friend to the infirmary, heard his name and could only give Lu Wei an apologetic glance before stepping onto the battlefield. Upon hearing the command, Cole grinned, drew his right fist back, and shot it forward like an arrow. Bang! The punch was too fast for Ian to dodge, sending him flying backward, with a bone-cracking sound echoing from his hastily raised arms. The flavors were incredible, and I couldn't help but enjoy every bite. Afterward, I indulged in a bit of virtual reality gaming, which, to my surprise, didn't have any of the restrictions I was used to. We checked in at the gate, where Lu Wei slipped one of the guards a pack of expensive cigarettes to smooth things over. As we got closer to the job site, Lu Wei seemed distracted, probably looking for his crush, Ouyang Qianqian, who also lived here. After all, it was just a classroom practice, so there was no need to cheat. Please! Ouyang Qianqian's hands moved gracefully like orchid petals, her movements swift and elegant, not following the military boxing 12 forms. With fingers tightly together, he launched a cannon punch. A crisp sound echoed in the air, clearly showing his proficiency in the stance and punch. Bang! The punch missed as Qian Sun made a move similar to an iron bridge, her slender waist bending at a 90-degree angle, which was hard to imagine. The other world could be dangerous, and I had to be equipped for anything. As I browsed through online stores, I found some incredible gear, like a laser gun made by one of the top military companies. Lu Wei stopped screaming, refused the help of the students who wanted to take him to the infirmary, and stayed to watch. After all, one was his best friend, and the other was his crush. He thought for a moment, and then shouted, "Ah Xing, good luck." He reassured her that she had improved since last time, but reminded her that mastering the demon blade required control, not just power. He explained that to truly master the technique, she needed to learn to defeat without killing, to control the blade's dark energy with her will. I pushed myself to the limit during the class, nearly passing out from the effort. But just when I thought I couldn't go any further, this strange interface helped me push through. My skills improved bit by bit, and I felt a rush of excitement. I tested it out, changing its color and even activating the face mask. It was light, breathable, and offered full protection, which made me feel a bit more secure. Afterward, I spent some time relaxing with a virtual reality game, losing myself in the experience. In the next second, Bai Lang was tightly bound and fell to the ground like prey being strangled by a giant python. Rear naked choke. I surrender. Bai Lang's face turned red. It was unclear if it was from lack of oxygen or excitement, but Fang Xing didn't think he looked too disappointed. It was a reminder of how crucial good guidance is in this tough journey of martial arts training. Without it, making progress would be nearly impossible. Although Fang Xing never missed any martial arts classes, it wasn't every session that he could receive guidance from Xiaolong, especially during practical combat training. It didn't take long for Gu Yun to knock Lu Wei down with a single blow, revealing that she was at the peak of the first martial stage, maybe even higher. It was clear we were outmatched, but Gu Yun insisted on sparring. When I got home, I found that the nanoprotective suit I had ordered had already arrived. It was an advanced piece of gear that covered my entire body, providing protection without restricting movement. I ordered some food and, after a short wait, a delivery drone arrived at my balcony with a steaming hot meal. It was simple but delicious blood rice and a piece of meat from a creature called a Shaluo beast. The thought of traveling to another world excited me, and I started making plans. I would need to prepare carefully air testers, food safety detectors, drones, armor, and weapons. I had time to get ready, but I knew I needed to be thorough. Guyan was cute, with her hair in a bun and holding a wooden sword. Despite her young age, she was strong, way stronger than us. She wanted to spar with us, which made Lu Wei a bit nervous. But when she offered double pay if we managed to hurt her, he jumped at the chance. Yeah, I've heard of it. The rich people's neighborhood. Lu Wei grinned, clearly thinking about something. Want to come? Just no taking jobs from second-stage martial artists? Okay. Of course. I agreed quickly. She even activated a gravity suit to make things fairer. But I knew this wasn't going to be easy. When I heard Guyan mention her gravity suit, I was stunned. In this interstellar age, adapting to different gravity levels is essential for martial artists, and the gravity suit is a powerful training tool. The next day at school, I was still thinking about the intense training session when I noticed that Lu Wei was back, looking as energetic as ever after a quick recovery. He joined me just in time for a martial arts class with Xiaolong. I realized that her gravity suit was slowing her down, which was the only reason I could block her attacks. Guyan didn't hold back. Her face was full of killing intent as she relentlessly swung her sword at me. The 12th form of military boxing, war axe leg. Crack! Fang Xing heard the sound of bones breaking and then saw Lu Wei being sent flying, as if hit by a speeding train, screaming in midair, my hand. One punch. The surrounding students were shocked. Cole's punch is already close to the worth its weight in gold strike. The cannon punch is all about the cannon. Amazing. This big guy relies on his size and strength, which is a big advantage in the early stages of martial arts training, just like those ancient prodigies with natural gifts. After we parted ways, I went back to my place. It wasn't much, just a simple apartment that felt more like a dorm room. The rent was high, but thanks to the Federation student loans, I could manage. Unfortunately, this time Xiaolong only glanced at him, nodded, and then shook his head. Everyone is making progress, which is good, but martial arts ultimately need to be tested in actual combat. If it works in combat, everything is fine. If it doesn't, everything you say is nonsense. She had even started practicing the B-grade martial art, Demon Blade, which was a prerequisite for the more powerful A-grade Ghost God Blade. Compared to her, I couldn't help but feel like a total loser. There were always conflicts, and the terrifying evil gods could even send their minions into human territory through some sort of virtual space. These minions, along with human traitors and rebels, posed a serious threat from within. It was powerful enough to kill a 4th-level martial artist, but it was too expensive for me to buy. I sighed, realizing that I would need to work even harder to afford the things I needed. It seemed like no matter what world I was in, the struggle never ended. Lu Wei was probably envious to the point of getting a nosebleed. But as Fang Xing stared into Ouyang Qianqian's defiant eyes, he patted the ground. I surrender. Even though he had brought the fight to equal footing and even gained a slight advantage. On the way home, I reflected on Gu Yun's training and her father's advice. Being from a natural-born human family gave her access to knowledge and training that we, as biohumans, could only dream of. They had resources and guidance that our school could never provide unless someone like our martial arts teacher, Xiao Long, took a special interest in us. Fang Xing twisted his waist, not retreating, but advancing. Slap! He felt a sharp pain on his back, but didn't hesitate much and spread his arms wide, going for a bear hug. Ah! Accompanied by Lu Wei's scream, Fang Xing and Ouyang Qianqian fell to the ground together. After that intense training session, Gu Yun's father doubled our pay, which made Lu Wei happy, even though he was still sore from the fight. As we left the estate, Lu Wei complained about how tough the job was, grumbling that the extra pay barely covered the medical costs. Lu Wei murmured to himself, although the 12 forms of military boxing are only a C-level martial art, it's still impressive to reach this level in the first year. Xiao Long, arms crossed, nodded internally, planning to keep Cole under observation, though he didn't show much outwardly and simply said, 2 students, take ye into the infirmary. I spent half an hour practicing the dragon stance, focusing on the mysterious new system that had appeared in my mind. I noticed that my progress was slow, but steady, just 1% more until the gate of the heavens would open, potentially taking me to another world. Reaching the 3rd stage before graduation seemed almost impossible. The only way to speed up was through the dragon stance, but it was still at the beginner level, so its efficiency was low. I needed to get better at it to see real progress, but that was easier said than done. Even though I had traveled to this new world, I realized that without my special ability, I was still just an ordinary guy. I knew I needed to keep pushing forward, using every advantage I had, but sometimes it felt easier to just lay back and let things be. It felt like she was unleashing all her inner demons, pushing me to my limits. The demon blade technique she was using was terrifying, filled with the kind of dark energy that could drive someone to madness. I need the money, but yet no second stage jobs. We headed to Glory River Estate. The place was stunning, with clean streets, beautiful green hills, and luxurious villas. Even the security guards looked tough, like seasoned martial artists who had survived the battlefield. Despite feeling outmatched, I couldn't afford to lose focus. I spun my wooden staff and braced myself for her next move. In a flash, she attacked with her wooden sword, moving like a shadow. The force of her strike nearly knocked the staff out of my hands, but I managed to hold on. It's fine, it's just a broken hand, right? Someone, take him to the infirmary. Xiao Long frowned. What he didn't know was that even the cheapest treatment at the school infirmary still cost money. Next group. But before it could strike me, a powerful voice ordered her to stop. A large hand reached out and caught the sword just inches from my face. It was Gu Yun's father, a towering man over 6 feet tall. Gu Yun snapped out of her trance, gasping for breath as she looked at her father. I heard there was a black market outside Maple Leaf City where anything could be bought, including weapons, but it was risky. Plus, I didn't have enough money for that anyway. So, I decided to focus on studying and working hard to save up. Cannon punch. Stand firm as a pine. Step like a bow. Punch like a cannon. Boom! The air resounded with a muffled sound as Fang Xing's powerful punch aimed straight for the target. But Ouyang Qianqian, like a willow catkin in the wind, narrowly avoided the punch. I quickly got lost in the virtual world, enjoying every moment. The next morning, I woke up early, feeling refreshed. Despite my late-night gaming session, I knew I had to keep up my martial arts training. It doesn't matter if you're stronger. I can bring you down to where I'm most skilled and use my experience to defeat you. Fang Xing smiled inwardly, feeling that the situation was now in his favor. After all, in a ground fight, girls tend to be at a disadvantage. Qian Sun, dressed in a blue training outfit, with a pumpkin-shaped haircut, returned the bow. Slap! In the next moment, Bai Lang moved like an arrow, covering several meters in an instant, arriving in front of Qian Sun. It evenly applies gravity to the entire body, deep into the cells, making it much more effective than any regular weight training. But, of course, it's also incredibly expensive. Gu Yun, who was no more than 14, had already reached the peak of the first martial stage and was on the verge of breaking through to the second stage. But that's a tough goal, especially since getting into university requires reaching the third level of martial arts, which is incredibly difficult. During one of Xiaolong's classes, he explained how martial arts can protect us from the mental pollution that the evil god minions inflict on people. Despite 3 days of hard work, the Gate of the Heavens showed the most progress, but my actual martial arts skills barely improved. At this rate, it would take almost a year just to finish the skin refining stage, and even longer to move on to the next stage, muscle refining. But Lu Wei was determined. Good luck, I told him, though my mind was elsewhere, thinking about my finances and how to make the most of this strange, futuristic world I had ended up in. There was also that mysterious gate of the heavens that had appeared in my mind, and I needed to figure out what it meant. Just then my friend Lu Wei came over, excited. Fang Xing, we've got a job in the rich district today at the Glory River Estate. Ever heard of it? I nodded, a small smile forming as I remembered that one of our classmates lived there. He seized the opportunity, carefully experiencing the differences. After half an hour of practicing the Great Dragon stance, he moved on to the 12 forms of the military boxing style. Fang Xing was meticulous, hoping to receive guidance from Xiaolong. I checked my balance. Just over 14,000 star coins, not even enough to buy a full square meter of property on this planet, let alone the capital, Blue Star, where prices were astronomical. Buying a house was a distant dream, one that I could hardly afford to even think about. So fast. Fang Xing, watching with cold eyes, was amazed. This Bai Liani was probably the fastest in the class. Being a biohuman, she surpassed many natural-born students in her martial arts progress, which was unbelievable. Then, Qian Sun pressed her hands to the ground, her long legs wrapping around Bai Lang like boneless snakes, resembling a twin python's constriction. The 12th form of the military boxing style, twin snake legs. Even as I stood there explaining all this, my mind was racing. I was just an ordinary guy from Earth, struggling with a dead-end job and escaping into novels. Now, I'm in this futuristic world, with new memories in my head that feel real, but I still can't believe it. Lan Fei. She's the kind of teacher that gets everyone's attention, not just because of her looks, but because of the way she talks about history. Today, she asked me to explain something about Disaster Day, and that's when it really hit me I've somehow traveled through time or to a completely different world. Wow, that guy got lucky. Next to him, Lu Wei regretfully slapped his thigh. Why wasn't it me up there? Next group? Ian versus Cole. Xiaolong, still expressionless, called the next group forward. Ian, skinny and dark-skinned, faced off against Cole, a typical white guy, almost 2 heads taller than Ian. As usual, Xiaolong's teaching was intense, but it was exactly what we needed to keep improving. During the class, Xiaolong noticed a flaw in my stance and corrected me, helping me make another small improvement in my dragon stance. But I knew I wouldn't find something like that in a regular store, maybe on the black market. As I kicked a stone into the river, making it skip a few times, I remembered that the Federation wasn't a harmonious place. But what was even more unbelievable was the terrifying sound that followed. Screech. Bai Liani's right leg lifted high, her white training outfit rustling. The air seemed to be split by a giant axe, and that axe was Bai Liani's leg. It's like I've finally taken control of this new life, even if just a little. And then, something new appeared in the interface, a mysterious symbol, almost like a twisted mirror. It had a caption, Gate of the Heavens. 1/100 capturing. It was refreshing, and the slight saltiness made me keep drinking more. So good, I said. We started walking home together. Lu Wei and I lived nearby, in rented apartments close to the school. As we walked by a clear river with snow-white banks, Lu Wei suddenly threw his soda bottle into the water and said, I must get into university. But humans are great at using tools and leveraging external help. A laser gun. If I could get a military-grade one, that would be amazing, I thought. A military laser gun wouldn't have the restriction of not being able to target humans, making it a deadly weapon. Xiaolong made it clear that because of our backgrounds, we don't have the resources to become mech warriors or mind masters careers that require a lot of investment. Martial arts, though, needs the least resources and still offers a good future, making it the best path for us. Here, what are you daydreaming about? Oh, thanks, I replied, taking a sip. The soda was special, with rainbow colors reflecting in the sunlight, and it had all sorts of different flavors that burst on my tongue. I'm Fangxing, and lately my mind has been all over the place, especially when it comes to martial arts. I remember the first time our teacher, Xiaolong, stood in front of the class and asked us why we were learning martial arts. If I couldn't afford a laser gun, maybe I could at least buy a stun baton. 3 days later, I checked my progress. Name: Fangxing. Age: 16. Profession: martial artist stage 1. Skin refining: 22/100. Military boxing: 12 forms. 57 out of 100 beginner. Dragon stance: 68 out of 100 beginner. Gate of the heavens: 5 out of 100. Locating: I was a bit frustrated. Now the class will split into pairs for combat drills. He checked his wristwatch, and a blue screen appeared before him. Fangxing's name, among others, flashed across the screen before finally stopping. In our world, being a martial artist is tough. Only when someone reaches the 4th level, the Gallant Spirit stage, do they become a true professional warrior, and even then, the road is still long. Most of us don't have the resources to even think about becoming mecha pilots or anything like that. While there are other methods, like potions or psychic shields, they're all beyond what I can afford. So, it's martial arts or nothing. As I practiced, I started to feel a strange sense of familiarity with the techniques, as if I had been doing this for a long time. My body reacted almost instinctively, and I could feel myself getting stronger, even when it was exhausting. Then something incredible happened. I had a vision, a flash of light, and scenes that seemed connected to my journey here. As I was walking to school, I couldn't stop thinking about getting a powerful weapon. My martial arts training had just begun, and I was still far from completing even the first stage, skin refining. Right now, I'm just a small fry, and if I recklessly traveled to another world, I could easily run into danger. The Federation hasn't completely closed off other options for people like us, but without natural talent, it's nearly impossible to break into other fields. For now, my only goal is to get into university to delay my military service, because once you're in, the law allows you to push back your time on the battlefield. And then there's the debt. I was born into this world already owing a huge amount to the Federation for raising me, and if I don't pay it off by the time I'm an adult, I'll be forced to work it off, probably as a soldier on the front lines. This new ability feels like a cheat code in a game, allowing me to see my progress in real time. But it's not all perfect. I still need to practice and train hard, and there's no shortcut for that. But knowing that I can track my growth gives me a weird sense of confidence, like I'm not completely in the dark anymore. Huh? I turned to look at him, surprised. I have to get into university, switch to another department, maybe the mecha department. This martial arts path is a dead end, Lu Wei said seriously. I could see where he was coming from. I have no idea what it means yet, but I have a feeling it's going to change everything. As the sun set, I was standing by the school gate, lost in thought. My friend Lu Wei handed me a bottle of salt soda. It was designed to push a martial artist to their absolute limit, but the cost was high. It could easily overwhelm and destroy the person using it. Just when I thought I couldn't take any more, Gu Yun's sword came crashing down. So, here I am, in a new world, trying to figure out what's going on and what I'm supposed to do next. The more I learn, the more questions I have, but I can't stop now. I've got to survive in this strange, futuristic place, and maybe, just maybe, find out why I ended up here in the first place. He urged us to train hard, to the point of exhaustion, because our lives would depend on it. His words hit me hard. It made me realize how brutal our reality is. For someone like me, a biological human who owes a huge debt to the Federation for raising me, the only path is to learn martial arts and hope to survive long enough on the front lines to retire. His voice was loud, almost deafening, as he told us that we are all reserve soldiers, destined to fight on the battlefield one day against the terrifying minions of evil gods. Learning martial arts, he said, is the only way we have a chance of surviving. Afterward, a strange game-like interface appeared in my mind, showing my progress in martial arts. It even tracked how well I was doing in specific techniques like the dragon stance and the military boxing 12 forms. This was her family's inherited martial art, Flying Orchid Finger. It was a C-level martial art known for its finger dexterity and flexibility. Not as strong as Gu Yun. Both come from natural human families, but if Gu Yun is from a middle-income family, Ouyang Qianqian would be from a poorer one. She was a natural-born human, unlike us biohumans, and Lu Wei admired her from afar. When we arrived at the villa, a young girl named Gu Yun, who looked about 13 or 14, greeted us. She was our employer, a race called the Hound Men, who are war-crazed and terrifying, attacked and almost destroyed us. And that was just the beginning. Behind them were even more dangerous beings, and our fight against them has lasted for centuries. Everything around me is so advanced, like our textbooks that are just projections, but they feel so real. After class, I realized I wasn't just a student anymore. This world has something called martial arts, but it's on a whole other level, and everyone is trained in it. In this world, humans have been exploring space for centuries, discovering new planets and encountering other intelligent species. But it hasn't been all smooth sailing. There was a day, November 1st, when everything changed. I'm Fang Xing, a regular high school student, or at least I used to be. Everything was normal until today, when I suddenly found myself in a different world, or maybe even the future. I was just sitting in class, listening to our history teacher, Ms. Even our teachers are powerful warriors. I'm still trying to wrap my head around all of this, especially since I'm also what they call a biological human, someone who was artificially conceived and raised by the government. He nodded with satisfaction, silently recalling what he had seen and heard today. Fang Xing opened a document and began to record today's prices, market geography, and some insights and experiences. In the end, the appearance of the old man selling things at the stall was deeply imprinted. He will remember this grudge. I got a spirit test talisman and a bottle of qi and blood pills. I can practice in silence for a while. Breaking into the second realm won't be a problem. Humph! Fang Xing put down the pill and looked at the spirit testing talisman in his hand. The talisman paper was bright yellow in color, with runes outlined on it, and it seemed to have a hidden spiritual glow, and there was also a faint scent of ink. Without other help, it may take about a year to reach the 4th stage and give birth to the dragon realm. My martial arts realm is improving rapidly now. With the help of the mastery-level dragon posture and the qi and blood pill, Fang Xing's flesh-refining progress could be described as rapid progress. At this point, he was on the verge of a breakthrough. He opened his eyes and silently swallowed a qi and blood pill. A warm current emerged, but the elixir that usually gave him a huge boost in energy and proficiency felt noticeably inadequate this time. It's the bottleneck between the 1st and 2nd realms. After comprehensive consideration, Fang Xing is ready to go to the store to trade even if the purchase price is lower. Selling talismans, freshly drawn talismans, wind-controlling talismans, fire-rain talismans, golden bell-covering talismans, spirit-detecting talismans. Everyone come and take a look. At this time, Fang Xing was attracted by a burst of shouting and came to a stall. His expression froze. The stall owner looked middle-aged, wearing a robe with awe-inspiring aura. He was actually a monk. The wind control talisman. Stick it on your legs to make the wind blow under your feet. The stall owner was an old man who looked like a farmer. He was smoking a pipe with a brass mouthpiece, and wisps of green smoke were coming out of the pipe. Hearing Fang Xing's question, the old man was not in a hurry. He took another deep puff and then calmly knocked the pipe on the bluestone slab beside him. There was actually a dent on the bluestone slab. I don't know how long this old man had been knocking on it out of habit. 2 pieces of spiritual sand for 1 plant of Zhulong grass. But if you want to sell it to me, it will only be 1 piece of spiritual sand for 1 plant. The old man spoke slowly. Although perhaps all this is normal in the eyes of others, the original owner is a brother who grew up with Lu Wei. Coupled with some of the things Lu Wei had occasionally revealed before, Fang Xing still felt the danger approaching. Although I may be overthinking it, Lu Wei just got lucky and had a genetic mutation, gaining superpowers. But we still have to cut it as soon as possible. Fang Xing looked directly into his own heart and actually distanced himself from Lu Wei to prevent the original owner's good friend from discovering his abnormality. Even though I have the memories of my previous incarnation, if you want to pretend to be a person from another world, it is necessary to have long hair. Now that time is limited, you can get a wig first. Retro style is also quite popular on the Eagle Star, so it doesn't seem out of place for him to buy a set of ancient clothes. This ancient clothing was very similar to the wide-sleeved robes in the other world. In addition, he specifically requested an aging treatment. It was made of coarse linen and dyed blue, so there was not much difference in appearance. After eating and drinking, I will travel through time tomorrow. This time, I will go to the Qinglin market over there. Fang Xing secretly complained, and then his eyes fixed. A tall and thin middle-aged man walked towards the front. He was wearing a gray Taoist robe and had a cold and gloomy expression. What's more important is that the gray Taoist robe on the other person's body seemed to have a little bit of spiritual light flashing when he walked. Rome? Monk? Fang Xing's idea moved, and he quickly followed the example of several warriors nearby and stood aside to make room for the main road in the middle. Some warriors even bowed deeply, with humble and flattering smiles on their faces. Everything happened so naturally, as if it was a convention. After this period of foreign language learning, Fang Xing has basically mastered the language of the other world. At least face-to-face communication is not a big problem. He even once secretly approached those farmland areas and spoke to a few honest-looking farmers without being discovered. In 2 months, I hope to achieve some results. At least, I need to get a channel to get the Xiantian pill. It would be easier to advance in martial arts if you had sufficient resources. It is not a big problem to advance from the first realm, the flesh and blood realm, to the second realm, the bone and tendon realm, as long as there are enough qi and blood pills. As for living expenses, anyway, I will get a scholarship soon so I don't have to work outside. It's finally over. Happy home community. Fang Xing closed the door and lay comfortably on the bed. The final exams, the school started to be on vacation. 2 months of vacation is enough for him to explore that strange world. Power. I need more power. Thinking of Lu Wei's progress, Fang Xing actually felt like a thorn in his side. This does not mean that you are afraid that your brother will have a hard life, but you are also afraid that your brother will drive a Land Rover. But Lu Wei's transformation is a bit strange. At this moment, he sighed, secretly controlled the remote control, and a simulated yellow bird fell from the sky and flew into the basket. He has put a lot of effort into today's exploration. He planned many escape routes, wore a primary nano-protective suit inside his robe, and had an electric baton on his waist, so he was fully armed. Not only that, there were simulated bird-shaped drones along the way, constantly monitoring the surroundings, allowing him to avoid several groups of guys who looked tough. Is this a Xioshan market or a slum? After entering the shanty town, the first thing that hit him was an unpleasant smell, which made Fang Xing couldn't help but fan the air in front of his nose. Hey, little brother, would you like to play? It only takes 1 spirit stone at a time. Perhaps he stayed there too long, and a young lady with half her breasts exposed waved at him. Her eyes were almost stringy, and she was extremely gentle and charming. Spirit stone? It seems to be a higher-level currency than spirit sand. Fang Xing's heart moved, but she pretended to blush slightly and left shyly, which caused a burst of silver bell-like teasing behind her. Half an hour later. How much is this Zhulong grass? After walking around, Fang Xing stopped in front of a stall and pointed at a jade red herb with thick leaves on the stall. Take this spirit testing talisman, for example. If you buy a low-quality one and the test result is wrong, it can ruin the life of a young genius. Not to mention other attack and defense talismans. If they go wrong at a critical moment, it can be fatal. I don't know which amateur cultivator drew the talisman paper on the stall outside. Can you believe it? Although the attitude was not good, Fang Xing felt that what the other party said made sense. So he took out his spirit stone and bought a spiritual talisman. At this point, he had earned all the bird eggs from selling the Zhulong grass and could not take a single cent back with him. This talisman was placed in the middle of the stall, and was obviously a high-end item. A first-class, mid-level item, the Golden Bell Charm. It is enough to withstand several attacks from a cultivator in the middle stage of Qi training. It is the best of the best. I only sell it for 3 spirit stones. I am losing money. Feng Xing had been shopping for such a long time that he already knew that it took 10 pieces of spirit sand to exchange for 1 low-grade spirit stone. He immediately thought that what the stall owner said was quite interesting. He squeezed out of the crowd, compared several shops, and finally walked into the King Danfang. If you reach the Courage Realm in your senior year of high school, not only will you be able to secure admission to a university, you can even try to get into a top-notch school. It's still a little difficult to get into the top-notch Blue Star University or Nine Swords Academy. Feng Xing was silently making plans for the future, his eyes becoming brighter. In such a brilliant interstellar era, wouldn't it be a pity not to go to the forefront of the wave and try your luck? Early morning, hazy mist. Qinglanfang City is located on a green mountain, and the mountain is surrounded by giant green trees. Xiaolong said to Feng Xing and Lu Wei, then looked at Bai Liani with an irrepressible smile on his face. Student Bai's academic performance is very good, but he still needs to work harder in actual combat. This time, his classmates really made him proud, and they took the top 3 places in the grade. Even the principal had to toast him a few more glasses of wine at the dinner. Thank you, teacher. Feng Xing glanced at Lu Wei and Bai Liani and felt that something was strange. Thinking of the dog-walking girl Jingxia who appeared that day, he suddenly felt that it would be better to stay at home and explore the other world this summer. I am not the original Feng Xing after all. The habits of a time traveler always leave some traces that others cannot find, but Lu Wei may be able to detect. So, was I gradually distancing myself from him before, even if it was unconscious? Feng Xing sighed. The original owner's friends were not his friends after all. When he read novels in his previous life, the protagonists who immediately recognized their parents and became close friends with their brothers and friends after traveling through time were not his style. Without the original owner's memory, it would seem even more fake. But it is somewhat difficult to advance from the bone and muscle realm to the unpolished jade realm. Strengthening the internal organs and strengthening the inner energy are not things that can be achieved overnight. Many high school students find it difficult to accomplish this and ultimately miss out on the opportunity to go to college. As long as I have the Xiantian pill, I will have a smooth journey to the unpolished jade realm. If I can practice the big dragon pillar to the 4th stage and comprehend the dragon's realm, I will be able to smoothly advance to the 4th realm of martial arts, the courage realm. Xiaolong looked at Feng Xing again. You knew you were no match for your opponent, and you admitted defeat decisively. Although this is also a kind of courage. Some teachers think you are afraid of fighting, so they give you a lower score. Otherwise, you are second in the grade, and your actual combat results are usually 99 points. Feng Xing, you have to keep working hard. This result can easily be surpassed by others. Yes, teacher. Feng Xing nodded. This summer vacation, I plan to study and practice in seclusion. Very good. I hope you 3 can keep up this progress. I will apply for scholarships for you next semester. The mountain was shrouded in thick fog, making it difficult to see clearly, but at the foot of the mountain there were rows of shacks, most of which were built with local materials and huge logs. They looked very narrow and closed, with no gutters at the door and sewage flowing everywhere. Is this Qinglanfang City? Seeing it in person is not as good as hearing about it. Feng Xing was wearing a green robe, with his hair tied in a bun and carrying a basket on his back. His face had long been disguised, revealing him to be a simple and honest young man who looked not much different from the locals. 6, comprehensive score ranking 1, huh? I became the top student in the grade? Feng Xing was a little speechless, but then he understood. It seems that those top students in the written test all lost miserably in this practical test. How is that possible? I'm only 3rd? Lu Wei also found it hard to accept his own results. This is normal. The comprehensive score is composed of 90% of the practical score and 10% of the written test. Your practical score is the 1st in the grade, with a total score of 100. Your written test score is 840, with a total score of 174. You are 1 point behind Bai Liani, who is 2nd in the grade, and you are ranked 3rd. If we encounter the same scores when applying for university in the future, we will definitely check the files for a comprehensive comparison. Then this little history score may become the final weight on the scale. Fangxing is so unwise. Some people appreciate it, some people sneer at it. Lu Wei's face suddenly darkened. Why? I don't want to fight you. That's why. Fangxing let out a long sigh. What's more, I'm almost second in actual combat. Lu Wei's heart moved, knowing that the final result of the final exam was obtained by combining the written test with the actual practice. In comparison, she, who was born a natural person, felt like a waste. I give up. Ouyang Qianqian raised her hand to signal the referee, then looked at Fangxing. I will definitely surpass you. With Fangxing's current strength, the ring battle will naturally go smoothly. After the 8-4 and 4-2 exams, there are fewer and fewer arenas, but the number of spectators for each fight is increasing. Until the last match, Fangxing versus Lu Wei. You will decide the first and second place in this practical test. On the ring, Xiaolong looked at both sides and smiled. In any case, the top 2 places in the actual combat were taken by his Class 1 and 2 of senior high school. Early morning, Fangxing jogged all the way to Yucai High School. This Qishuedan is really powerful. If combined with the Delong Zhuang, I should be able to complete my physical training before the final exam. I have completed my physical training at the end of the first year of high school. This result is just barely passable, but at least I finally have a little hope of getting into college. While running and exercising, Fangxing had a lot of thoughts in his mind. By that time, my great dragon pillar should be able to enter the 3rd stage with the help of the elixir. Even if the jade skin is exposed, it won't matter. This makes it easy to leak some things. After all, Yupi can be said to be the 3rd level of the Great Dragon Pillar, and the rapid progress in the pillar skills is due to his amazing comprehension. However, most of the progress in flesh refining is difficult to explain. Even if one has good talent, it is still impossible without a huge investment of resources. Second place in the practical test is also a good ranking, not to mention. There is also a written test. A passionate young man meets his former friend in the final battle and wins after a bloody battle. This is not my style. Fangxing thought it over and finally said, I give up. Lu Wei, have you awakened your superpowers? Yes, the strength side, activate the muscles. Lu Wei answered frankly. Yes, although the potential of this ability is limited, it can enable you to exert most of your body's strength. In addition, it also has a huge advantage in the progress of refining your skin and flesh. Judging from your realm, you should be almost at the perfection of skin refining, right? Xiaolong praised him generously. You've worked hard. Finally, there is a student in my class who has the hope of getting into college. Obviously, in Xiaolong's eyes, Fangxing, who had been hiding before, might not have met this condition yet. Fangxing was a little surprised when he saw this scene. Lu Wei actually defeated Cole? Although we haven't been in touch recently, the progress he has made is too terrifying, isn't it? Whoosh! Several figures came to the ring at a speed that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye, checking Cole's injuries. The arm is broken, and the ribs are also. It's considered a serious injury, but it can be treated. A female teacher checked Cole's injuries and spoke. Xiaolong stared at the muscles on Lu Wei's right arm that were wriggling like a living thing, his eyes slightly shining. A superpower? In terms of taste alone, the dishes of the Blue Star Federation are better. Not to mention that I am a poor guy and have never really seen the tonic medicinal food on Blue Star. It is said that they take into account both taste and nutrition. Even the entire Eagle planet is just an ordinary planet. Even if you are the richest man on the planet, you are nothing in the entire Blue Star Federation. He was chewing on the meat roll while looking at his classmates. Bai Lang, Yian, Vin Vun, Ouyang Vin Vin, Bai Liang Yi, Ket, Liu Ye. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Fangxing always felt that Lu Wei today seemed. And what about his academic performance? It can't be said to be a complete mess, but it's always a little bit short of perfection. Well, since the person involved has admitted defeat, Lu Wei wins this battle. Xiaolong coughed, and a smile appeared on his face. The final exam has been successfully completed, and the results will be issued soon. With the help of intelligent computer grading, the written test results have actually been released long ago. The reason why we waited until now is just for the actual results. Soon, Fang Xing saw his score. Written test score, 874 points. Total score, 1,000. Actual score, 98 points. Total score, 100. Comprehensive score, 175. Fang Xing's expression suddenly became a little strange. These two things, plus the crazy investment in raising children, are the three major traps of the middle-income family in the previous life. How is that possible? Louise was originally a full-time housewife, but later Cole's martial arts training became too expensive, so she had to go out and find a job. Chihiro obviously didn't catch Fang Xing's joke and answered seriously. That's a shame. Fang Xing shook his head. A voice came from his ear, and his expression suddenly changed. Ring number 9, Lu Wei versus Cole. He hurried to the edge of the ring and saw Lu Wei walking up. Even the dead Swallow Star Kurum was like this, and the names recorded in the textbooks were not real names, but pseudonyms. For this kind of existence, the concept of existence is dualistic. Both contradictory sides can exist at the same time, and the boundary between death and life is quite vague. Of the cultists, even death will disappear in the presence of their lord. What kind of plan are you guys working on? Just as the monster from the Bloodfall School let out a roar, a flying skateboard fell from the sky. Swish! A dazzling blade light fell, splitting the monster in half. Give up? Xiao Long frowned, and the students and teachers around him were in an uproar. Give up? Why give up? It is said that Lu Wei and Fang Xing are good friends and have been playing together since childhood. Maybe you just couldn't bear to do it? Nonsense. My childhood friend and I have a very close relationship. When I was taking the high school entrance exam, I didn't hold back and beat me up like a pig. Isn't it normal for friends to spar with each other? Humph, stupid. As a cyborg, I have nothing but grades. The scores of the final exams of the first year of high school are very important. They keep shouting for fighting and killing. Do they think their martial arts teachers are dead? That momentum is important between martial artists fighting. We must also know when to stop. Cole charged forward like a tank or a mad brown bear. Judging from his footwork and punches, he has obviously learned a different set of fighting skills. His fighting style is completely different from before and is extremely ferocious. Coupled with the perfect realm of skin refining, he can definitely compete for the top position in the first year of high school at Yutsai High School. This Cole is pretty good. When she attacked this time, her flying orchid fingers were dense and infinite, and carried a kind of feminine strength, which was a lot of improvement compared to last time. Student Ouyang has made great progress. Fang Xing sighed, immediately withdrew his defense, and took the opponent's 18-finger force. Clank was enough to break bones and tendons fell on him, but was blocked by a layer of extremely flexible force. Fang Xing felt as if someone was giving him a massage. The places where the fingers touched felt numb and tingling, which was quite comfortable. Is this also the unique effect of jade skin? He snorted in his heart and stepped down from the stage. At this time, even louder exclamations came from the ring next to them. How cruel! This perfected skin refining? It's not even just ordinary cowhide, but bronze skin? Is it Cole from Class 2? Class 2 is really lucky to have a martial arts expert. Fang Xing walked towards the ring next to him and saw Cole roaring with his fists raised, and a classmate lying unconscious at his feet. Looking at this classmate's appearance, it is really horrible, as if he was run over head-on by a steamroller. He listened to the conversations among the audience and knew that in the previous fight, Cole had displayed terrifying strength and remained unmoved no matter how his opponent hit him. Even if they're just cultivators in the Chi training stage, they're stronger than Xiantian warriors. Well, the Jade Realm warriors in this world are called Xiantian in the localized way. 100 miles away, there is a market for immortal cultivators, called Qinglin Market. There are tens of thousands of immortal cultivators and countless ordinary people. It is said that Qinglin Fang was built not long ago. It was forcibly established by a powerful immortal cultivation force in order to open up the wilderness and relocate a large number of cultivators and mortals. Therefore, the surrounding environment is very dangerous. Feng Xing silently recalled the relevant information. The original owner's biggest dream was to buy a house on Blue Star, and the second was to be admitted to a university. As for what kind of school it was, he didn't even dare to think about it, as long as it was a university. But Feng Xing naturally knew how important it was to get into college. The transition of class is here. Even if he has an alternate world, after being admitted to university, it can definitely help him make better use of the resources of the alternate world. Apart from anything else, we can first set up a top biological research institute to study elixirs from other worlds, so we don't have to take risks near the infirmary. But Lu Wei, who awakened the ability of muscle activation, has reached this standard. Please rest assured, teacher. I will work hard. Lu Wei became much calmer, slowly walked down the stage, and seemed to glance in Feng Xing's direction. Cole, this idiot. He said he was going to teach me a lesson, but he ended up getting eliminated first. Feng Xing complained and looked at his next opponent, Ouyang Qianqian. Unfortunately, he drew his classmate in the third round, and the civil war continued. Mr. Feng, please give me some advice. Ouyang Qianqian was in great spirits and full of energy, and had obviously gone through some hard training. Qianqian's face turned slightly red, and then she couldn't hide her surprise. Is the skin refining complete? Only with this level of defense can one take on her attacks without worrying about anything happening. That idiot Cole has already perfected his skin refining. Is it normal for me to reach this level? Feng Xing smiled and replied. But you don't know that the Cole family took out a loan to support his martial arts training. Chihiro stood up, dusted herself off, and answered with a smile. Don't tell me that his mother quit her job to take care of him full-time and even took out a loan to buy a house. Not far away, Feng Xing looked at this scene with a serious expression. Dare to fly so brazenly, not afraid of traffic control. Either they are powerful cultists or they are the ones from the government. Even cultists wouldn't be so stubborn as to fly in public. So, is it from the government? I wonder if they are martial artists, mecha masters, psychics, or beast masters. Recalling the strange behavior of the bully dog before, Feng Xing's face became a little solemn, and he touched his pocket. In his pocket, there was a qi and blood pill. I was a little careless. This dog has a really good nose. A martial arts teacher pushed up his glasses and said, he has perfected his skin refining skills and has also learned the black snake fighting technique. If we compare him to the previous practical competitions, he will definitely be ranked first. Snort. Xiao Long moved his ears and heard a subtle sound from a very far distance. He said disdainfully, as far as I know, Cole took the Blackman original solution. Although this drug is not listed as a prohibited item, it is almost the same. It seems that his coach is also a short-sighted person who only focuses on the current progress and ignores the potential and development in the future. Boom! There was a loud explosion in the air. Bow stance and cannon punch. A single hit is priceless. Feng Xing got a little serious. Phoenix flew back at a faster speed than when it came. This time, she flew directly onto the stage, fell to the ground and fainted. Jerk, Feng Xing from Class 2 is not a human being. He actually knocked Phoenix unconscious. I'll remember you. See you in the ring. As a beautiful girl, Phoenix has quite a few fans, which immediately caused a lot of commotion. Feng Xing has never cared about the buzzing of these flies. If I hadn't won so easily, given his character, he would have lost even more miserably and been hurt even more severely. Well, this question is also relatively simple. The last one is a bit troublesome because the calculation is a bit complicated. Feng Xing writes very quickly. As a master in the late stage of the first realm, he has a high level of martial arts skills and can better support such high-intensity answering. Time's up. It was soon noon. Feng Xing put down the electronic pen in his hand, walked out of the classroom, and prepared to buy something to last him through the afternoon. I have to say, although the ingredients in the other world are more delicious and nutritious, my cooking skills are average. Opposite him was Cole, who was only wearing a tight vest and looked much stronger. Lu Wei, it just so happens that you are Feng Xing's best friend, right? Cole clenched his fists unhurriedly, his bones rubbing against each other, making a sharp sound. Just right. I'll kill you first, and then I'll kill him. Xing was too lenient by not beating you to a disability. A hint of coldness flashed in Lu Wei's eyes. Ahem. You two students may begin now. A teacher in charge of the competition nearby coughed twice speechlessly. They're just high school students, but their tone is louder than theirs. There are no taboos in this regard. Of course, don't expect your ideological and moral character and behavior scores to be too high. This may seem like indulgence, but it is actually a reminder. Fangxing saw this scene and thought to himself. It wasn't long before the match list was announced. He took a quick look and found something fishy. The seeded players are divided into different groups. Generally speaking, they only meet at the end. Fangxing looked at the huge electronic screen, nodded and shook his head. But it's just an overall school result. It's actually still a bit crude. When it reaches the clan level, it can be considered a threat, but not too big. What the evil gods from outside the territory are striving for is to descend into the human territory and start a crazy harvest. Of course, this kind of descent is difficult. Therefore, they have to settle for the next best thing. First through the clan, descend part of the power, corrupt humans and occultists, and then let these cultists find a way to summon them to descend. This attempt has not been successful so far, and the best result is to create a tragedy through various bloody and cruel means, and at the same time give birth to the offspring of the evil god. Remember not to cheat. The punishment will be very severe. I feel more tempted. My chi and blood have been growing too fast recently, and my evil fire is a bit strong. Fangxing had a blank expression on his face. He picked up the test paper and answered the questions quickly. There are many courses to take in high school. Universal language of the universe, interstellar survival, illustrations of evil races, maintenance and repair of various weapons, first aid on the battlefield. Each course has a test paper, but it has to be completed in one morning, and the time for answering each course is only about half an hour. To relieve stress? Generally speaking, if it is cowhide or copper skin, although it can withstand Ouyang Qianqian's finger force, it will inevitably suffer some penetration and recoil injuries. But Fangxing felt that the skin where he was hit trembled slightly, dispersing the finger force that had been extremely concentrated. Ouyang Qianqian used her killing move, but failed. She looked at Fangxing as if he were a monster. I have tried so hard, but I didn't expect that I would get further and further away from you. She felt a little sad. No matter whether it was Fangxing or Lu Wei, they both completed a leap in martial arts at a speed that she could hardly imagine. Start data transfer. He pressed quickly with the 10 fingers of both hands, and scenes appeared one after another. These include a large number of videos shot by simulated bird model drones, as well as images and sounds recorded by beetle monitors. Yes, it is indeed an ancient agricultural society. The farming techniques are very primitive. The most common thing in the surveillance footage is farming. Looking at the ragged farmers working in the fields with their backs to the sky and sweating profusely, Fangxing was somewhat silent. Because these farmers are at least warriors of the first or second realm, and even those in the Jade realm occasionally appear. For biochemical people like them, they really need to try their best to seize every opportunity. Even if they lose, it is important to express their unyielding spirit, which may give them a higher score later. Maybe for natural people, this is nothing, but for biochemical people, a difference of 1 point may determine their future fate. I feel your spirit. Facing such an opponent, Fangxing could not help but express his respect. He then put his 5 fingers together, shaped like a bow, and leaped out in one step, spanning several meters and occupying the position that Phoenix was about to reach. But if spirit is useful, what is the use of material things? Life is always like this, full of surprises. I don't know which will come first, tomorrow, or the surprise. But fortunately, the other party didn't have any suspicions. Fangxing thought about it and decided to go to school as usual. Also, you must work hard and get good grades in the final exam. A small martial arts genius will inevitably receive more attention and investment, and occasionally having some good things on him is still within the normal range. Downtown, somewhere. Boom! A huge ball of fire emerged with several human figures in it. Some of them are covered in pitch-black nanoprotective suits, some are equipped with exoskeletons holding guns with thick barrels, and have a tough style. Principal, apart from anything else, shouldn't you at least give more benefits this year? If one of these two people can get into university, he will be given a huge bonus. Ah Xing. Lu Wei looked at Fang Xing, his face showing a hint of eagerness. Come on. I've long wanted to see your true strength. As he spoke, the muscles on his body moved like flowing water, looking extremely strange. Fang Xing suddenly sighed. Lu Wei is very strong. Awakening superpowers is equivalent to changing one's destiny, and it is also a power-side superpower with the most immediate effect. Once a fight starts, it will be difficult to defeat the opponent unless you use all your strength. Just as the two teachers were talking on the stage, Lu Wei had already faced Cole, and both of them pulled their arms back and punched at the same time. The surface of Cole's fist was rough, with a faint blue-black color, just like a hammer. Before the fist arrived, the wind from it was already extremely ferocious. Lu Wei also put his 5 fingers together and threw a punch. However, when he threw this punch, the muscles on his right arm seemed to come alive, squirming and expanding wildly. Bang! With a loud bang, Cole screamed, and his right arm was broken into several sections. Not only that, his whole body was like a cannonball, flying backwards and being knocked off the ring. But this step is very difficult. It's hard for Xiao Long to find a college student in his current class. But now, only one pill is enough. The Blue Star Federation must have medicines and other equipment that can help second-level warriors break through to the 3rd level. But I can't get them. The resources required are too great, and the cost is not worth it. But in this different world, that's not necessarily the case. Fang Xing's eyes suddenly ignited with some kind of flame, and he looked at the qi and blood pill. First, we need to verify the medicinal properties of this world's pills, as well as their toxicity. It only takes 3 seconds to delay and does not require any other consumption. As for the place of crossing, it seems to be based on my current location. Finally, items from this world, even living white mice, can be brought to the other world, and things from the other world can also be brought here. Fang Xing looked at his palm, and the small purse was lying quietly in his palm. It's a good thing, but unfortunately I don't dare to take it out for appraisal, let alone sell it. In fact, the supplies we purchased previously were a bit strange. If we purchase in large quantities next time, the constant generation of qi and blood made his face flush, his skin tense, and the veins underneath wriggled like earthworms. His entire body seemed to have turned into a melting pot of blood and energy, and he urgently needed to find a way to vent it. The next moment, Fang Xing immediately deployed the Big Dragon posture. The skilled Big Dragon posture had a charm like flowing water when it was performed. As the most suitable stance for refining the skin and flesh developed with great effort by the Blue Star Federation, Fang Xing felt the difference instantly. The vigorous energy and blood in his body seemed like a mountain torrent that had found an outlet and immediately began to erupt violently. There is also the Great Dragon Pillar. If we successfully enter the 3rd stage mentioned by teacher Xiao Long, it doesn't matter even if the jade skin is exposed. The hard training during this period brought him enormous gains. Even in the imaginable future, the speed of cultivation will be even faster. For Fang Xing, getting into college in his senior year of high school is no longer a problem. The key is to get into a good university. The best university in the Federation should be the Blue Star University, located on the Blue Star. In addition, the Holy Armor University and the 9 Swords Academy located in the secret realm of the universe are also top-notch institutions. Qi Shui Dan is indeed the best auxiliary medicine for post-natal warriors to cultivate. Just 1 bottle has brought me close to the perfection of the 1st realm. Even the rich people on the Eagle Star may not be as extravagant as me. A hint of joy appeared on Fang Xing's face. The drug-taking trend really makes sense. Before I had elixirs, I thought that I would be able to perfect my skin refining at the end of the period at best, but now I'm close to perfecting my flesh refining. The hurdle of advancing from the 1st realm to the 2nd realm, as long as there are enough qi and blood pills, it will most likely not be a problem. After taking this bottle, I should be close to perfecting my flesh refining. After all, Qi and blood pills are originally for post-natal warriors to practice. And the so-called postnatal in the other world actually encompasses the two realms of flesh and tendons and bones of the Blue Star Federation. That is to say, the Qi and blood pill is very effective for the second-level muscle and bone warriors. It would be a bit of a waste for me to take it at my current level. Little exercise, Fangxing felt like he had been reborn. At least when the membrane is fully grown and turns into jade skin, the foundation is quite solid. Although there were drug test strips and white mice, for Fangxing swallowing the pill was still risky. And his life is obviously more precious than anything else. After getting out of bed and washing up, Fangxing habitually set up the big dragon stance. Mastery level of the dragon pile has a completely different feeling from the proficiency level. If the skilled level of the dragon stance only gave him a sense of being fluent with it, with unique charm in every move. Mastery level of dragon posture. Fangxing no longer had to adapt to this stance, but had to automatically modify a few places to make this stance more suitable for him. But at this moment, he looked somewhat embarrassed. "It's from the Blood Fall School," one of the team members roared. An extremely cold air spurted out from his exoskeleton. In an instant, the flames were completely extinguished, leaving not even a wisp of smoke. "It's over. The secret arrest has turned into an open war. I have to write several extra pages of reports afterwards, and the big sister will scold me for being a rookie." Wearing the pitch-black nano suits were somewhat desperate. To them, it seems that compared to many more reports, the big sister is more terrifying. "Roar! Here it comes!" She turned over and stood up again, but her right arm had already drooped limply. "Aren't you going to admit defeat yet?" Fangxing frowned. Although he had retained a lot of strength in this kick, the opponent's right hand should have been broken. Faced with such a gap, the best option is to admit defeat rationally. Give up? For cyborgs like us, every point is very important. How can we give up? In Phoenix's eyes, and his only remaining left hand stabbed like a spear. It seems that he also used some secret technique of hypnosis or body destruction. Fangxing saw this scene. He felt a little sad. It turned out to be her, the beauty from Class 4. He was moved and bowed first. "Phoenix classmate, please give me your guidance." "Student Fangxing, please." Phoenix bowed. She took the initiative to attack. Snap! Her hands spread out like phoenix wings, tearing the air. 12 moves of military boxing broken wing hand. Military boxing is a compulsory martial arts subject in high school, which covers everything, including boxing, palm techniques, leg techniques, body techniques, and finger techniques. Phoenix's broken wing hand may seem ordinary at first glance, but there's a sense of familiarity with it, and it's obvious that he has achieved great success in this move. Rustle. But for these high school students, it is commonplace. For a moment, the only sounds in the classroom were the sounds of pens being put down. Even Lu Wei, who seemed unreliable, was writing furiously. As warriors, they have amazing wrist strength, write very quickly, and have active minds. Even so, it is still difficult to finish a test paper within half an hour. After all, the difficulty of the test paper is to estimate their ability, just stuck at the limit just to select the best students. As for cheating, surveillance in classrooms, so it is basically impossible. Fortunately, I have seen this question before. Fangxing thought about it, took out the toxin test paper, tested each Qi and blood pill first, and found that everything was normal. I went back to the Eagle Star and bought a cage of mice online. The logistics arrived quickly. Fangxing looked at the lively and cute little white mice, leisurely scraped out some crumbs from the pills, and then determined the dosage by comparing the weight of the human with that of the little white mice. This step is critical. Otherwise, in terms of the dosage for humans, even a life-saving medicine could poison the mouse to death. The next day, Fangxing got up and looked at the little white mice, and found that they were all lively and energetic. Fangxing felt that this classmate might have really awakened some special power, so he changed the subject with a hint of comfort. It was this kind of comfort that hurt Lu Wei's self-esteem. "Yeah, it would be nice if there was one," Lu Wei murmured. He was a little hesitant at first, but he saw that his classmates were making rapid progress. Especially since Fang Xing, who had the same background as him, surpassed him, he finally made up his mind. Even if I fall into the abyss, I will see the light for a moment. Another world. Inside the temporary camp, Fang Xing turned on a smart computer that he bought from a second-hand market. The next moment, the skin on his face began to swell. His cheeks became fatter and his eyebrows became longer. In an instant, he turned from a young boy into a gloomy man in his 20s. After refining most of the muscles, controlling the facial muscles and skin, I can completely change my appearance. This is a must-have skill for home travel, murder, and arson. Yutsai High School. Classmates, we will have the cultural examination today. Everyone should work hard. Teacher Lan Fei changed into a professional suit, black stockings and high heels with glasses, exuding a special elite temperament. Also, this is not bad. Ring number 1, first group, Dilisai versus Chao Xiong. Ring number 2, Qingyan versus Honka. Soon, all the martial arts teachers took their seats on the stage and began today's competition. Fang Xing was called onto the stage before he had time to check on the situation of Lu Wei and other classmates. Ring number 8, Fang Xing versus Phoenix. When Fang Xing arrived at the ring, he saw a red-haired girl opposite him. The other person was wearing a black suit, showing off her exquisite curves, with eyes as blue as the sea and skin as white and delicate as milk. It can be said that she was definitely a great beauty. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it is time for the final exams. The high school in Young Eagle Star also has exams in June, and then there is a 2-month vacation. Finally, after the exam, I'm no longer a freshman in high school, but a sophomore. Fang Xing did not go to the other world last night, but chose to rest in the community. When the first rays of sunlight in the morning shone into the bedroom, he slowly opened his eyes and focused his attention on the attribute panel. Name: Fang Xing. Age: 16. Occupation: warrior first level. Skin and flesh refining. 86/100, 12 military boxing styles. 27/100 proficient, big dragon post. 1/200 mastery, gate of the heavens. Charging. It should be noted that everyone's physique is different. Although the De Long Zhuang is said to have been perfectly deduced by an intelligent brain, its template is also that of most ordinary people. What Fang Xing is practicing now can be said to be the Fang Xing special version, which is completely tailored to him, and the effectiveness and progress are incomparable. With a dragon pile of this level, it's no wonder that it can be tempered into jade skin. Although I have already achieved that. Practicing the standing meditation, Fang Xing suddenly reached out and wiped his face, feeling the coordination of his skin and flesh. More confident? Fang Xing. Cole strode over and said, I look forward to playing against you in the actual sparring this afternoon. In the afternoon adopts an elimination system. As long as 2 people win all the way, they will always meet. In the afternoon, all the teachers in the school gathered together, and Xiao Long was among them. The first-year high school practical test begins now. There are 10 arenas in total. Students whose names are called come up. They are not allowed to use protective gear, weapons, or potions. The rest are free to do as they please. Xiao Long's voice was like a huge bell, shaking the air around him, and then he revealed a sinister smile. You can kill as much as you want, and see if we teachers above the 4th realm can rescue us in time. If you are not a warrior, you have almost no ability to survive. The martial arts of this world are also very simple, just acquired and innate. But no matter how strong a congenital warrior is, he will only die if he faces a well-prepared Qi training cultivator. I'm speechless. When will Wu Dao be able to stand up? This is the approximate information that could be obtained from the surveillance during this period of time, which made Fang Xing speechless. After understanding the background, he immediately looked at the ancient book. According to the deciphering, the words alchemy evaluation are inscribed on the cover, and the content describes the appearance and medicinal properties of some common elixirs in Kinglan Fang, as well as some simple identification techniques. The Bloodfall School really loves to deal with this kind of thing. First had a tone full of disgust. Evil cult. This is the cancer within the Blue Star Federation. Those extraterritorial evil gods hold the authority of the imaginary space and can project power into the human territory. Although the Blue Star Federation has established a defense line, in general, the larger the individual, the harder it is to break through. Just like a fishing net, small fish and shrimp can easily swim out of the mesh. But the big fish can only end up as a turtle in a jar. It is the simplest to deploy servants, but they are basically useless for humans. Well, to be on the safe side, let's go get a physical examination first. Fang Xing made a decision and walked towards the infirmary. Just as I reached the door, another classmate came towards me. He took a closer look and immediately raised his hand to greet him. Wei? Ah, Axing? Lu Wei saw Fang Xing. He was immediately shocked. Are you coming to the infirmary too? Fang Xing nodded. I'm here for a physical examination. How about you? I have a stomachache. Lu Wei suddenly hugged his stomach. No, you go first. I'm going to the toilet first. Well, looking at the other person's back, Fang Xing shook his head and walked into the infirmary calmly. The river in the wilderness is extremely dangerous, but it can wash away the smell on her body. At this time, it is the only way to survive. Suddenly, she saw the grass in front of her move, and a silver-white humanoid monster jumped out. What the heck? Shui Yuling let out a delicate cry, but despite her ruthless character from being in the lower class, she did not hesitate at all. She raised her hand, and 3 cold rays of light shot out like flying stars, hitting Fang Xing's chest heavily. Hidden weapon? Fang Xing was startled, and then saw 3 darts falling to the ground. There was a blue glow on the sharp edges, and they were obviously tempered with a layer of poison. Bang! Then, a leather boot stepped on one of the monster's heads, causing it to explode like a watermelon, with brain matter and blood spilling all over the ground. Jingxia raised his head and looked at his team members. Useless. Useless. Every one of them is useless. Not even as good as my dog. Woof! The bully dog next to it opened its mouth, which became larger and larger, completely exceeding its head and body. The bloody mouth continued to expand like rubber, with countless saw teeth in it, as if forming a vortex, swallowing up the remaining flesh and blood of the monster. The other team members saw this scene. They couldn't help but fall silent. Such defense is definitely the result of perfect leather refining, and it is not even just ordinary cowhide. What is even more terrifying is that after gaining an overwhelming advantage, Cole acted extremely brutally. Roar! Cole raised his fist and roared like a wild animal. His bloodshot eyes turned, and when he saw Fang Xing, he grinned grimly and made a throat-slitting gesture. How arrogant! Fang Xing folded his arms, his expression cold, not feeling provoked at all. After all, Cole was no different from an ant on the roadside to him. People don't fight with ants, they just step on them to death without caring. If Fang Xing had not seen the news about the Xiantian pill and was prepared to verify the effects of the pill from another world, he would not have been so radical. He came to Yucai Middle School and skipped lawn phase cultural classes. Now, this female projection teacher could no longer shake his mood in the slightest. Outside the infirmary, Fang Xing found an open space, stretched out his hand, and yawned. Silently, he covered a qi and blood pill with his palm and put it directly into his mouth. It's hot, so hot. As the pill entered his stomach, Fang Xing first felt a stream of heat flowing from his lower abdomen to his limbs and bones. White in color, fragrant in taste. Taking it can strengthen the qi of the 5 internal organs and help acquired warriors break through the innate realm. This kind of Xiantian pill can actually help break through the unpolished Jade realm. Fang Xing's eyes lit up. The Blue Star Federation's martial arts realm. The first realm is flesh and skin. The second realm is tendons and bones. It is almost equivalent to the acquired realm in another world. Of the tendons and bones, the warrior must temper his internal organs, strengthen his internal breath, and polish it to perfection inside and out like a rough jade, so it is called the unpolished Jade realm. Therefore, many Blue Star researchers believe that those extraterritorial evil gods have a certain degree of rationality. But this is often contrary to the occasional disorder and madness of their believers. All I can say is that even an evil god has to associate with madness, and rationality is always only temporary. Bloodfall School is one of the many evil cults. The foreign evil god worshipped by these cultists is code, named Endless Sea of Blood, and its real name is a top secret. After all, such an existence, even if it was just a real name and pronunciation, would bring pollution and corruption. Ling Ling. A phone rang. Jingxia took out a cell phone from his waist. After listening to a few words, an impatient look appeared on his face. You are a small team, but you can't even deal with a cultist. You are weaklings. Rookies. Wait for me. She put her phone away and clicked her watch. Whoosh. A skateboard emerged from midair and hovered in front of her. Jingxia stepped on the skateboard and slid towards the nearby city in a flying motion. Woof woof. The bully dog named Ginger roared, and the flesh on its back squirmed, and it actually grew a pair of devil-like flesh wings, and then flew behind Jingxia. This set of splashing wind-pen brushstrokes were placed in the mortal martial arts world. It would be a first-class, extraordinary skill. Zhang. Feeling the power coming from the judge's pen, Shui Yuling felt relieved. This weirdo is so weak. But the next moment, she was shocked to see a ball of electric sparks flashing on the opponent's black stick. Terrifying electric current followed, causing her to fly backwards and fall to the ground. Twitching. Blood-refined magical weapon? You actually have a blood-refined magical weapon? Shui Yuling looked at the humanoid monster approaching and confirmed that it was also a human. They seemed very polite, even a little respectful. This is not just a difference in status, it is more likely to be a difference in strength. This short and fat man is suspected to have the ability to kill several Jade Realm warriors. Talisman. Fang Xing thought of the talisman that the leader of the 4-member adventure team had used, as well as the image of the Golden Bell cover, and he made a secret judgment in his mind. The most urgent thing is to learn the local language first, then change clothes and try to make contact. He looked at the second-hand computer screen and found that the deciphering progress of the language marked as foreign language was less than 10%. Should I vomit? Fang Xing realized it a little later and took a deep breath to calm himself down. All right, maybe it was because the time travel was too incredible, and because I had accepted the memories of my previous life and suffered the hardships of a cyborg. All in all, he found that he was not feeling anxious or scared. After taking a few deep breaths, he became even calmer and began to touch the corpse calmly. Nice figure. The spoils. A pair of judge's pens. A purse. 3 jade bottles. There's even a book? Fang Xing picked up a book. The book is made of ordinary paper and is bound with thread. Lu Wei suddenly fell silent. He felt like a loser. Compared to now, I can't compare to that person. When it comes to the future, I see A and compare to Axing. I clearly didn't mind and even admired the girl in front of me and wanted to give her some protection. So why did things turn out like this? He felt hopeless for a moment and didn't know what he said and staggered away. The night wind was cold and the place was completely silent. Above the Park Street lamp made a clicking sound as if there was a short circuit. A dark shadow suddenly appeared behind by Lieni, as if it had been observing everything silently. Accompanied by a few strange roars, a monster rushed out from the ice and snow. It looks like a human, but is more than 3 meters tall, with all kinds of wrinkles and mucus all over its body, and various heads grafted on its chest and shoulders. Among them are those of humans, as well as those of various wild beasts such as tigers and leopards. It looks like a human figure that was randomly put together. Just watching this scene would bring a strong mental shock and impact to those who are not strong enough. It has the contamination characteristics of a lower-level servant. On alien phone? On the contrary, it can attract more investment. The streets were very quiet in the early morning, and there were few pedestrians on the road beside the riverbank. There was only one mature lady in sportswear and a baseball cap who was taking a walk and walking her dog. Bully dog? Fang Xing took a glance and felt a little strange. After all, it is quite rare for a girl to raise such a big bully dog. As if attracted by his gaze, the bully dog immediately leaped on all fours and jumped in front of him. Its face looked quite ferocious. Some reason, Fang Xing actually felt a terrible danger. Squeak, squeak. The little white mice ran around, hitting and biting the iron cage, as if they had a lot of energy in their bodies that they were unable to release. Yeah, you all look very energetic. I'll take you there to eat berries someday. He nodded, carefully put away the qi and blood pill, and went straight to school. Although both tests did not find any problems. But just in case, Fang Xing decided to take the medicine next to the infirmary, so that even if something happened, he could be rescued. I seem to have thought too much of the dark side of human nature. But even so, my life is more important than anything else. Most warriors lived a poor life, and only warriors in the Jade Realm had a slightly better life. Besides that, there are people with higher status. Fang Xing turned on a surveillance video, which was shot from a very long distance. He could see a slightly plump middle-aged man wearing a silk robe and dressed like a wealthy man, collecting supplies from house to house, including rice, minerals, herbs, and even crystal sand in his hands. In the end, they filled several large trucks and took them away. The escorts were all Jade Realm warriors, but they were obviously of lower status in front of this middle-aged man. Although monitoring equipment is more like inanimate objects, there is still a certain probability of being discovered. If it's a Blue Star Federation warrior, the chances of finding it are even higher. The indigenous warriors here probably don't understand technology, and they don't have any interference or detection equipment, so the probability of discovery is low. Let's do it. Fang Xing set up the program and commanded the simulated birds to take off one by one. If you look closely, you will find that these simulated birds are holding small things such as stones and beetles in their claws. The pages are yellowed and have some traces of insects and dirt. On the cover, for characters from another world were written in a flamboyant style, and Fang Xing didn't recognize any of them. Good stuff. He didn't dislike it at all. This is excellent research data. Giving it to the intelligent brain for analysis can greatly speed up the decoding process. As for the purse, after opening it, there were only 3 grains of sand that were exactly the same as the one obtained before. It looks like a bit like a common currency. So, I have a total of 7 coins in my hand. Fang Xing touched his chin and looked at the jade bottles again. Bai Liani was not wearing her usual training clothes, but a clean white dress, which made her look even more graceful. I. Lu Wei seemed to have made a lot of psychological preparations, and finally spoke. I have thought it through very clearly. I don't like Ouyang Qianqian, but Bai Liani had a smile and loneliness in her eyes. She shook her finger to stop Lu Wei from continuing. No way. Why? Is it because of what happened to you in the brilliant Jiang Mansion? I know everything. I'm not a fool. I just don't mind. Lu Wei's face suddenly turned red, and even the pimples on his face seemed to be shaking. The seals of 2 of the bottles had been opened, so he didn't dare to smell them, let alone swallow them. He planned to try with drug test strips and mice first. The last bottle had a wax seal on the mouth and looked intact, having never been opened. On the bottle, there were 3 characters from another world engraved, which he still couldn't understand. What is the probability that the bottle is intact and contains poison? What about traps? The humans in this world wouldn't eat the spoils of war from their enemies, would they? The night in the other world is exceptionally quiet, and the starry sky is exceptionally bright. Fang Xing stared at the attribute column. Name: Fang Xing. Age: 16. Occupation: warrior 1st level. Skin and flesh refining. 9 out of 100, 12 military boxing styles. 10 out of 100 proficient, big dragon posture. 35/100 proficient, gate of the heavens, charging. The big dragon pile is also improving rapidly, but the key is the progress of the flesh refining. It suddenly jumped to 9%? Fang Xing pondered for a moment. This may be because when I train my skin membrane, I also train my muscles. The more important factor is naturally the effect of the qi and blood pill. Each pill is like this. Boss! I felt like there was something flying in the sky. It wasn't a bird, but maybe some kind of monster. The third brother was dressed in blue, with bright eyes and a bit of a shifty temperament. He answered with some worry. It's hard to say. Everyone be careful. The burly man touched the animal skin bag on his chest and gained more confidence. Speed up the process. We will pick the red dragon grass and leave. The four of them immediately sped up their progress and arrived at the edge of the wild boar monster's territory. They had obviously planned it and waited in the bushes for a long time as the sky gradually grew darker. After all, he is a close friend, but to me, he is just an ordinary friend. He sighed, returned to the dormitory, got ready, and began his journey through time. Another world, temporary camp. Feng Xing first began to practice standing meditation, then did his daily digging, renovated and expanded the temporary camp, and then learned the language of the other world. Under the influence of multiple effects, he progressed rapidly. Twitter. As he was practicing, simulated birds returned, holding monitors in the shape of rocks, beetles, etc. in their claws. Recycling is also important. Although this world is completely different from the Blue Star Federation, and there is no unified order, and a poor imagination may not be able to associate it with time travel. If the monitor is discovered, it is very likely to be regarded as some kind of sophisticated puppet. It doesn't matter if the pile power can't keep up. The resources consumed by this chi and blood pill may be more than 10 or 100 bottles of D3 level nutrient solution. The resources in this other world are truly rich. The jade-like light covering Feng Xing's skin flashed slightly, and then disappeared without a trace. As a jade skin that has been perfectly refined, the only outward appearance is that the skin is whiter, but in fact Feng Xing feels as if he is wearing a layer of armor, and it can even actively dissipate force. Just a chi and blood pill has made me make such great progress in my physical training. Looks like these monitors are going to come in handy. These farmers, even warriors, are all in their 70s and 80s. They may be deaf and blind due to insufficient chi and blood. They won't be able to find the surveillance right away. We can send out simulated bird-shaped drones to spread surveillance disguised as stones, beetles, etc. According to Feng Xing's estimation, perhaps only the leader of the four-man team he had met before, the warrior at the Jade Realm, had a certain chance of discovering the surveillance equipment. After all, most warriors who have reached the Jade Realm have an innate spiritual perception and are good at detecting all kinds of hostile gazes. Feng Xing complained and looked at the surveillance screen. After taking a few glances, his eyes suddenly lit up. According to the route taken by the four-member team, he ordered the drone to conduct a strong reconnaissance in the direction they came from, which was the east, and indeed he got something. After 100 miles to the east, there are traces of human settlements. Feng Xing looked at a photo, on which the outline of a field ridge appeared. The ridges of the fields, there are houses built of wood and thatch, and it seems that someone is farming in the fields. Farmland? Fortunately, he was wearing a nanoprotective suit, so his defense was not broken at all, and it even relieved a lot of force. He just felt a little stuffy in his chest. You actually dared to kill me first. No matter which world I live in, what follows can be considered as self-defense. Feng Xing shouted loudly, and the electric baton in his hand fell. What's that weird noise? Shui Yuling didn't understand Feng Xing's language at all, but that didn't stop her from having an iron judge's pen appear in her hand to block the electric baton. Her move was quite skillful. The tip of the pen even trembled slightly, pointing directly at several major acupoints on Feng Xing's body, obviously containing an extremely fierce counterattack. I'd better give her a few more times, just in case. Feng Xing poked the woman with an electric baton and confirmed that she was really dead. Then he put on rubber gloves and went forward to touch the body. This woman didn't know that he had the drone's eyes in the sky, so he naturally knew that the beast monster had given up the chase long ago. It just so happens that the way of life that the other party thought they had chosen was actually a dead end. I wonder if this woman would be so angry that she would die again if she came back to life. Wait, is this my first time killing someone? It can be said that he obtained a dictionary of another world, and it was an audio version. In addition, I can also learn about the daily conversations of farmers and gain some insights that can help me better understand the world. His eyes lit up, and he began to learn foreign languages. For Feng Xing, learning a foreign language is a very happy thing, especially since it also represents huge benefits. First of all, this is the great wilderness, and there is a being called Cultivator. Immortal cultivators. They can refine talismans, elixirs, and magical instruments and cast spells. And even when they have reached a high level, they can prolong their lives, even moving mountains and filling the sea, and enjoy immortality. The final exam comes. It may be a surprise. Don't worry. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is ineffective. Fang Xing answered confidently. He has an entire other world as a resource base and a cultivation environment like a secret universe. He will become stronger faster than Cole. After all, Cole's family background is just like that, maybe even worse than Gu Yun's. If the other party really waits until the final exam to make trouble, Fang Xing doesn't mind letting him feel what despair is. Ah Xing, you have changed a lot. Lu Wei could not help but remain silent. People change. Fang Xing took out the 3 jade bottles, compared them one by one, and found that one bottle contained medicine for wounds and the other contained detoxification pills. As for the last bottle that was not opened, it was the qi and blood pill. According to the book, if a post-natal warrior swallows the qi and blood pill, he can strengthen his qi and blood and temper his skin, muscles, and bones, and make rapid progress. I still don't believe it. Let me try with drug test strips and mice later. Fang Xing turned the page, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. He saw the description of a new type of elixir, Xiantian elixir. He soon faced his second opponent, his classmate Chihiro. Qinshuan was wearing her training clothes and still had a pumpkin head. Mr. Fang, please show some mercy. Obviously, she knew how much Xia Long thought of Fang Xing, and she also knew that she was no match for Fang Xing. Even so, she still wants to challenge her own limits. Please. Fang Xing raised his hand slightly and saw Qinshuan leap up with his legs linked together, which was the double snake kick in the 12 styles of military boxing. He slightly crossed his hands, opened his big hands, and grabbed the opponent's ankle. With a little more force, Chihiro was thrown off the stage. Boom! The ground shook like an earthquake. A circle of ochre-colored light emerged and quickly spread around. The third brother was directly enveloped by the light, and several earth spears appeared on his chest, nailing him to the ground. The third one? The burly man knew he was doomed this time, so he stopped hesitating and took out a bright yellow talisman from the animal hide bag on his chest and tore it open with great care. Zang! A circle of golden light appeared around him, vaguely forming the shape of a large golden bell. Several earth spears fell on the golden bell, making a dull sound. Fortunately, the local Jade Realm warriors were generally not very vigilant, or had never seen simulated monitoring equipment before, so they did not find any flaws. These warrior farmers spent most of their time working in silence, their faces numb and lifeless. Only very rarely would they say a few words to each other. After so many days of collection, the data from mouth shape to pronunciation is complete. What Fang Xing needs to do is to let the intelligent brain carry out the final integration and then learn this new language. It's a pity that there is no learning device, but it won't take me long to learn the language. But if we can achieve perfection, we should try to achieve it as much as possible without revealing any flaws. Even broken surveillance cameras should be recovered completely. Now that I have enough qi and blood pills, there is no need to rush to learn foreign languages. Let's learn the foreign language well first. Fang Xing had already planned his next move. Almost over, and there will be a 2-month vacation after the final exams. By then, it won't be too late to explore the other world. After all, with classes every day, it is difficult to enjoy the exploration only at night or on weekends. The average life expectancy of people in the Federation is very long now, and this is especially true at higher levels. Martial arts is only the cheapest way to evolve, but it can also greatly prolong life after reaching the 4th realm. Self-evolution, genetic surgery, medicine's superpowers. All kinds of life-extending methods allow the federal upper echelons to rule for an extremely long time. To those great beings, time is completely meaningless. The shadow's voice gradually became lower and lower, and finally disappeared. Thanks for purchasing products from Gaofei Toys Company. Okay, I have successfully stirred up his resentment. If you come to him now, use Feng Xing as a comparison, and invest in him, he will definitely accept it. Bai Lianyi's voice is clear and cold, like the snow lotus of Tianshan Mountain. Well, this way, we have one more partner. I believe that after seeing those great things, he will definitely agree. The shadow made a deep and rich voice. But compared to this, I am more optimistic about his classmate. Bai Lianyi's pretty eyebrows slightly frowned. Xiaolong is more concerned about Feng Xing, and he has been staying at home recently and not working. Even the bodies of those herbalists eventually fell into the wild boar's stomach, leaving no intact body. There was no need to look at this woman. She must be a herbalist or something like that, and she was cornered by the wild boar. But why did you come to me? Feng Xing felt a little headache. Judging from his speed, he should be less than the third realm, but a second realm warrior. He shouldn't have any dangerous items on him. Otherwise, even if he had a talisman, he wouldn't have been forced to this extent by the wild boar. He sighed, letting the protective suit cover his entire body, leaving even his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose uncovered, and picked up the electric baton. Let's go take a look. She quickly shouted, "Sir, spare my life." Combined with her delicate face, she really does look pitiful. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Feng Xing guessed at the other party's words and roughly understood the word "ni," but he also knew that the other party was begging for mercy or something. Pity. The more beautiful a woman is, the more trouble she causes. Zoyusti, Feng Xing pointed out with his stick. Swish! From the top of the electric baton, and hit Shui Yuling's forehead accurately. This merchant is a liar. They clearly said they could electrocute an elephant, but this woman could still talk. Inside the temporary camp, Feng Xing drank a full pot of fish soup and began to practice the Dalong posture. Under the dual effects of the mysterious environment of the other world and the nourishing fish soup, his progress in body training increased rapidly. An unknown amount of time had passed before the flashing computer screen suddenly froze and a mechanical sound came out. Ding, mission accomplished. Sure enough, after adding books as samples, the decryption progress is very fast. Feng Xing came to the computer, clicked on the file, and saw the text from another world with the corresponding federal text and pronunciation notation next to it. Once opened, there will be traces left as a simple anti-counterfeiting mark. He looked at the bottom of the jade bottle and indeed found a green leaf mark. This should be the mark of a famous merchant in the market, representing credibility. But I don't believe it, especially since this book Dan Dao Pingjian came from that unlucky guy. We cannot rule out the possibility that he made a fake one. A bottle of poison pill was forged to be a qi and blood pill, and an instruction manual was also included. If that's true, then the female warrior is really a talent. Even if she is investigated by the big forces who forged the mark afterwards, she is dead. There's still time, huh? At this moment, Feng Xing ordered the initial drone for patrol surveillance to transmit back another picture. In the picture, a woman with torn clothes and blood all over her body is running away in panic. Look at the direction. In a few minutes, we will find the temporary campsite. Huh? Is this another result of the wild boar's attack? Feng Xing frowned. Nearby is quite powerful. Except for the leader of the four-member team in the Jade Realm, who barely escaped with the power of talismans. The rest of the herbalists they encountered were doomed to die. They could be called herbalist killers. But it is undeniable that the emergence of superpowers did not occur after humans entered the cosmic age, but after the day of disaster. Although genes are prone to mutation, it is reasonable for humans to start their own evolution after coming into contact with the universe. However, according to the deduction of the Blue Star Federation, this slow evolution of genes should take tens of thousands of years. The Great Tribulation, this process seemed to be advanced thousands of times by a certain existence. Some sects also claim that people with superpowers are the favorites of extraterritorial gods and are new humans. After all, he is an outstanding student educated through exam-oriented education, so Feng Xing is quite confident about this. The practice of martial arts is actually a kind of evolution. The memory and activeness of one's own brain will be greatly improved as the realm increases. Warriors here can only farm or collect manure, or go to the wilderness for adventure. Watching the second-hand computers sorting and analyzing data, Fang Xing began to scan the surveillance footage, trying to understand the warrior ecology of this world. He had seen warriors farming, transporting manure carts, and going on adventures. There are many extraordinary species and many ferocious beasts. It's a dangerous place. Considering the route these four people took today, the direction of the human gathering point should be east. Go back and buy a few more toy airplanes and explore the east. With a thought, Fang Xing set up the automatic cruise and released the drone again. Then, he counted to 3 seconds silently in his heart, and a silver-white light appeared before his eyes. The light became so bright that it engulfed him entirely. I came to my senses again. I was already standing in the bedroom. It is known that I can now travel to another world at will. The half-open door was still doable. It was just enough to keep from starving to death. Wanting to buy magical rice and elixirs to improve martial arts is simply wishful thinking. Therefore, she had to come. Who would have thought that she would encounter a wild boar monster that seemed to have advanced to a higher level? Not only was her team wiped out, but she also ended up in such a miserable state. It's almost there. If we run a little further, we will reach a river. Then we can jump into the river and escape. Shui Yuling was not sure whether the wild boar monster was still behind her, but as someone who had suffered a lot since childhood, she would definitely think about the worst possible scenario. Fang Xing bent his body and managed to dodge the attack at the last moment. Good boy. Not far away, Xiaolong was distractedly watching the fight and couldn't help but chuckle. Not only is his standing practice solid, but his military boxing is probably also very advanced. Fang Xing dodged this move and prepared to end the battle as soon as possible. He raised his right foot slightly like a giant axe, tearing the air. Phoenix felt the sharp force coming towards him, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Tomahawk kick. Bang! She barely managed to fold her arms together, forming a cross to protect her chest, and then she flew backwards, landing on the edge of the ring. These simulated birds will travel hundreds of miles to the farmland and then drop pebbles, beetles, and other monitors. Then, quietly collect information and data. 10 days later, Yucai High School. Fang Xing stood silently, his consciousness focused on the attribute panel. First level, flesh and skin refining. 99/100, 12 military boxing styles. 9 out of 100 proficient, big dragon posture. 29 out of 100 proficient, just a little bit more, and the skin refining will be complete. Looking at the martial arts realm, Fang Xing couldn't help but feel very satisfied. It's just that the Great Dragon Pillar has not yet entered the next level, which is the third stage mentioned by teacher Xiaolong. One after another, colorful dots of light were flying around the bushes. On the edge of the bushes, now, the burly man sprinkled odor-isolating powder on his body and sneaked forward with a few brothers to pick the Zhulong grass. They moved very quickly and seemed to have received special training. But unfortunately, Fang Xing saw from the surveillance that the wild boar monster that was as big as a hill had come behind the four people at some point. Huff huff, accompanied by the unique nasal sound of a wild boar, an extremely huge black shadow suddenly rushed out from the darkness, and an intense blood-red light appeared on its 6 tusks. The skin began to crack and even bleed. The state column, skin refining, 99/100, flickered and immediately changed to skin refining, 100/100. Skin refining is complete. Fang Xing's heart moved, and his skin tensed up as if it had become strong in an instant, like cowhide and exuding a brass color. The next moment, a large amount of qi and blood was consumed, but the brass color gradually faded away, turning into a white as jade feeling. Is this jade skin? My standing power hasn't been broken through yet? No, this is equivalent to using a large amount of resources to force a breakthrough. Xing, you have to be careful. It is said that this Cole has some money at home. After losing to you last time, he hired a special personal trainer and spent a lot of money on blood-related medicines. Lu Wei came to Fang Xing's side and reminded him in a low voice. When it comes to practicing martial arts, you have to take one step at a time. It's impossible to have a mental breakthrough or an instant increase in supernatural powers today. Even if there are famous teachers to teach and sufficient resources, it will take some time to realize it. Fangxing can even feel that Cole's strength is in a period of rapid growth. How could I, a jade-skinned and perfect flesh refining warrior, find a dog dangerous? Fangxing's heart moved, feeling a little strange. Ginger, sit down. Just then, the lady in the baseball cap opened her mouth and shouted. The bully dog immediately sat down obediently, but it still looked very ferocious. Sorry, Ginger is in a bad mood today. The lady in the baseball cap smiled apologetically. My name is Jingxia. What's your name, little brother? I never say my name when I'm out. Fangxing shook his head and continued running. Interesting little brother. Jingxia looked at Fangxing's departing back and touched his waist. Please give us a thumbs up. Fangxing opened the express box and took out the drones and surveillance equipment inside. A mellow and sweet voice sounded, and then fell silent. At Fangxing's request, these drones are all shaped like various simulated birds, and the monitoring equipment is also equipped with camouflage functions. My wallet. He silently mourned for his wallet for 3 seconds, then immediately prepared himself and began to travel. A flash of silver light. Another world. Temporary camp. At this time, the camp had been concealed and covered with a layer of camouflage. Looking from the sky, it was no different from the surrounding jungle. I threw bait through Lu Wei several times, but he didn't take the bait. It's a bit strange. Could it be that he was scared by the last messenger's arrival? It's not impossible. The spiritual impact brought by the messenger can even subtly and completely change a person. The shadow was silent for a while, then replied, If that's the case, then it's useless and has no value. The talents we need must at least pass the college entrance examination in the future to have a chance of becoming a senior member of the Federation. But this kind of thing may require a long wait. By Liani's side, Fangxing suddenly looked at Lu Wei with some suspicion. It would be nice if I could wake up. Lu Wei responded calmly. He is still in the swing period and has not received any gift, so he is quite open about it. Even if you go to the clinic for a genetic test, they will definitely not detect anything. That's right. Although awakening superpowers on your own is dangerous for people like us, if we want to succeed, we have to give it a try. Even if I'm a superpower, I'm better than cannon fodder. What's more, maybe the emergence of superpowers is a natural law, and the Federation is just overthinking it. But this involves another advantage cheap. Even if it is discovered by the monster, at most one drone will be lost. In Maple Leaf City, this is almost equivalent to a child's toy, and the price is very cheap. Give it a try, and the bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. Fangxing sighed and looked at the other sundries. Was looted, including a jet-black dagger, which gleamed coldly when it was pulled out, and was obviously extremely sharp. In addition, there is a small purse. The purse seemed to be made of tanned animal skin, and was gray and inconspicuous. After tearing open the bag, 3 pieces of strange ores and 4 strange crystals the size of rice grains were found inside. The reason for this was that Fangxing was frightened by a flying monster before, and he was busy upgrading the camouflage of the camp. After all, it's just a temporary camp. It's not safe enough. It's time to consider setting up a permanent camp. You can choose a cave in the rock wall or a hole in the ground. The deeper the better. For Fangxing, there is no such thing as being unable to leave the house. Therefore, the deeper the cave, the more 3 seconds you can buy to escape, and the safer it will be. Wait, doesn't this mean I'm going to become a mole? No, hamsters seem cuter. Although the Federation attaches great importance to privacy, citizens are free to purchase anything as long as it is not on the list of prohibited items. But Fangxing habitually wanted to hide something. Maybe I should spend more time outdoors and create a persona of an outdoor survivalist? Now that we are only buying and not selling, the problem is not too big. He once again confirmed one thing, or the principle of future actions items from another world must not be sold under this public identity. It seems I still can't avoid the black market. Fangxing sighed. Oak Park. There are endless green vegetation and lawns, and colorful flowers in the flower beds at the edges. Therefore, it was necessary to launder the black money into legal income and then purchase a batch of nutrient solution through formal channels. How big? The tattooed girl's eyes lit up. Hundreds of thousands. This is just a small amount of money. The tattooed woman immediately sat back down, looking somewhat bored. Turn left at the door and go to the casino to gamble a few times. The handling fee will be 30%. Can't get through the casino. Fang Xing was speechless. He was not yet an adult, so this approach obviously wouldn't work. This little money is obviously too much to start a company and make some money. Underground fighting arena? Black boxing? After seeing it clearly, Fang Xing couldn't help but sigh. These cyborg students who practice martial arts actually all know about black boxing. Even when Lu Wei was looking for some part-time jobs before, they included content related to this aspect. After all, the life of a biochemical person is cheap. If you want to make money and improve your martial arts quickly, participating in underground fighting is actually a good choice. As long as you don't die, you will definitely become a master. Of course, Lu Wei and Fang Xing were very clear-headed at the time, and they knew that many of their cyborg seniors who had chosen this path were either beaten to death in the ring or ended up seriously injured and disabled, and also owed huge debts and were unable to pay their medical bills, so they didn't even consider it. Sorry to bother you. He took a few steps back and walked out of the store. I was careless. The things on this black market are really shady. More than 300,000 star dollars is just a drop in the bucket. While thinking this, Fang Xing walked into another shop. Half an hour later, following the instructions he had bought with star dollars, he walked into a half-collapsed ruin. Inside the ruins, there was only a wooden table. A woman with her head and face covered, leaving only her hands exposed, was sitting behind the counter. Fang Xing took a glance and found that there were densely packed blue tattoos on the woman's palms. Hundreds of thousands of star coins will definitely not attract a warrior at the courage level. Even a warrior at the jade level would be a bit embarrassing. Not to mention the superpowers and mecha masters. I should be able to handle it, right? Fang Xing secretly cheered himself up. In a fight to the death in the black market, it is obviously impossible to use weapons purchased legally. Are you not afraid of data leakage? This is also one of the reasons why the prices of weapons in black market shops are expensive. But for such an expensive weapon as mine, it is obviously like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, and the possibility of encountering it is extremely small. I just came to see what the boxer's benefits are like now. After thinking about it, Fang Xing asked. Anyway, he was just asking, and he wouldn't take part in the game himself. The boxers in our fighting arena. The bunny girl smiled. As long as you win a game, you can earn at least tens of thousands of star coins. If you win consecutively, your money will double. The more you win, the more money you make. You can even use our fighting arena to help you make legitimate income, and we don't charge any fees. In addition, you can also get various forbidden potions, a level, S-level martial arts, and even martial arts rewards beyond S-level. For example, the basic nano suit in his hand. Ever since he saw the backdoor-free version on the black market, he knew that it was the right decision not to bring modern products back. Of course, if the technological products in his hands can send data back to the Blue Star Federation across a world, it means that the Federation has already mastered the technology of traveling through different dimensions, and Fang Xing can only accept it. Most of the federal weapons that can be purchased through legitimate channels are not allowed to be used against humans. But I can use them in another world. Shin Yu thought about it and shook his head immediately. It's okay if it's not, but if it is, we are not vegetarians either. Mengyi thought for a moment. I still need to talk to my eldest brother about this matter. Well, let Zijin come out. We will eat tiger monster meat and spiritual rice tonight. Take care of these kilograms of spiritual rice, and make some spiritual rice porridge for Zijin every day. He is 5 years old now. Next year, he can officially have his spiritual roots tested. Even if he does not have spiritual roots, he can lay a solid foundation and learn martial arts well. Very good, very clean. I don't have any positioning or communication equipment on me. Behind the counter of the convenience store, a round-faced young man smiled. He was wearing a convenience store uniform, had semi-brown hair, and was holding up an old comic book. At this time, Zheng slowly put down the comic book in his hand and said, "Guest, welcome to the Solving Convenience Store. What do you need to buy?" First, a communicator. Fang Xing glanced at the row of communication devices on the counter and nodded. Communication devices on the black market are naturally anonymous accounts or other people's numbers, which make communication safer. Walking out of the money laundering shop, Fang Xing let out a long sigh. It's so shady. Maybe I can just use cash for various living expenses in the future? He wanted to launder some money just to have a record of purchasing a large amount of nutrient solution to prove the source of his rapid progress. But in reality, Mr. Xiaolong and the school may not investigate me. Even federal detectives are mostly targeting businesses worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions. I'm not even a small shrimp. While thinking, Fang Xing began to look for the store he had been longing for. The main purpose of coming to the black market this time has been achieved. At this point, the bunny girl blinked her eyes, looking a little playful. It is said, just said. The elite students in the high school nearby who are expected to go to college will secretly come here to practice boxing. Earning resources is only secondary. The main purpose is to see blood and gain practical experience. Wu in martial arts, and it is obvious that progress cannot be made by working in isolation. Those who practice in seclusion all the time and then increase their strength greatly are immortal cultivators. Warriors must temper their bodies, forge an invincible spirit, and cultivate a magnificent momentum through constant duels. Okay. The convenience store owner took the gold and tested it briefly. The purity is not high. The net weight of the gold is 2,340 grams, and the price of gold is 176 star dollars per gram, so it is 411,840 star dollars. After deducting 20% of the handling fee and 10,000 star dollars, the remaining 319,472 star dollars have been deposited into the communicator account. After taking the communicator, Fang Xing added the owner's contact information and went to the back of the convenience store. There is actually a dilapidated street here. It looks desolate. There are occasionally a few figures walking among the ruins, each giving off an aura that they are not to be trifled with. The road was badly damaged. There used to be a commercial street on both sides, but now most of the signs were broken. Snap! Fang Xing stepped on the poster of an out-of-date actress, and the sound startled several hyenas in the shadows. Looking closely, I found that these hyenas are different from ordinary dogs. Some have 2 heads, some have 4 eyes and 8 legs. Deformed creatures. Fang Xing recalled the relevant information in his mind. This is due to the mixture of evil god pollution and radiation, which caused nearby organisms to mutate, leaving behind deformed offspring. Although it is far from the standard of a lower-level servant, it may have some strange abilities. What remains is to look around and see if there is any level martial arts that suits you, or even anything that can promote martial arts. To be frank, apart from various special resources, when it comes to various teachings and secret skills, Young Eagle Star is definitely better than King Linfang City. Not long after, Fang Xing stopped in front of what seemed to be an abandoned gymnasium. This stadium had long been abandoned, and its dome was broken, but it seemed to have been repaired to some extent and was generally intact. Original name of the gym has been smeared with blood and replaced by a line of huge words: Blood Cage, Fighting Arena. There must be masters among the underground black boxing, and there are rich rewards. A-level martial arts are even more precious. Fang Xing walked into the Blood Cage Fighting Arena and found that the place was very quiet. At the reception desk, there was a girl wearing a cute bunny girl suit, looking at him with big eyes. Dear guest, the Blood Cage Fighting Arena is open after 8 p.m. Fang Xing certainly knew that black boxing fights in the black market were the favorite activities of many office workers in the new city area. After a hard day's work, many working men and women like to relieve stress by watching a boxing match where fists and blood are bound to be shed, and venting their depression and fatigue through screaming. In preparation for this trip to the black market, he had already left all his electronic devices at home. As he walked through the darkness, the flesh and veins on his face bulged, and he immediately changed his appearance and put on a black mask. By the time he came out of the alley, Fang Xing had even changed his clothes, turning into a strange man wearing a leather jacket, a baseball cap, and a black mask. and he rushed into the junction of the new city and the old city. Whoosh! The old city has lost its maintenance, and there are broken walls and ruins everywhere. A breeze blew, raising a few wisps of dust. This feeling is somewhat similar to those casual cultivators in Qinglanfang City. Fangxing took a look and actually felt a sense of familiarity. Naturally, he exchanged these gold for spiritual sand in Xiaoxian Market, which can be said to be extremely easy. On the other hand, if you want to exchange a large amount of gold into spirit stones, it would be a bit difficult, and you might even be severely forced to lower the price. Weapons, potions, assassins' guild, casinos. He looked around briefly and had to admit that the shops here were quite complete. With over 300,000 star dollars, I am considered a wealthy man. With a hint of excitement, Fangxing walked into a gun shop. The owner of this shop is a sturdy man who looks like someone who is not to be trifled with. He wears exoskeleton armor and has at least the strength of the fourth realm. When he saw Fangxing coming in, he ignored him and just kept wiping the gun barrel in his hand. Fangxing took a casual glance and saw the Xuanlong brand laser gun that he had always wanted. Under the silver, white gun body, Xuanlong class laser gun, secondhand, 90% new, can be used against humans. 2 million star dollars, 2 million? Fangxing's pupil shrank. Then he looked at the other guns and found that this laser gun was actually one of the cheapest guns in the store. At least in this way, students can make rapid progress in their second and third years of high school, and it won't seem abrupt. Even if there is a disaster in the future, as long as you get into university, get certified as a professional, and become a member of the privileged class, this little thing will not matter at all. Very good. The handling fee is 50%. The tattooed woman smiled, revealing a mouthful of dark teeth, which made Fangxing suddenly feel a pain in his heart, almost bleeding. What a pit. Although it is a scam, it is still necessary to clarify the source of the large amount of star money. The three hyenas in the lead growled softly a few times, as if they thought Fangxing was not someone to be trifled with. Or perhaps they had already eaten their fill, so they immediately turned around and left with a few other hyenas. Fangxing walked through the commercial street and came to a residential area. Looking at the buildings that were mostly collapsed, he walked around and found a convenience store. Amidst the ruins, a convenience store that is barely still open is eye-catching no matter how you look at it. Drop! When he walked into the convenience store door, a green light flashed and a mechanical sound was heard. The air here is not very good, giving people a sense of danger. He muttered to himself, walked up to the woman, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Squeak! The old wooden chair made a mournful sound as it was overwhelmed, but the tattooed woman opposite suddenly smiled. Did you come to our store to find some solutions? Yes, I want to launder money, Fangxing said solemnly. The cyborg Fangxing, so he can't go too far. But he also didn't want to suppress his progress in martial arts, so he would definitely need an explanation when the second year of high school started. Without a source of income and a large amount of nutrient solution support, how could one achieve rapid progress in Realm? No problem. How would you like to pay? The young man picked up a black watch and said with a smile, 10,000 star dollars. Only cash or equivalent. It's really a robbery. No. How can robbery be as profitable as the black market? Fangxing glanced casually and saw a primary nano protective suit on the shelf. Here, the price is clearly marked as 100,000. Obviously, an ordinary nano protective suit is not worth so much money, but after removing the manufacturer's backhand, it is worth this price. Will you accept the gold? Fangxing took out a fist-sized nugget of gold from the backpack behind him. Give me an estimate and deposit the extra money into the new account. And the black market is in these places. Outside Maple Leaf City, there is a city ruin. It was caused by an attack by the evil god's followers. The original city was half destroyed, and there is even a lot of dangerous pollution and radiation left. Although the Federation could have cleaned it up, the cost was much higher than building a new city, so the gains did not outweigh the losses. In the end, a new Maple Leaf City was built, and the original old city gradually became deserted and became a paradise for scavengers and people without identity, which eventually gave rise to a black market. If you think about it from a darker perspective, Could it be that the leaders of the Eagle Star deliberately left these creations of civilization to deliberately create soil for the black market? Fang Xing thought to himself while holding the bracelet. Dear passengers, the train has reached its final stop. Please hold on tight and get off the train in an orderly manner. After an unknown amount of time, the suspension train arrived at the terminal. Fang Xing got out of the car and found that they were already at the edge of Maple Leaf City. He got out of the car and started walking, gradually increasing his speed, then dodging all kinds of surveillance cameras and going into the streets and alleys. Unfortunately, it depends on luck and cannot be obtained stably, but it is still the favorite of many top warriors and physical practitioners. Good. Among the immortal cultivators, in addition to the magic cultivators, there are also some body cultivators who are on the sidelines. It is said that their physiques are very amazing. When they reach a high level, they are able to receive magic weapons and low-level spells with bare hands. However, the prerequisite for becoming a body cultivator is to have spiritual roots. Without spiritual roots, even sensing and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper the body cannot be done. Please forgive me. No, the old man has a wide range of knowledge. I really benefited a lot from him. Fang Xing smiled and bowed, then said to Ding Hongxiu, give me 30 kilograms of Xiang Ling rice. Give me a discount. Okay, I originally wanted 3 spirit stones, but now I'll give you 3 spirit sands for free. How about that? When she heard that business was coming, Ding Hongxiu's eyes lit up, and she felt that she had finally made it after spending half a day chatting. Fang Xing took out a low-grade spirit stone and 17 spirit sands from his gains from setting up a stall today, gave them to Ding Hongxiu. Then he carried the basket, waved his hand, and walked out of the market. Although the meat used by this shop is also of the best quality, how can it be compared with the various rare animals and birds that are pure and natural and nourished by spiritual energy in the other world? Well, I can buy some barbecue spices. When I get to the other world, I will roast some monster meat to try. In the market, there are occasionally people selling monster meat. Recently, it seems that due to the frequent appearance of monsters, the price has been greatly reduced. The information obtained from Ding Hongxiu, monster meat can greatly replenish qi and blood, and its effect is better than that of low-grade spiritual rice. Gu Yun's eyes only flashed a hint of warmth when she mentioned her father, but it soon turned cold. Okay, I have hired you today, and I will transfer the money to your account. Why do I have such a strange feeling, junior sister? Being kicked out of the villa, Fang Xing had a strange expression on his face. After all, we are all classmates in the future. How can you be so disrespectful? At least invite me to stay for a cup of tea. The school that Gu Yun is going to enter should be Yucai High School and become his junior in high school. After all, in the second half of the year, I would be a sophomore in high school. I'm here. Lu Wei didn't know what to say and could only remain silent. You shouldn't. Never mind. Fang Xing complained, not wanting to play the martial arts style anymore. We are all classmates. I am very happy that you are willing to come and congratulate me on my birthday. Lu Wei heard this. The corners of his mouth seemed to curl up slightly, then quickly smoothed out. I'll toast to you. Lu Wei picked up the soda cup again. We biochemical people have a very hard life. Just like weeds in the cracks, we have to fight for a little sunshine and rain. After today, I will focus on preparing for the college entrance examination. Or, I went crazy first, so you can't make me crazy anymore. The person who created the technique was really a genius in logic. Among them, the one that suits me best is actually the Crazy 18 Strikes, because it is the follow-up to the 12 military boxing styles and is all about punches and kicks. If you don't want to learn, there are still sword techniques and stick techniques. I won't do it. I want to learn swordsmanship. A flying sword with white clothes fluttering is the style of a swordsman. Dancing with swords and sticks is too bloody and brutal, and it's not classy, it's a bummer. Everything depends on the spiritual root. Otherwise, the efficiency of using resources in the other world can be increased by at least 10 or 100 times. Fang Xing took another sip of his drink and sighed silently in his heart. Not long after, a figure sat in front of him, picked up the cup and drank it all without hesitation, axing, "Happy birthday. This person is Lu Wei. You're here?" Feng Xing also picked up the cup and took a sip. Although it was just a drink, I actually felt a little tipsy. Now Lu Wei, who was sitting opposite him, seemed like a different person. Although his appearance is still the same, his temperament is completely different, and his clothes are almost bursting due to his muscles, making him look like a bodybuilder. These are the things that have helped me the most in this world so far. Practice well, and when you reach the perfection of bones and muscles, go buy the Xiantian pill immediately. About the Xiantian pill, it was sold in the Qingdan shop, but the price was not very attractive. It required 50 low-grade spirit stones. In terms of value, it is comparable to a low-grade magical weapon. It is said that this is because refining the Xiantian pill requires the consumption of some of the spiritual medicines used in qi refining pills. Moreover, there are not many monks willing to buy the Xiantian pill as a reward for their warriors because the market is too small. It's so frustrating that minors are not allowed to gamble or go to red light districts. With a hint of resentment, Feng Xing took a big bite of the barbecue in front of him. I have to say that in this day and age, every shop owner who can open a shop has a unique skill. The roast meat is delicate and chewy, sprinkled with a variety of spices, and the rich gravy almost overflows when you take a bite. The key is that the price is cheap. No wonder poor guys like Feng Xing and Lu Wei would look for opportunities to come here to have a bite to eat. But for Feng Xing today, although his grilling skills and spices are good, he is let down by the quality of the grilled meat. From now on, we will not be friends, but competitors. Well, to the opponent, Feng Xing also raised his glass, but he felt a little surprised. Lu Wei actually wanted to cut ties with him. Friendship between men. He was silent for a moment. Lu Wei walked very quickly, as if this gathering was just a final farewell to the past. In the end, Feng Xing was the only one left, and he ate all the barbecue. This is quite expensive, we can't waste it. He went home as usual, and only after he closed the door did his expression become a little serious. Lu Wei. Originally, it was just some speculation, but judging from today's situation, the original owner's best friend might really be involved with certain forces. To be honest, if he had a choice, Feng Xing definitely wouldn't want to choose these three subjects. But the choices in school are limited. There are only these three A-level martial arts. Of course, there are many warriors in the outside world, and there must be A-level martial arts using swords, but Feng Xing does not have the money to hire a private teacher. What's more, the other party's teaching may not be as good as that of school teachers. Although Xiaolong may not be as good as some top fighters, at least his lower limit is high. It seems that I will have to learn crazy 18 fights next semester. But judging from the fact that he took the initiative to cut ties with me, his character is actually not bad. As for the competition in the ring, there shouldn't be any friendship involved. It's not a fight to the death. If I have the ability, I will help you. Unfortunately, I can hardly protect myself now. Feng Xing sighed and fell asleep. The next day, Feng Xing boarded the maglev train, carrying a single shoulder backpack. The range of the Eagle Star is huge. 99.99% of them have been open to traffic and have network coverage, with only some areas with chaotic magnetic fields, or broken walls, or wilderness becoming wounds of the planet's civilization. A smile appeared on Feng Xing's face. If Gu Yin wanted to continue, he would definitely activate the talisman at the last moment. However, at the critical moment, he decided to trust Gu Yin once. After all, he owed the other party's father a favor for the last time the evil god's servants attacked. As it turned out, the other party did not disappoint him. Master the devil nature, and you can try the entry-level A-level martial arts ghost sword. Feng Xing sighed. You still have several years to improve your cultivation. As long as you break through to the Jade Realm in your third year of high school, you will be almost certain to be admitted to university. This is Feng Xing's trump card. Even if it is used, the worst that can happen is that it is a supernatural prop purchased accidentally on the black market and specially made into a retro style. Anyway, anyone with a normal mind will think in this way, not time travel or something. But his eyes moved, and he forced himself to hold back, watching the wooden sword fall on his forehead and stop less than a centimeter away from his eyebrows. Across from her, Gu Yun's expression was as cold as ice that had been frozen for thousands of years, but her eyes were as clear as crystal. Congratulations. Kill. Guyin did not answer. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she suddenly chopped with a knife. Swish! The knife light was extremely beautiful, and it suddenly split into 7 pieces. The knife light was heavy, blocking all of Fangxing's escape routes. Fangxing's face remained unchanged, but a talisman appeared secretly on his right hand. Golden Bell Cover Talisman. With the defensive power of this talisman at the First Order mid-grade level, even a warrior at the unpolished Jade Realm would not be able to break through the defense in a short period of time. Even more, if combined with a few offensive talismans, Guyin could be killed instantly. No. In Fangxing's opinion, the girl's personality had changed a lot after her father Gu Renwang died in battle. Looking at her temperament at this moment, she is just like a piece of ice. This time, I want you to give it your all and wear protective clothing. Guyin stood with his sword in hand and said coldly, "If I hurt you, I will pay for your medical expenses. I didn't bring my nanosuit." Fangxing smiled, but I am sure. He had left both the nanosuit and the electric baton in another world, and he had no intention of getting them back. He wanted to bring back were some things from the other world. My image, my style. When he thought of this, Fangxing felt heartbroken. Didi, just as I was feeling heartbroken, the phone suddenly rang again. He took out his cell phone and saw a line of messages, and his expression became silent. The next day, July 17th, at sunset, the evening glow looks like blood. A barbecue stall. Fangxing sat at the stall with a few bottles of drinks in front of him. Well, the federal government has very strict regulations on alcoholic beverages. If you are not an adult, you are prohibited from drinking, and stores will not sell alcohol. Therefore, I can only drink juice and soda. Fangxing sighed. Immediately, he recalled the information he had collected. There aren't many A-level martial arts taught in the school. The most popular ones are only 3. The first one is the Ghost Sword. It's said that with this sword in hand, ghosts and gods will not be able to escape. However, it's very difficult to learn. It's best to start with the Demon Sword. Besides that, there is the Crazy 18 Strikes and the Mad Stick technique. The name alone sounds creepy, and it's actually true. If you want to survive in the first 3 realms without fear of the spiritual pollution from the servants of the alien evil god, you have to be crazy or you won't survive. 12 forms of military boxing dragon step. Then, he took a half step forward, and his fist was like a giant axe that split the sky and earth, with a mighty force that could break the sky and split the earth. Half step collapse fist. Guyin turned the handle of his knife slightly, and he moved with the knife. In the blink of an eye, he had exchanged several moves with Fangxing. Within the venue, one could see human figures, flashes of swords and fists, and strong winds were blowing. Clang! Suddenly, there was a sound like a bowstring breaking. Fangxing hit the blade of the wooden sword with a punch, but he took several steps back. You have trained the magic sword to the point where you can send and receive it at will? Fangxing looked at Guyin with a serious expression. A big difference in martial arts. In terms of proficiency, being able to send and receive the magic sword should be at the proficient level. This is funny. My military boxing 12 styles are not only inferior to others in level, but also inferior in proficiency. This is the real seed player who got into college. He complained in his heart and couldn't help but sigh that Gu Renwang had definitely put a lot of effort into cultivating his daughter. But for Fangxing, 50 low-grade spirit stones are not difficult to obtain. As long as there is follow-up drone support, I can slowly pick spirit herbs and turn them into cash, and I will always be able to get them. Time has unknowingly come to July. Eagle Star. Happy home community. Feeling the hot temperature outside and the chirping of cicadas and birds, Fangxing felt quite emotional. Come to think of it, my birthday is coming soon, right? The birthday of the cyborg Fangxing is naturally based on the time he left the incubator, which is July 17th. Therefore, although he really wanted to continue practicing in the other world until school started, he still had to come back now to deal with some matters, so as to avoid being thought to be missing and causing unnecessary trouble. It still doesn't work. After a long time, he opened his eyes with no expression on his face. Fang Xing was naturally very interested in studying this book of immortal cultivation techniques, even understand every word on it and understand its meaning when they were put together. However, the first step of sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, I just couldn't sense it no matter what. As expected, without spiritual roots, I can't cultivate immortality. I can't even become a mark on the attribute panel. As long as he can get started, even if it's 1 in 10,000, Fang Xing will work hard to the extreme. It's really a magical rice. It doesn't have any poisonous effect. It makes me feel very comfortable. If I eat it for a long time, it will definitely have a subtle effect and improve my physical condition. He felt that if he continued to eat spiritual rice, even without the innate pill, his foundation for advancing to the Jade realm, the Courage realm, and even higher realms in the future would become more solid, and breaking through bottlenecks would become easier. Lingmi is really a good thing. I should buy more next time. Thinking of the magical rice, Fang Xing couldn't help but think of Ding Hongxiu, the little girl who sold the magical rice. In a few years, I will be a freshman in high school. In the second half of the year, senior. Gu Yun spoke. What? How old are you? Fang Xing was slightly surprised. Special admission. Besides, it's only 1 or 2 years earlier, and the principal also gave me a scholarship. Gu Yun said coldly. I can't bear it anymore. I have to go to the battlefield as soon as possible to avenge my father. It seems that you are planning to enter a military academy or join the army after graduation. Fang Xing sighed, already understanding Gu Yun's plan. In fact, I took the college entrance examination just to fulfill my father's expectations. It turns out that Miss Hongxiu is actually a cultivator. I am so disrespectful. Upon hearing that the other party was an immortal cultivator, Fang Xing couldn't help but pretend to be serious and bowed first. No, my talent is low. I'm only at the 2nd level of Qi training. Grandpa won't let me go out of the market to make a living. Ding Hongxiu waved her hands. I'm afraid I'll be easily killed by some martial arts master. Oh, I wonder how the innate master would win or lose in a fight with a Qi refining cultivator. Fang Xing became interested. I'm not sure either, but my grandfather told me that if a cultivator in the early stages of Qi training fails to use defensive talismans or magical instruments in time and is approached by an innate master, it would be very dangerous. If you get a little closer, you can feel a cool feeling. Cold and heat immunity effect that comes with the robe. This robe must have been used for who knows how many years, probably around the lower 1st rank. Fang Xing looked at the old man in Taoist robes and saw that he had dark skin and a lean build. He had a large yellow gourd on his waist, which smelled slightly of wine. The most impressive thing was his red rosacea. It is very suitable for people who grow special rice to learn how to make wine. Fang Xing's heart moved, and he felt the terrifying aura of this old man. He knew that the other party should not be in the early stage of Qi training, but a cultivator in the middle stage of Qi training. This will cost 1 spiritual stone. This is not something that ordinary people of the lower class should eat. As expected, those who are dressed in silk and satin are not silkworm breeders. But for Fang Xing, since Lingmi is more effective and has no side effects, it should be taken into consideration even if it is a little more expensive. With the spiritual rice, I can also refine my muscles and bones as quickly as possible, and then break through to the unpolished Jade realm. The realm of bones and muscles is more troublesome than the realm of flesh and skin. Not to mention other things, just the hundreds of bones in the body have to be tempered one by one. Fang Xing bought a few books and read them for fun. The Tiangang Qigong in his hand is of the best quality. It can be cultivated to the innate realm and also comes with a martial arts secret technique called innate Ganqi. According to Fang Xing, this innate Qi has the power of a federal B-level martial art, which is already very good. As for a level martial arts, that should be a level above divine skills and can enable a martial artist to overcome his innate abilities. It is quite rare. There isn't much soil for martial arts in this world. A warrior's innate ability is so high that he is only fit to be a servant of a cultivator. After all, everyone's physical fitness is different, so teaching needs to be tailored to the individual. Not to mention, mysterious things like the will of martial arts cannot be reflected on the internet at all. He turned on his phone and replied to some text messages. His eyes turned and stopped on Lu Wei's number, and he was silent for a while. In the past few years, Fangxing's birthday has always been without this bad friend. Now, alas, the past cannot be retrieved. Fangxing sighed, and when he saw another message, his eyes suddenly froze. After a moment's contemplation, he called back. In addition, the Zheng family has an old ancestor who is in the foundation building stage, who can be the second. The Black Tiger Gang was formed by several independent cultivators who have reached the perfection of Qi training. Their leader, Master Black Tiger, is elusive and is said to be secretly preparing to build a foundation. They are the third largest force in the market. An old voice sounded, interrupting the conversation between Fangxing and Ding Hongxiu. Fangxing looked over and saw an old man with a white beard. He was wearing a Taoist robe that didn't fit him well and had many holes in it, but it still had a hint of spirituality. Ding Hongxiu said, "Of course, this situation will be much better in the middle stage of Qi training. Once they are at a distance and well prepared, cultivators in the middle stage of Qi training can easily slaughter innate warriors. Those great masters in the late stage of Qi training are not even comparable to any peak innate warrior." "I see." Fangxing nodded. This was an evaluation from an immortal cultivator, so it should make sense. So a Jade Realm warrior can pose a threat to a cultivator in the early and middle stages of Qi training? What if it is a Jade Realm warrior who has learned a level martial arts? Not only that, there are also extremely vital parts such as the skull, so one must be extremely careful when practicing, which is very time-consuming. "Let's go." Fangxing had an idea, and took some wildflowers, fruits, and picked herbs, filled up half of his backpack, and prepared to set up a stall in Qinglin Market. On the one hand, selling at a stall can get a higher price, and on the other hand, it is more convenient to get information. He had already found out that there was no charge for setting up a stall in Qinglin Market. Unless it is a fixed stall or shop, you need to pay monthly rent. Then, he saw a silver-white figure emerging in front of him, holding a black stick in his hand. "Drink!" He raised the pipe in his hand and blocked the black stick to attack. Swish! The next moment, a beam of silver-white lightning suddenly emerged from the top of the black stick and shot towards his face. "Ah, let's die together." The old man had a calm expression on his face, as if he was indifferent to life and death. He pressed the mechanism on the pipe, and a poisonous needle flew out of the pipe, like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue, extremely vicious. This is a hidden weapon that he accidentally obtained in the secular martial arts world, named Juetian Needle, and ranked first on the Jianghu hidden weapon list. Ding! A pitch-black poison needle was blocked by the nano suit and fell to the ground. The surrounding grass and trees began to wither rapidly. Then, the old man's charred body flew backwards and fell to the ground. "Lao Zeng, gon koi et lodet." Fangxing stepped forward and began to touch the corpse with his hands covered in nano gloves. Just then, the drone sounded a warning that there were monks approaching nearby. He didn't dare to stay, so he hurriedly took the harvest and immediately left in the opposite direction. Inside the temporary camp, this old Deng is quite fat. Fangxing picked up the old man's purse and took out 5 low-grade spirit stones and 8 spirit sands. Back at the temporary camp, everything started to get back on track. The most useful things about this world to me right now are this environment that is suitable for cultivation, as well as the various elixirs and spiritual rice, or those low-level talismans and blood-refined instruments. In the cave, Fangxing was practicing the big dragon posture while thinking about random things. In fact, these talismans and magic tools are of no use to me. After all, when I have money in the future, I can just buy a laser gun, which is more useful than any blood-refined magic tool. But I can prepare a few low-level talismans as a trump card for unexpected events. Is this your trump card? Fangxing controlled more drones to appear, and a few birds grabbed talismans and flew towards the old man. The old man saw this scene. He was so frightened that he turned around and ran away. It seems that this is the only defensive talisman he has. Fangxing made a judgment, flashed, and rushed into the dense forest. Appeared later was real, but the talisman was fake. It was just a fake disguise with yellow paper and red ink. However, the old man didn't dare to take a closer look. to be able to cheat so many things. Darn it, I'm going to fail this time. The old man retreated quickly with a somewhat ferocious look on his face. After discovering the same metal in the two worlds, Fangxing immediately thought of reselling it. Just make a move once, and the money will be enough. At least you need to buy a real self-defense weapon. My current strength is too weak. If I encounter a well-prepared cultivator in the middle stage of Qi training or a great master in the late stage of Qi training, it will be very dangerous. And I'm making rapid progress. I need an excuse. I need to make money or even launder money so that I can use it openly and buy nutrient solution to invest in myself. How dare you be distracted when sparring with me? Fangxing glanced at the attribute panel. Name: Fangxing. Age: 16. Occupation: Warrior 2nd level. Tendons and bones: Tendon training. 16/100. 12 military boxing styles. 44 out of 100 proficient. Big dragon posture. 6 out of 200 mastery. Gate of the heavens charging. Since I started taking the spiritual rice, my progress in strengthening my tendons has been basically about 1 point a day. Although it is much slower than taking the elixir, I feel very stable without any sense of blood and Qi being empty. I take one step at a time, feeling very down to earth. If we continue like this, we should be able to improve our tendon training by more than half before school starts. Grandpa, you're back? Ding Hongxiu saw the old man in Taoist robes. She was overjoyed and stepped forward, but then she looked at the wine gourd on the old man's waist with disgust. You want to drink again? My dear Hongxiu, you don't know that the drunken immortal technique that your grandfather practices requires drinking alcohol. As the saying goes, drink 3 stones of wine a day and become an immortal in 100 days. The old man in Taoist robes burped and bowed to Fangxing. My dear little brother, I am Ding Busan. I heard you talking with Hongxiu before, and I couldn't help but interrupt you. It's a pity that for people without spiritual roots, they are no different from trash. Fangxing turned to the last page and saw a line of comments. Without spiritual roots, I cannot cultivate immortality. I hate. There are 7 characters of hatred in total, and each one is so powerful that it can be seen through the back of the paper. It is obvious that the person who wrote it is extremely indignant. Fangxing saw this. He felt a little sad. Without spiritual roots, one cannot cultivate immortality. This seems to be an iron rule. He sighed, put away the book of skills, and then pasted a spirit-detecting talisman on himself. Amid the sound of the wind, there seemed to be a faint conversation between a grandfather and his grandson. Grandpa, you are too nosy. My dear granddaughter, do you know who this person is? He doesn't even rent a shack in the market town. He must be a desperado or a pauper. Do you think he looks like a pauper? In the future, don't associate with people like him. The sound gradually faded and finally disappeared. Fangxing just smiled and said, as expected, old people become more cunning. But I am also worried about my granddaughter. This is human nature, and he won't hold a grudge about it. He smiled inwardly, picked up a book, and started reading, occasionally chatting with people who asked about the price, looking very happy. Tianggong Qigong. Ding Hongxiu saw the cover and couldn't help but feel curious. Is this the martial arts secret book? Well, there is a stall selling them at the corner in front. Only 1 spiritual sand per book, very cheap. Fangxing sighed. It is not easy for warriors to live in the Xiuxin market. Many warriors sell their most valuable skills just to exchange for a few spiritual sands to make a living. Unfortunately, this kind of magical secret book, which would surely cause bloodshed in the martial arts world if it were to be found in the mortal world, is the cheapest common item in the market, especially the handwritten copies that have been copied several times, where the market price is 1 spiritual sand per copy. Of course, the Blue Star Federation has strict control over weapons, but the other world is different. Here, they sell everything with spirit stones. They are even afraid that the power is not enough. Fangxing sold snake orchid fruit and got 4 low-grade spirit stones. He bought 1 for Qi and blood pill, 1 for spirit testing talisman, 1 for lotus fragrance spirit rice, and the remaining 1 for the fireball talisman. Of course, he had 2 spirit testing talismans, but the vendor at the stall was bargained down by him and only asked for 7 spirit sands, which was enough to cover the savings he had previously obtained. What if it's a martial artist at the courage level? He felt that after he was promoted to the 3rd or 4th level of martial arts in the future, he would probably be able to gain some sense of security. I wonder what kind of powerful forces exist in this market? After thinking about it, Fang Xing felt that it would be better to clarify this point. In the market, the Qingxian sect is naturally the most respected. This sect is the founder of Qinglin Market. There is always an elder in the foundation building stage in charge. More than 60% of the shops in the market have close relations with it. So it's you. Ding Hongxiu also recognized Fang Xing's face after his disguise and nodded. I haven't asked yet. My last name is Fang. Fang Xing smiled slightly, spread out a piece of coarse cloth, took out his goods, and started to set up his stall. Ding Hongxiu saw Fang Xing setting up a stall next to her, and her face suddenly blushed. She was too embarrassed to say anything, so she glanced at Fang Xing's goods and asked, Fang Daoyu, are you in the medicinal materials business? That's right. Your lotus rice is good. If it's cheaper, I'll buy a few more kilograms. Fang Xing smiled so happily that the little girl felt embarrassed to continue speaking. But facing a monster that doesn't even show its health bar, what else can you do? If I could cultivate immortality, the value of this world would be even higher. Now, not low either. Fang Xing stood up, dusted himself off, and walked to a cave nearby. Here, a small electric rice cooker was keeping the rice warm, and it was obvious that the rice had been cooked a long time ago. All the power in the base comes from a nuclear fusion battery, which is enough to supply the entire camp for thousands of years. After all, for the Blue Star Federation, controlled nuclear fusion has long been a solved problem. Now I am planning how to go to the black market and get some money. The magical rice and talismans from another world are incompatible with the specialties of Young Eagle Star. They are not easy to sell even on the black market, but there is also gold and silver there. In the interstellar age, gold is no longer considered a precious metal, and its price has dropped a lot, but it is still relatively valuable. In Qinglin Market, gold is a material for refining tools. It takes tens of thousands of kilograms to extract a few ounces of gold essence from it. The raw material gold is not very expensive, and one spiritual sand can buy a lot of it. This is already very impressive. Improving too quickly without a teacher's guidance is not good either. Thinking of the guidance of his master, Fang Xing sighed. It was indeed troublesome to lose Xiao Long's guidance during the holidays. Apart from anything else, I don't even know who to learn the advanced martial arts after breaking through the second realm. How about calling teacher Xiao Long? Or hiring a private instructor? But I don't have any money. Some videos on the internet can be used as references, but if you really believe them, you won't know how you died. The best way to teach martial arts is to teach by example face to face. Qi and blood pills are for mortal warriors. They are very cheap, only 1 spirit stone for a bottle. The girl replied with a chuckle. Although her tone was the same as usual, it naturally carried a sense of superiority. Give me a bottle. Fang Xing handed over the spirit stone that he had just obtained and had not yet warmed up, and bought a jade bottle that was exactly the same as the one seized by the female warrior. After walking out of King Danfang, he looked towards the stalls and then thoughtfully entered another building, which was the Xiao Futang. Zia Futang is indeed very small. Darn, B-rank martial arts are amazing. In his heart, he felt somewhat helpless. In terms of realm, he and Gu Yun were both at the 2nd level of tendon refining, so they were on par. But in terms of martial arts, there is a big difference. The Devil's Blade is AB level martial art, while the 12 styles of military fist is a common C level martial art. If the realms are the same, the martial arts will be more useful. The martial arts of the Federation are obviously much stronger than those of the other world. Although he collected many martial arts secrets like picking up trash, Fang Xing didn't even look at any of them. Qinglin Fang Market. The popularity remains. Darn it, the 3 brothers of the Luo family are in trouble. It is said that some monsters came to the area at some point, and some Taoist friends were killed. Alas, we should not have opened up the wasteland in the first place. Although this great wilderness is barren, it also has opportunities. Didn't the ancestor of the Zheng family in the market accidentally enter the cave of the predecessors when he was reclaiming the land and obtain an opportunity to build a foundation? That's how he successfully advanced to the foundation, building major repair, and has been prosperous ever since? One of them was wearing a peach-colored Taoist robe, which was well cut and had a bright temperament. When he saw Fang Xing, he smiled before he spoke. "My dear guest, how can I be of service to you?" "Selling herbs." Fang Xing spoke briefly and took out a white fruit. This fruit is the size of a baby's fist, has snake-like patterns on the surface, and has a faint fishy smell. "Is this snake orchid fruit? This spiritual medicine is quite rare. I can offer 2 spiritual stones for it." The eyes of the Taoist woman lit up. "I wonder how many this guest has?" "There are only 2, and I got them both after risking my life. Although the other party seems to be inexperienced, he has a grandfather who is knowledgeable. We can make a close friend of him and get a lot of information from him." After a night of hard training, Fang Xing roughly confirmed that although the effect of spiritual rice was not as swift as that of elixirs, it was better in that it had a subtle and long-lasting effect. And from the perspective of erysipelas, some attention is indeed needed. The only downside is the price. My appetite now is at least 3 caddies of spiritual rice a day. 10 caddies of spiritual rice will only take a little over 3 days. A drone plus a fireball symbol makes it a flying bomb, and there's no problem of accidentally hitting yourself. Huh? Fang Xing glanced again, and suddenly his eyes focused. On the screen, after the flames dissipated, the disheveled figure of an old man emerged. At this time, the opponent's hair and beard had some burnt marks, but his body was covered with a faint layer of golden light. This layer of golden light was extremely weak, and after another second, it disappeared. A first-class, low-grade defensive talisman, the Golden Light Talisman, its defensive power is inferior to the Golden Bell Cover Talisman. After walking for a few dozen meters, Fang Xing saw an archway with 4 large characters Kinglin Fangshi inscribed on it. After entering the market, the flow of people increased significantly. There were various vendors setting up stalls on both sides of the road, and the goods were also varied. Exotic flowers and plants, fruits and vegetables covered with morning dew, skins and bones of wild animals, white rice. Of course, there are also various strange weapons, weird talismans, and bottles and jars. Many people were standing in front of the stalls, either staring intently or bargaining. His eyes lit up. This killing and robbing is faster than making money from selling herbs. The old man didn't have many spoils, but every piece was a masterpiece. In addition to the money bag, there was also a pipe, which was made of some unknown metal. It was very heavy and could fire poison needles. The craftsmanship was amazing in ancient times. Finally, there is an ancient book, Isao Aoki. Fang Xing looked at the words on the title page and took a deep breath. It's actually a method of cultivating immortality. He flipped through a few pages with great interest and discovered that they were all about how to keep calm, sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and absorb and refine it into one's own magical power. Suddenly, a clear shout was heard, interrupting Fang Xing's thoughts. Swish! The knife flashed brightly and landed directly on his head. The blade's light was sharp and cold, yet it carried a kind of magical power that captivated the soul. B-level martial arts demon sword. Fang Xing had no doubt that even though it was just a wooden sword, in Gu Yun's hands, it had the power to break stones and split roofs. This chick is crazy. Full fire. Do you really want to kill me? Fortunately, Fang Xing is no longer the same as before. Facing the knife, he twisted his waist and moved his feet like a dragon, moving sideways several meters in an instant to avoid the range of the knife. Whoosh! A 3D projection appeared. Gu Yun, who still looked like a little girl, looked much calmer. She looked around and said, "So you live in this kind of environment?" "Miss Gu." Fang Xing nodded and greeted him, then immediately realized that his wording was a little inappropriate, probably because he was influenced by the language style of the other world. "Girl, what an ancient name. You can call me Ms. Gu." Gu Yun said bluntly, "I need a sparring partner. Xing Yuan is easy to talk to. Would you like to come? Call me." The glorious Jiang Mansion. Training ground. Gu Yun had a cold face, wearing a training suit, and still holding the wooden sword in his hand. What's more, the human body has its own self-purification function. As long as the accumulation of erysipelas does not exceed a certain limit, it will not be a big deal. Thank you, little girl. I'll buy 10 kilograms of spiritual rice. By the way, what's your name? In the end, Fangxing felt a little embarrassed for getting something for free, so he took out the spirit stones on his own initiative. My name is Ding Hongxiu, and the lotus fragrant rice in my family is the best among the lower grade spiritual rices. Ding Hongxiu puffed out her chest with some pride. Huh, I remember that. No, that's a fireball charm? Fireball talisman. It was one of the few talismans that could be used by ordinary people after being torn open. But without the power of the immortal cultivator to guide and aim, it is easy to hurt oneself. The price in the market is not high, just a low-grade spiritual stone. The next moment, boom! A ball of fire suddenly appeared, swallowing the yellow bird and wrapping up the old man. Not far away, Fangxing looked at the scene with a slight smile on his face. Let's learn more about non-contact combat. Just one drone, with weapons, can be instantly upgraded to a terrifying life harvester. After all, the strongest one among them, Xiantian Ganqi, is at the B level, and it is limited to innate warriors, that is, those who have reached the 3rd level of martial arts before they can start practicing. In the Federation, warriors at the 2nd level can learn B-level martial arts. High-level martial arts, so that even low-level martial artists can get started, is a great innovation in federal martial arts. That's why Fangxing disdained the martial arts from the other world and wanted to come back to learn some powerful skills. For example, if one can master an A-level martial art, then in another world, he or she will definitely have innate combat power. This is impossible. There is no example of spiritual roots being born after birth in the world of immortal cultivation. The girl shook her head repeatedly and said it as if it was common sense. Fangxing suddenly felt a little depressed. Then I won't buy it. I'm not a cultivator, so it's useless. Who said it's useless? Those powerful warriors usually buy spiritual rice to eat. It can increase qi and blood, and spiritual rice is pure natural and does not contain any poison. The girl said hurriedly. Erysipelas? Fangxing paused. Yes, taking pills frequently will cause pill poisoning. If taken cumulatively, it will damage the body and even reduce potential, trapping the cultivator at a bottleneck and making no progress. The old man was quite emotional. He was young, he was invincible in the martial arts world, and was almost the supreme figure in the martial arts world. If I hadn't been bewitched by a ghost and followed an immortal master to find the way for mortals to cultivate immortality, I wouldn't have been exiled to this godforsaken place. In the end, even the immortal master I followed died, and I could only linger on. Puff! Just as the old man was distracted, the yellow bird flapped its wings and flew down. In the opponent's claws, the vermilion cinnabar ink on it was very conspicuous, and it exuded a dangerous aura. Fangxing sighed in his heart and then answered, I want to sell medicine. Do you buy Zhulong grass? Of course I will take them. 1 spiritual sand for each plant. I wonder how many customers there are? The girl was startled, then answered immediately. That's all. Fangxing took off the basket on his back and took out 20 pieces of Zhulong grass. Well, freshly picked. Although the method is a little unfamiliar, the medicinal properties are generally intact. There are a total of 20 pieces of spiritual sand. What do you think, sir? The girl checked them one by one and gave a quote. Marks on the ancient book, and it seems that I don't know how many times it has been read. According to Aoki Kung Fu, this method is divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels are the initial stage of Qi training, the 4th to 6th levels are the middle stage of Qi training, and the last 3 levels are the late stage of Qi training. Once one has reached the peak of the 9th level of Qi training, there is another nickname. That is, the cultivator who has perfected Qi training can prepare to break through to a higher level of foundation building. This book, Qingmu Gong, is a wood-attributed martial arts method that can be cultivated to the 9th level of the Qi training stage. The ling rice melts in your mouth and has a strong rice aroma. Its taste seems to be even better than the blood-tooth rice. More importantly, it's more nutritious. Even if he didn't want any dishes, Fang Xing was still very satisfied with the meal. He kept serving himself more rice and finally ate up the entire rice cooker pot. I'm really satisfied. After eating and drinking, Fang Xing touched his stomach. A look of satisfaction appeared on his face. It is different from swallowing the qi and blood pill. There is no violent qi and blood force surging, but it is like a stream, clear and bright, flowing through the whole body. What kind of crappy magic is this? Are you trying to mess with my martial arts? Get out of here! After venting, Fang Xing regained his composure. Practice martial arts, just the immortal way. One day, you will be defeated by my martial arts. A few days later, Fang Xing set up the big dragon pile, and his consciousness silently focused on the attribute panel. Name: Fang Xing. Age: 16. Occupation: warrior first level. Skin and flesh refining. 99/100, 12 military boxing styles. 33/100 proficient. Big dragon posture. 3 out of 200 mastery. Gate of the heavens, charging. After mastering the great dragon posture, it becomes increasingly difficult to improve. Now the Zheng family controls the business of the auction house and the market and makes a lot of money. It is said that the ancestor of the Zheng family is preparing to marry his 37th concubine recently. Passers-by were talking about it, and they seemed to be talking about the migration of monsters. Fang Xing was not very interested in this. After all, with the help of drone exploration, he had already avoided several dangerous places early on. After walking around for a while, he came to a stall and said, "Miss Hongxiu, we meet again." There were several baskets filled with spiritual rice on the stall, and the person selling the goods was none other than Ding Hongxiu. Fang Xing sighed in his heart. Perhaps it is because of the suppression by immortal cultivators and the loss of martial arts that a realm beyond the innate realm comparable to the realm of courage and spirit has yet to appear. Given the closedness and conservatism of the immortal cultivation world, even if a warrior breaks through to the innate realm, he or she will not be taken seriously. Perhaps the secret technique of breaking through is gathering dust at the bottom of a certain immortal cultivation sect's library. Using the pretext of purchasing magical rice and martial arts secrets, Fang Xing and Ding Hongxiu had a very pleasant conversation. If one can cultivate immortality, who would bother practicing martial arts? With a hint of expectation, he tore open the spirit-detecting talisman. A ray of light fell on him, then dimmed. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. Nothing happened. Is this spirit-testing talisman broken? Fang Xing scratched his head, alas. Although cultivating immortals is good, it takes too long to develop combat power. A retreat requires years or even decades of hard work, and it may even take 100 years to improve a level of skills. How can it be a rapid improvement in martial arts? The reason why he chose this place was that it seemed to be a medicine shop, and there must be a demand for herbs. The second is the green leaf mark on the plaque, which is exactly the same as the mark on the bottom of the qi and blood pill bottle, which gave Fang Xing a little favor. "What kind of medicine do you need?" As I walked into the store, I was greeted by a girl with bright eyes and white teeth. Even though he saw that Fang Xing was just an ordinary young warrior, there was no trace of disgust on his face. Although it is an ordinary service level on the Eagle Star, it is too rare in Qinglanfang City. He looked at the footprints that had disappeared on the ground, and a trace of regret flashed across his face. Temporary camp. At this time, the camp had already been renovated. All the ground buildings had disappeared, and only a lawn remained. Fang Xing came to a place and lifted up the grass, and an entrance appeared. Going down along the entrance, you will reach a cave. There are ventilation holes inside the cave, and a smart computer is working. The surrounding surveillance images are constantly displayed on 9 screens. He looked at the system log and found nothing unusual except for a few wild beasts fetching water. Think about it this way. There are only 2 years left before the college entrance examination. How scary. Fang Xing glanced at his own martial arts level and curled his lips. Now he has gone from being far behind to being slightly inferior to Gu Yun. After all, Guyan had to turn on the gravity suit and hold back before, but today she gave it her all, only to be defeated by one move. In a few months, we will probably be able to surpass our opponents and leave them far behind. Although, surpassing a girl younger than you is not something to be proud of. I still need to learn an A-level martial art as soon as possible. After entering the store, you can see rows of wooden shelves with various colored lights flashing on them. Apart from that, there is nothing else. The protection of the spiritual light of the wooden frame. Talismans of different colors and lines are displayed. There was a counter in the middle with a waiter sitting behind it. He ignored Feng Xing when he came in. The service industry in this world of immortal cultivation needs to be improved urgently. It seems that King Danfang is just a special case. Feng Xing complained in his mind and said directly, "The spirit testing talisman. I wonder how much it costs? Etiquette and respect, the law of the jungle. If I don't give way and salute, will I be killed? Will my death be in vain?" With a heavy heart, Feng Xing walked out of the shantytown and headed up. The mountain paths are paved with bluestone slabs, some of which are covered with moss, creating a unique landscape. After reaching the halfway point of the mountain, you can vaguely see large buildings. It looks much neater, and the ground is paved with stone slabs and is relatively clean. Several warriors were sweeping the floor not far away, and some were carrying wooden buckets like servants. "Did you follow me?" Feng Xing maintained a constant speed, running close yet not too far away, and ran for more than 10 miles. He clicked on his watch and immediately saw the surveillance of the simulated bird-shaped drone in the sky. And there is no one else nearby, so there should be no outside help. From the perspective of his movements and speed, it is confirmed that he is just as he said before. He is just a warrior. He is not lying. In that case, Feng Xing pressed his chest, and a layer of silver-white nano-protective suit immediately covered his entire body, and the electric baton fell on his right hand. All of them were left in the market. Ah, it's true that you make money in the market and spend it in the market. Once you leave, you want to take it home. Walking out of the small talisman hall, Feng Xing sighed. Fortunately, what he had seen and heard today was enough, so he no longer lingered and strode out of the market. Walking out of the shantytown, a yellow bird suddenly flew out from his backpack and monitored everything around. Originally, Feng Xing was just taking precautions, but it didn't take long before he couldn't laugh anymore. In the surveillance video, a sneaky figure clearly appeared, following behind him. Unfortunately, the days of the previous life are gone forever. Qinglanfang Market. A chubby young man with an ordinary face strode in. This person is Feng Xing. Ever since he broke into the bone and tendon realm, Feng Xing discovered that he could even fine-tune his body shape, becoming fatter or thinner as he pleased. Presumably, once he reaches a high level in the bone and tendon realm, he would be able to change even his height and skeleton at will. Therefore, he simply changed his appearance and stepped into this immortal cultivator's market again. Golden spirit fruit. Delicious golden spirit fruit. Only 1 grain of spirit sand is needed. Feng Xing suddenly realized something. He uncorked the bottle and poured the pills into his mouth one by one. Voila! His lower abdomen seemed to be burning with fire, and he could hear the blood flowing inside his body, making a sound like a great river. Feng Xing suddenly felt as if his skin and muscles were melting, and a strong heat current covered his tendons and bones, finally causing his tendons and bones to begin to be tempered with a loud bang. On the attribute bar, the column representing the martial arts realm suddenly blurred, and then new information emerged. Second realm. Bones and muscles. Tendon refining. 1/100 breakthrough. After a moment, this spirit-testing talisman turned into ashes, and no miracle happened. The next one is the same. Sure enough, I don't have spiritual roots, so I can't cultivate. Feng Xing shook his head. Fortunately, I can still practice martial arts, and the martial arts of the Federation, if practiced to a high level, can also lead to immortality. A few days later, inside the cave, Feng Xing sat cross-legged, keeping calm. He has maintained this posture for more than 3 hours, but his body remains upright without any shaking. In front of Feng Xing, The book Aoki Kung Fu was spread out, revealing the content of the first-level drawing qi into the body. Unless it is a blood-refined magic weapon that has been refined using special techniques, it can allow a warrior to activate it with his own true energy or even blood essence. Although the blood-refined magic weapon is not very powerful, it is only comparable to ordinary low-grade magic weapons, but it is difficult to make and the materials used are rare. At least 100 low-grade spirit stones are needed, so don't dream about it. A cultivator nearby sneered. Fang Xing watched the excitement for a while and then left on his own. He couldn't afford it anyway. King Danfang. The maid was not there last time, but this time she was replaced by a woman in her 20s. Where are the people? Did the fat sheep escape again? The old man with the pipe broke into a dense forest and didn't see any trace of Fang Xing. A trace of annoyance appeared on his face. As a member of the lower class in Qinglanfang City, he had limited options for killing and robbing people. It's rare to meet a suitable fat sheep, but he ran away, and it happened twice. It's really... Just then his ears moved, and he suddenly looked up. He saw a small bird like a yellow sparrow standing on the treetop, staring at him without blinking. Am I getting old? How can an ordinary bird feel dangerous? Perhaps there is something wrong with the talismans in this small talisman hall. It's not a single case. Try it a few more times. It's not safe after all. After leaving the small talisman hall, Fang Xing wandered around again, preparing to purchase another spiritual talisman from the stall. If the results were the same 3 times, he would have to accept his fate. Sir, would you like some spiritual rice? Just as Fang Xing was looking for a stall selling talismans, a timid voice suddenly interrupted him. He turned his head and saw a magical rice stall. A young girl in red was looking over here with anxious and expectant eyes. Can't. Fang Xing was very frugal with words, and soon he saw the girl put away the red dragon grass and took out 2 crystals. Low-grade spirit stone? His eyes lit up, and he took the spirit stone and placed it in the palm of his hand. This low-grade spirit stone was only the size of a fingernail and was crystal clear. The mist inside was even thicker, and it felt cool when held in the palm of the hand. I wonder if the customer has any other needs? The girl seemed to want to make another deal. Qi and blood pill. Fang Xing thought for a moment and asked tentatively, I wonder how much it's going to cost? It's a must-have for traveling. It's cheap, 1 for only 1 spiritual sand. Fire Rain Talisman. First level low-grade attack talisman. 5 spiritual sands. The Spirit Testing Talisman can detect spiritual roots. As we all know, mortals cannot cultivate immortality without spiritual roots. You may have made a mistake in your tests when you were young. Today is your second chance. You can change your fate in 1 fell swoop. All you need is 8 pieces of spirit sand. When Fang Xing heard this, he couldn't help but feel something in his heart and looked at the last golden bell talisman again. We sell talismans. We have all kinds of talismans. They are 30% cheaper than in stores. Magic weapon. There is actually a magic weapon. The market town was as bustling as ever. Fang Xing even saw a group of people gathered in front of a stall, looking at the stall owner who had a murderous aura and looked like someone not to be trifled with. In other words, he was staring at a magical flying sword in front of the other person with an eager look on his face. This is a magical weapon? Fang Xing took a quick glance and found that it was a dark iron sword, only as long as a palm, with some marks of damage on the surface. Therefore, those cultivators take spiritual rice every day to practice, and only take pills at the critical moment of breaking through the barrier. The girl added, This is what my grandfather said. Fang Xing became interested and felt that this girl was a little inexperienced, so he started chatting with her for a while. Only then did he realize that although the elixir contained poison, it was actually not a big deal for a cultivator. After all, many independent cultivators had already been trapped and died before reaching the major realms. And along with the improvement of the technique, or even the breakthrough to a higher realm, there will be a process of strengthening the muscles and cleansing the marrow to expel some toxins from the body. Fang Xing watched coldly and roughly confirmed that most of the transactions here were barter. Apart from that, the most commonly used thing was something called spiritual sand, which was the rice grain crystal stone in his hand. In addition to stalls, there are also many shops in the market. King Dan Fang, Baibao Pavilion, Huolian Fang, Xiafutang, Tingyu Tower. For some stores you can tell what they sell from their names, but for others you have to guess. Fang Xing stopped briefly in front of Tingyu Tower, and he seemed to hear some soft music in his ears, and he immediately knew where the place was. Is this low-grade spiritual rice? Fang Xing stepped forward, picked up a handful of spiritual rice, and asked calmly. This magical rice is much larger than ordinary white rice and has the fragrance of lotus leaves, which makes people's appetite grow just by smelling it. Yes, just one piece of spiritual sand for 1 pound. The girl quickly smiled ingratiatingly. Those immortal cultivators eat this every day. It is said that if mortals eat too much, they are more likely to give birth to offspring with spiritual roots. Oh, if I eat too much, can I grow spiritual roots myself? Fang Xing became interested. The lotus-scented rice is indeed very fragrant. After the rice was steamed, a faint aroma of lotus leaves spread throughout the cave. Fang Xing took a deep breath and suddenly felt a little hungry, and his saliva began to secrete crazily. My body is craving for spiritual rice. He turned on the rice cooker, and as the steam rose, the aroma of the rice suddenly became 10 times stronger. In the rice cooker, there is a pot full of rice that seems to be emitting fluorescent light. Each of its grains is extremely plump and has an amazing aroma. Fang Xing picked up the bowl and chopsticks, filled himself a bowl of white rice, and took a big bite. Looking at his hunched figure and a pipe on his waist, it turned out to be the old man who set up the stall. It's just 2 spirit stones. What about trust between people? Fang Xing complained and suddenly accelerated. With the help of surveillance from the sky, it is not difficult to get rid of the other party. Although the opponent is just an ordinary warrior and is old and frail, he may have 1 or 2 unique skills or even talismans. I'll settle the score with you later. Fang Xing's figure made several accelerated turns and suddenly disappeared without a trace. A moment later, the old man who had been setting up the stall came to where he was. My body is a combination of excellent sedan eggs from the Blue Star Federation. I also have the great fortune of traveling through time. I must have spiritual roots. At most, the level of spiritual roots is different. I can definitely cultivate immortality. Otherwise, why would the gate of the heavens capture this world? I want to cultivate immortality. Fang Xing silently cheered himself up. Immortal cultivators not only have many methods, but also have long lifespans, which can be said to be the first path of evolution. Not to mention, flying in the sky with a sword and achieving immortality were the childhood dreams of many people. A second-hand, low-grade magical weapon, the Black Feather Sword. For only 20 spirit stones. The stall owner folded his arms. A hint of impatience flashed across his face. Poor jerk. Don't come here. Perhaps it was because of his high level of cultivation. The people nearby made way for him, and no one dared to attack him. Alas, what a pity! Why isn't it a blood-refining instrument? An innate warrior looked at the black, flying sword and sighed. Compared with talismans, the requirements for controlling magical tools are higher. Even an innate warrior cannot use low-grade magic weapons. How do you know? Fang Xing's heart moved, and his face looked a little flustered, like a young man who was not very worldly wise. The old man smiled proudly. I can smell the medicinal smell in your basket from a distance of 10 feet. It's Zhulong grass, right? If you want to sell it at a high price, ask around first. You really have a keen eye. Fang Xing smiled innocently. He made a lot of preparations for this trip to the market, and the main supplies were the red dragon grass. After all, there were a lot of these herbs in the territory of the wild boar monster. In fact, using drones to harvest fruits is not very risky. His skin and flesh moved. His face became simple and honest again. It was the vest he used last time. There's no need to go in front of that old man. Just let him see it accidentally. Fang Xing quickly made a plan. The warriors in this world are at the top of the innate level. This old man is not a cultivator. At most, he is innate. He may have some hidden tricks, so we need to prepare 1 or 2. A few hours later, Fangxing left Qinglin Market in a swagger and plunged into the vast wilderness. Behind him, the old man with the pipe followed closely with his eyes slightly narrowed. This time, Fangxing carried 20 fresh Zhulong grasses and prepared to take a look at the market. To tell you the truth, Zhulong grass is only useful to those who practice Qigong. We warriors just earn our money through hard work. But the purchase price in the market has increased recently. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, you would only be able to exchange 2 or 3 pieces for 1 piece of spiritual sand. The old man didn't have much business, so he was in a leisurely mood and chatted with Fangxing casually. Young man, I won't lie to you. Even if you take this Zhulong grass to a store, it will still cost the same. But I can give you a discount. I can give you 11 spiritual sands for 10 plants. I don't have so many. I worked so hard to get these few plants. Fangxing shook his head. A look of hesitation appeared on his face. Let me take a look. He didn't say much and turned around to blend into the crowd. The bottom line of the people in this world is too low. I really can't trust them. Comparatively speaking, at least the reputation of a store is a little higher than that of an individual. My little profit shouldn't be worth the store turning against me and damaging my reputation. But that may not be the case for an individual. The road was muddy and overgrown with weeds, and occasionally a piece of white bone was exposed. It looks like a human thigh bone. I'll go. Fangxing looked at the corner in front of him. There seemed to be a fresh corpse lying there. No one knew who killed it, but the body had already been stripped naked. There were a few pedestrians on the road with hurried looks, and occasionally one could see eyes peeking through the gaps in the wooden boards and behind the windows. Everyone seemed accustomed to the corpses. Chaos, disorder, death at any moment. It must be very stressful to live in this environment. The second level of martial arts. Fangxing clenched his fists, feeling the powerful force surging from his bones and muscles, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. A second-level warrior can learn B-level or even A-level martial arts. The skills and techniques of the warriors in this world are still too crude, far inferior to the advanced system honed by the Federation's martial arts from the bloody battles. Once I master an A-level martial art, I feel that I can compete with the innate warriors in the second level without relying on external forces. It's a pity that we're still on holiday. 1 for each spirit stone. The young servant in blue answered without even raising his head. Why is it so expensive? The stall outside only wants 8 pieces of Lingsha. Maybe they can sell it for 6 or 7 if we bargain. Fangxing subconsciously retorted. Every talisman in our talisman hall is a masterpiece drawn by a master. How can it be compared with those inferior goods outside? The servant became excited and took out a talisman while gesticulating. Look at this talisman paper, this talisman ink. They're all top quality. How can those outside compare? How can they compare? Fangxing took out another snake orchid fruit and said with a sigh. In fact, he has a box of such fruits. The place where they were picked was a bit dangerous, as it was the habitat of the giant python in the river. Several simulated birds were swallowed. Judging from its various performances alone, the giant python is stronger than the wild boar monster and obviously more dangerous. The herbs near its nest may be more rare and expensive. I tried it this time, and it turned out to be true. Took 4 low-grade spirit stones and bought a bottle of Qi Shuidan first. After he walked out of the Qingdan Fong, he saw the sign of the small Fu Tang and walked in unconsciously. Give me a spirit-testing talisman. In the world of immortal cultivation, low-level talismans can be used once they are torn apart. Some mortals can use them, but for a slightly higher-level item, such as the first-level mid-grade Golden Bell cover talisman. Apart from cultivators, only innate warriors can barely use it, and it must be activated with innate true Qi. 4 higher-level talismans, except for some special types that intentionally lower the usage requirements. Most of them require the mana of a cultivator to activate them, which means that non-cultivators cannot use them. After-sale service that Fangxing shamelessly asked the green-clothed servant for. I am who I am, just be myself. Fangxing sighed and prepared to play a game to commemorate his lost youth. Well, there's a new crop of 18-plus games. Let me give them a good critique. He put on holographic glasses and immersed himself in a new masterpiece, completely unaware of the outside world. An unknown amount of time had passed. When Fangxing sighed with satisfaction and took off his glasses, he realized that it was already pitch dark outside. Is the takeaway here? Fangxing looked at the prompt, walked to the door, and saw 2 more express parcel boxes. After opening it, I found a wig and the retro robe I requested. After all, if I bought a talisman, I have to tell you how to use it, right? It was just a little embarrassing to be considered a country bumpkin, but Fangxing never cared about his face. The Spirit Test Talisman is a relatively common talisman. It can be used as long as it is torn open. It is used to detect spiritual roots. As long as there are spiritual roots, light will appear on the talisman. The color and brightness of the light can be used to distinguish the cultivation aptitude. Many warriors followed the pioneers in the hard work of opening up wasteland. In addition to wanting to accumulate spiritual sand and buy elixirs to break through their own martial arts realm, most of them placed their hopes of cultivating immortals on the next generation. Fangxing, carrying a cloth bag filled with rice, waved his hand and blended into the crowd. After a moment, comparing prices from 3 different shops, Fangxing finally bought a spirit testing talisman at a low price. When he saw a medicinal material stall, his eyes suddenly fixed. There was the old man with the pipe who had been following him before. However, the other party obviously did not recognize me in disguise. It just so happens that my strength has broken through. I will take revenge if I have any grievances. I will take revenge if I have any grudges. Fangxing thought about it, turned a corner, and wiped his face with his hand. I'm afraid it's hard for ordinary cultivators to imagine. The chi and blood pills are about to run out due to the bottleneck of breaking through. Next, I will adapt to the new realm and then go to the market again. Fangxing looked at his body. His originally thin figure has become much stronger, and after taking off his shirt, clear muscles can be seen. Not only that, but he seemed to have grown taller as well. I look thin when I'm dressed, and I look muscular when I'm undressed. If I had this figure in my previous life, women would probably chase me. Fangxing touched his strong muscles and felt a little emotional. Due to the holiday, there was no famous teacher to guide him. So Fangxing didn't know whether refining meat was the same as refining skin, and whether there were grading methods such as cowhide, copper skin, and jade skin. It is even more impossible to directly receive the teaching of a level martial art such as the Ghost Sword. If I choose to cultivate immortality in this world, can I really get the same system training as the Federation? Not to mention, at the end of the martial arts, you can also drive a mecha, which has extremely amazing destructive power and can even explode a star with one blow. The gravity suit must be turned off. Guyan obviously couldn't hear Fangxing's thoughts and answered seriously instead. To practice the magic sword, one needs an opponent who is weaker than her, so that she can easily control the opponent's life and death. Then, at the most dangerous moment, she can defeat the opponent with a firm will but not kill, thus conquering the evil nature of the demon sword is extremely precious. Once achieved, practicing the Ghost Sword will be almost a smooth journey. Even according to gossip, subduing the devil is very helpful for comprehending several magic realms. At this time, close your eyes and just focus on the attribute bar. On the other hand, the other students were slightly surprised at first, but then they quickly found reasons to convince themselves. Fangxing's performance. He made progress every day, and this bow step cannon punch was the focus of his practice. Now that we have finally achieved some success, it seems that this should be reasonable. Name: Fangxing. Age: 16. Occupation: warrior 1st level. Skin and flesh, skin refining. 33/100, 12 military boxing styles. 75 out of 100 beginner, big dragon posture. 80 out of 100 beginner, gate of the heavens. 39/100 positioning. He couldn't help but look shocked. Bang! Cole fell heavily to the ground, unable to make a sound for a while, as if he was knocked unconscious. Cole! Actually, he's a natural person, the top student in the class. The students around were silent for a while, and after a long time, someone murmured, "Wait, didn't Fangxing say that he just had a flash of inspiration before and couldn't perform a stable punch? You believe this?" What's the difference between this and a top student saying he didn't do well in the exam? You make a lot of sense. Axing, you actually killed Cole? Lu Wei stepped forward and patted his best friend on the shoulder. How come you are so powerful? But we can use them to kill the mice. After setting up a control group for observation, I can bring back a little bit of food and then find an opportunity to try it next to the school clinic. Watching the little white mouse eating meat and drinking soup, Fangxing also felt a little hungry. He couldn't wait for the takeout, so he quietly ate the biscuits he brought with him. He even drank bottled water that he brought with him. I have to say, this meat is quite fragrant. Just smelling it increases my appetite. After eating and drinking, he stood up and habitually set up the big dragon stance. A warrior with bronze skin is not afraid of any sharp blade. As for a warrior with jade skin, that is a true martial arts genius. If one of you emerges, he will shine in the future 100 stars joint examination and receive a lot of rewards from the teacher. Xiaolong still looked at Fangxing. Fangxing had been preparing to reveal something, and immediately replied, I would also like to thank the teacher for his support. My Dalongzhuang feels like it has entered a new stage, and the efficiency of refining the skin and flesh has greatly increased. Big Dragon Pillar? It turns out that your Big Dragon Pillar has broken through. The skilled level of Dalongzhuang is the foundation of Fangxing's current martial arts improvement, and he must not slack off for even a day. This time, he clearly felt something was different. Is it an illusion? If it was an entry-level Dalongzhuang, I might not be able to feel it. But I just feel that my qi and blood seem to be flowing more actively. A thought. Fangxing immediately looked at the attribute panel. Big Dragon Posture. 14/100 proficient. My mastery of the pillar posture has increased a little bit. Didn't I just increase it yesterday? In the past, it took 2 or 3 days to increase my mastery of the dragon pillar posture a little bit. He just stepped forward to lend a hand when he saw that the young man's lower body was gone. It's too late to save her. No, if we enter the medical cabin right away and replace the lower body with a bionic body or mechanical structure, we should be able to save him. Fangxing's mind was racing, and he was just about to take action to save people when he suddenly heard a sharp sound in his ears. Chi-chi. It was as if the chirping of countless insects suddenly overlapped. It was like all kinds of musical instruments exploding in his mind, some inexplicable limbs emerging from the fire and smoke. I just don't know when the capture of the second world will begin, but it's better this way. Otherwise, if he needs to stay in the other world for 100 days before returning, he really doesn't know how to cover it up. Fangxing took a deep breath and took out the tools he had bought one by one. Drones, air testing devices, drug test strips, selfie sticks, and a pet cage with a few mice inside. The primary nanoprotective suit is worn on one's body, and other than that, it is the most important weapon. He calmed down and pulled out a big black stick from under the bed. No, it was an electric baton. Of course, warriors who have mastered the state of mind will not be driven insane by the overflowing spiritual pollution when facing the evil god's followers. This is a great advantage, especially for you. Even if the military camps on the battlefield will provide sufficient protection and medicine in the future, there will always be omissions in war. Many of the space warriors who retire every year end up in a lunatic asylum. If you can cultivate your artistic conception before the 4th level, you can basically be admitted to university, but after university, you will still have to go to the battlefield. Whoosh! In the sky, a shrill sonic boom appeared. He looked up sharply and caught the flame tail of the missile. In addition, there seemed to be several figures swimming upstream, rushing towards the location of the terrifying clan. It's a martial artist. It's a professional. Some people among the fleeing crowd cheered. Fangxing kept walking and clenched his fists secretly. All the previous experiences, whether it was the ecstasy of obtaining the golden finger or even the little pride of breakthroughs in boxing and the big dragon stance, were shattered at this moment. I swear, I will take my own destiny into my own hands. Do humans survive in this alien world? He called up several surveillance videos, zooming in and adjusting the angles. Finally, we saw 4 martial artists dressed in ancient style. Most of them wore robes, had their hair tied in a bun, held knives and swords in their hands, and were dressed in a very ancient style. Even their clothes were mostly cloth and linen, and they even carried bamboo baskets. Looking at productivity, it should be similar to the ancient feudal period. Fang Xing observed it carefully and concluded, but it's very strong. Judging from the movements and speed of these four people, they were able to walk through this rugged jungle as if it were flat ground. Of course, this is because of my persistent hard work. Fang Xing said the correct nonsense, smiled at Bai Liani next to Lu Wei, and put his right hand behind his back without leaving any trace. In fact, Cole is physically stronger than him, but he loses in terms of moves and techniques. The reason I was able to win this time was because I caught the opponent by surprise from the beginning and hit him with all my strength. My fist still hurts a little now. Student Fang Xing, you are really amazing. I look forward to fighting with you next time. Bai Liani said softly. Remember to show mercy. He only needs to devote time to training, and he can quickly improve his martial arts level. Then let's see how Gu Yun will take me down. You can also selectively show off some of your abilities at school to impress Xiaolong. Maybe you can even win a scholarship. Fang Xing was quite complacent. We have arrived at the Xingfu Garden Community Station. Please hold on tight and get off the bus in an orderly manner. A mellow mechanical sound rang in my ears. Fang Xing got out of the car and walked towards his neighborhood. Suddenly, boom, there was an explosion. Huh? What happened? Fang Xing stood there in a daze, but at least he had the reaction of a warrior and immediately adjusted the primary nano-protective suit on his body to a full body coverage mode. The last person who knew the truth was also silenced. He nodded and took a bite of the roasted bird wing. It turns out that the drug test paper I bought is not invalid. After double verification by the white mice and outside the infirmary, Fang Xing finally began his food journey into another world. It smells so good. From the other world is very tender, but the texture is quite tight, requiring a strong bite force from the teeth to tear it apart. He has a big appetite, but he felt full after eating a little here. Even after having a full stomach, my limbs seemed to be wrapped by a warm current, which was quite comfortable. Apart from the first punch, which is a bit interesting, the others are still a bit awkward. I can give you some pointers for about 20 minutes. This time, I will charge according to the standard fee. Fang Xing and Lu Wei looked at each other. Please give me some advice. When I first started practicing martial arts, I also learned the 12 military boxing styles, but I prefer leg skills. Let me demonstrate the battle axe kick first. The middle-aged man kicked in the air. Snap! The air seemed to be cut open, and an invisible leg wind swept past. The wooden stake several meters away suddenly exploded, revealing a deep knife mark. This brilliance instantly engulfed him. There was no trace of Fang Xing in the bedroom. Wild jungle. A two-headed lizard monster suddenly looked up, and then a ball of silver-white electric light was seen. Snap! The next moment, a current came across the sky and turned it into charcoal. I seemed to be too cautious. Fang Xing looked at the palm-sized corpse of the two-headed lizard without removing the nano-suit on his body. I really traveled through time. At this moment, he was looking around quickly and checking the way back. Well, I can teleport back, but there is a delay of about 3 seconds. I don't want to experience this kind of thing, this kind of powerlessness, a second time. 10 minutes later, Fang Xing arrived at the school and saw Xiaolong standing at the school gate, leaning on a huge sword like a dean, looking seriously in the direction he had fled from. Go to the classroom first. You know where the school shelter is? Wait for notification. Xiaolong ordered with a serious face. Fang Xing nodded. He certainly understood that in the surrounding area, there was no place safer than Yucai High School. It's not just because there are more than a dozen teachers above the fourth realm of martial arts in charge, but also because there is a high-level shelter here, which is said to be able to last for more than 48 hours even if you encounter a superior family. There was some unrest on campus, but the situation was generally okay. Fang Xing took a quick look and saw many classmates, including Lu Wei. Look at Maple Leaf City's official website. It's officially announced. No one was in the mood to exchange pleasantries at this time until a scream pierced the eardrums. Everyone quickly went online and came to the official website of Maple Leaf City. The upper-level servant, Moonworm Beast, has been killed. This air raid alarm has been lifted. The imaginary space tunnel has been closed. Rescue activities are being carried out in an orderly manner. Fang Xing smiled modestly. It's also thanks to your hard work after class. Xiaolong felt that this might be a hard-working genius, but he didn't need to say it out loud for fear that the other person would be too proud. He nodded. I called you here today just to give you something. Take it. As he spoke, he opened the drawer, took out a box, and handed it over. Fang Xing took it, and after opening it, he saw a row of test tubes neatly stacked inside the box. Inside the test tube was a viscous azure blue potion that seemed to have a few sparkling stardust in it. D3 nutrient solution? A hint of excitement appeared on his face, but he was secretly shocked in his heart. This box, at least tens of thousands, right? Confirmed to be most suitable for low-level warriors to practice. Take 20 milliliters orally at a time. He opened the box and first looked at the contraindications and precautions on the drug instructions. Then pick up a test tube and slowly open it. The blue viscous liquid gave off a smell that was hard to tell whether it was pleasant or unpleasant, but very strange. Deep feelings, one gulp. Fang Xing took out the measuring cup, poured 20 milliliters, and swallowed it in one gulp. Gurgle. A cold feeling passed through my throat and went straight into my stomach. The nutrient solution took effect quickly. Otherwise, Uncle Gu would not have chosen such a sword technique for his daughter and invested a lot of resources in it. A fight. Fang Xing said goodbye to Gu Yun and walked out of the glorious Jiang mansion. It's a pity that Uncle Gu wasn't here to give me any advice this time. He took the suspended train, passed through the city center, looked at the bright lights and night life outside, and secretly decided to return to his doghouse to continue training. Now that the big dragon post has been upgraded, this posture technique is truly the most suitable for martial artists in the flesh and skin realm, and the daily progress is astonishing. So impressive. Uncle, you are definitely a true professional, right? Lu Wei saw this scene. He couldn't help but be stunned. Although he had seen Bai Liani's battle axe kick, he knew that it was nothing compared to this Uncle Gu. It's just so-so. I later gave up learning the 12 moves of military boxing. After all, although this martial art is concise, it is easy to learn but difficult to master. However, if you practice it deeply, its military state of mind is also quite powerful. The middle-aged Uncle Gu smiled and began to explain. The essence of this kick is. 20 minutes later, Xiao Long nodded. You are so poor that you don't have money to buy any martial arts secret medicine, so I guess this is the most likely possibility. Martial arts is only the most popular evolutionary route, and even the increase in lifespan will only become more obvious after reaching the fourth realm. A true natural person tycoon can even live for 200 years, or even longer through gene surgery, when he was an ordinary person. The same is true for the early stages of martial arts. Although it is said to have the highest cost effectiveness, the more rare resources you invest, the faster you will progress. With the technology of the interstellar era, as long as there is enough basic data, deciphering a language is a matter of minutes. Otherwise, it would be impossible to communicate with the natives on countless planets. Judging from the route they took, this team shouldn't be able to find me. It seems like they're heading for that wild boar monster. Fang Xing looked at the surveillance video again and couldn't help but touch his chin. Old 3, what are you doing? In the dense forest, the burly man watched the third brother looking up at the sky from time to time and couldn't help but curse him. What's there to mind? I'm just dating a rich boyfriend. Bai Liani answered frankly. I'm not stupid. I can't say the same thing as those annoying girls. Lu Wei was speechless. Indeed, this is what he found out from his investigation. Bai Liani was not as bad as those female classmates said, but there were some other things about her. For example, the other party's rich boyfriend is a bit old. It seems that in the minds of white people, finding a sugar daddy is not a big deal, especially for academic purposes. It even feels a bit inspiring. Lu Wei's mind, and he promised, I swear, I will treat you well. I will be admitted to university. Whoosh! A figure flashed, and Shui Yuling used her skills to pass through a thorn bush. She is tall, with fair skin, and a pair of long legs that once made the immortal master linger. If he hadn't encountered any difficulties, he wouldn't have risked going out alone to collect herbs. Darn it, I was cheated. The purchase price of Zhulong grass at Kinglanfang has gone up. It's really getting more dangerous to pick it. Those people up there don't want to give us any loopholes. Shui Yuling gritted her teeth. In the market is too fierce. It is said that some female immortal masters who specialize in the art of seduction have come out to grab a job. It is likely that it can only achieve copper skin. Fortunately, the skin and flesh are at the same level. After refining the flesh, if the great dragon pillar reaches the third stage, it will also silently refine the membrane and turn the copper skin into jade skin. At this moment, he glanced and saw a pair of eyes that showed undisguised hatred. The bloodshot eyes came from a tall, white young man. Cole. Fang Xing smiled. Why, do you still want to spar with me? No, let's wait until the final exam. Cole looked away and answered politely. This kind of forbearance made Fang Xing look up to him, and he became slightly alert. As he was speaking, he suddenly got stuck because the boy really had nothing and was even in debt. All we can give is the future and hope, but none of these can compare to what is happening now. This is the young boy's miserable first love. Bai Liani twisted her fingers. I will cheer for you, and Xing. Axing? Lu Wei had an inexplicable feeling. Why mention him? Because. The girl's eyes seemed to light up. Xing is so amazing. He has cultivated the great dragon pillar to the second stage. There is a great possibility that he will be admitted to university in the future. Fang Xing replied, Yes, everyone will change, and I hope I can become stronger. I don't have the resources and my talent is not as good as Xing. Now I can only pray that one day I will suddenly wake up and become a superpower. Lu Wei said, as if he was joking. Superpower? This evolutionary path is not very good. Fang Xing shook his head. The so-called superpowers can also be said to be mutants with somewhat strange origins. Although most scientific research shows that the abilities of superpowers are varied and most of them come from gene mutations, which is a very random process. Because of this, finding the extraterritorial evil god who is suspected of having superpowers is one of the key strategies of the Blue Star Federation today. Since the origins of people with special abilities are unclear, if they suddenly awaken their special abilities, it may not be a good thing. Fang Xing continued. I think superpowers have nothing to do with the extraterritorial evil gods. They are just the result of normal gene mutations, and the probability is too small. I am just saying it. Besides, wasn't the top scorer in the college entrance examination on our Eagle Star last year a superpower? He was not subject to any restrictions or discrimination. Lu Wei showed disapproval on his face, but he felt mixed emotions in his heart. He thought of a certain cultist in black who had suddenly come to his door before. The cultist wanted to recruit him into the sect, and the condition he offered was that he could awaken a flesh and blood power in him. Whether it's steel body or super speed regeneration, even the lowest strength doubler, it has huge benefits for warriors. Once you get it, it's not impossible to make rapid progress in martial arts training. After all, even a low-level ability, like strength multiplication, would be considered natural power in ancient times, equivalent to a gifted martial arts genius. He thought about it, put on the mask, and uncorked the bottle. In the jade bottle, there are a total of 10 blood-red pills. Qi Shuedan, a warrior only needs to swallow 1 pill each time he practices, and the effect of the medicine can last for several days. I always feel that the medicinal pills in this world are very potent. This is not because of advanced technology, but because they are not afraid of waste and use resources to pile them up. Identified it according to the method of Dan Dao Ping Jian. According to the book, many monks and warriors dare not eat elixirs of unknown origin. So the bottom of the bottle of real good elixir has a mark, and there are magic symbols and wax seals on the bottle. He was indeed hesitant. After all, compared to the naturally awakening supernatural powers, this kind of actively induced awakening is 100% related to the evil gods from outside the domain. Once involved, you will fall into the abyss. But if I can't awaken my superpowers, how can I surpass Xing? If I can't even surpass Xing, how can I pass the college entrance examination in the future? How can I escape from the battlefield of flesh and blood? How can I make Liani look at me? Lu Wei secretly clenched his fists. Why do you mention this suddenly? Could it be that you have awakened? In addition to this, he actually has talismans? What kind of cultivation? Taoism? Fang Xing looked at the surveillance video with a shocked expression on his face, then looked up at the sky. Here I am. He maneuvered the drone to land and reached out to take the grabbed debris. As expected of a drone from the interstellar era, it is not only cheap, but its endurance and carrying capacity have been greatly enhanced. With a sigh, Fang Xing put on rubber gloves and began to sort the items. Among them, the most dazzling thing is naturally a few red dragon grass. After all, these people even lost their lives for it, so it must be a good thing. Well, there are quite a lot of extraordinary species around here. There seem to be some strange herbs near their nests. Fang Xing looked at the Zhulong grass, touched his chin, and suddenly thought of a way to make money. That is to use drones to pick various rare herbs. There are many advantages to doing this. First of all, it is concealed enough. Drones are dead objects to many wild animals and are difficult to detect. In addition, he had the ability to fly, move quickly, and act stealthily, so his success rate was very high. Of course, if he was seen by a monster, he would definitely be destroyed. This pocket is tied very tightly. It's obvious that the original owner was afraid that these grains of sand would be accidentally lost. Fang Xing placed a crystal in front of him and examined it carefully. He found that the crystal was as transparent as jade, and there seemed to be a cloud of mist in it. In addition, with the help of external light, it seems to be shrouded in a layer of illusory and blurry colorful luster. You can tell at a glance that it must be a good thing. He put his things away and looked at a large map on the electronic screen. After a few days of exploration, Fang Xing had a general understanding of the surroundings. It was night and the lights were dim. Colorful cobblestones. There are long benches at regular intervals, shaped like various small animals. Because of its quiet environment and beautiful scenery, it has always been a favorite place for couples in Maple Leaf City. Lu Wei was holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand, waiting anxiously, when suddenly a soft and gentle voice came to his ears. Ah Wei, I'm here. Lian Yi. Lu Wei seemed startled, and then seemed to want to hide the flowers behind him, but he felt like he was trying to cover up a crime, and was extremely embarrassed. What do you want me to do? He was already a genius certified by Xiaolong, and just completing the skin refining was nothing. As for the jade skin, as long as he didn't do any relevant tests, the ordinary doctors in the infirmary would naturally not be able to see any clues. Lu Wei must be hiding something from me. After school, Fang Xing did not go home with Lu Wei, but walked to the Xingfuyuan community alone. The white dam, the river gurgles, and the sound of water remains. But Fang Xing knew that their relationship could never go back to the way it was before. If it was the original owner, he would be very sad, right? Puff! The two strong men were unable to dodge and were pierced by the pig's teeth before they could even pull out their swords. Blood gushed out. Second brother, fourth brother? The burly man's eyes suddenly turned red, and the long sword in his hand let out a dragon roar, flashing a sword light several inches in the darkness, and slashed with the sword. Puff! The long sword slashed through the wild boar monster, leaving a long bloody wound. An injury that would be fatal to a human was completely insignificant to this pig demon, and instead aroused its ferocity. Huff huff! It raised its hooves high and stomped down hard, activating this hard-earned golden bell cover talisman. The burly man no longer hesitated and turned around and ran. In the darkness, a ball of golden light was running desperately in front, and a huge black shadow with blood-red fangs was chasing behind, which was extremely eye-catching. After the two left, the sound of propellers turning suddenly came from the air. A small black drone landed, stretched out its mechanical claws, picked up some small objects on the ground, and quickly disappeared into the night. Temporary camp. Swordlight? That person's strength is indeed at the level of a rough jade. Teacher, if I break through the Delong Zhuang, can I develop bronze skin? Lu Wei's eyes lit up. He also had the ambition to take the college entrance examination. Well, in the second stage of the Great Dragon Posture, the probability of achieving bronze skin is over 81.4%. This is the statistical result of the omniscient brain on the data of all high school students. Xiao Long nodded. If you can practice the great dragon posture to the third stage, then it is not you who adapts to the posture, but the posture that adapts to you. The progress will be faster, and there is a 67.99% chance of becoming a Jade Skin Warrior. But, as for the price, everything is easy to negotiate. How many spirit stones do you want? Fang Xing looked like he had no shortage of spirit stones. In fact, this is true. After all, he has a drone to collect herbs. Even if he is short of spirit stones, he can just get more herbs to sell. Moreover, due to the recent beast tide, the danger of going out to collect herbs has increased greatly, and the price of spiritual medicine has increased significantly. Nowadays, Fang Xing can still easily take out dozens of spirit stones. If he hadn't needed the spirit tranquility pill, he would have bought an innate pill to stockpile. He looked at the field again and found that someone was carrying Kai Wang off the field, and there was a doctor treating him nearby. Obviously, a fighting arena would not intentionally sacrifice a master of this level and leave the power of life and death to the customer. At the very least, it has to be a true distinguished guest. Fang Xing looked at all this and suddenly felt a little bored. He walked out of the fighting arena and prepared to get on the bus and wait for departure. To leave the black market at night, did the guests enjoy themselves? Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Fang Xing turned around and saw that it was Meat Bun Zhang Jirue, who was still dressed as a bunny girl with deep purple eyes. What? You're not going to serve the guests? He pointed to the fighting arena, which was now bustling with activity. We are also serving the customers. Zhang Jirue licked her lips. Her tongue was very short, pink and tender, and inexplicably charming. Oh no, thank you. Fang Xing waved his hands. Anyway, he was not going to get off the bus until he reached his destination. That's a pity. I hope Iron Hand's performance tonight will satisfy the guests. Zhang Jirue got off the bus and walked towards the fighting arena. Before seeing that the demon bird was so powerful, I chose to hide in seclusion. I wonder what happened next? Fang Xing asked directly without any embarrassment. That demon bird had already been captured by the Zheng family's ancestor. The attack by the Foundation building master was indeed extraordinary. It's a pity that Brother Fang didn't see the scene at that time. Meng Yi answered with some lingering feeling. I see you are not excited to see the Foundation building monk take action, but you are excited about the big gains from the robbery, right? Fang Xing couldn't help but complain in his heart when he saw this scene. Therefore, immortal cultivators have much more experience in dealing with such situations than we do. Whether it is practicing special skills or searching for related elixirs and magic tools, they all have a certain effect. Brother Fang can go and search for them, and there should be some gains. After all, we are just warriors. Elixirs and magic tools that can work on cultivators in the Qi training stage, or even those that are not so effective on cultivators in the Qi training stage, are enough for us. So, immortal cultivators are best at dealing with this kind of situation? Thank you very much. Even if there are one or two alchemists, they only specialize in one or two kinds of elixirs, which are very niche. In fact, their competitiveness is often not as good as that of large medicine shops. Because of this, stalls selling elixirs are extremely rare. Fang Xing searched for quite a while before he found a few stalls, and there were only a few pills on sale. May I ask if there are any tranquility pills for sale here? He came to a stall where an old man was setting up shop. He had his hair tied in a bun with ebony and was wearing a robe that glowed with light. Hearing Fang Xing's question, the old man's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, Dayu, you have asked the right person. He was lucky, as the woman he met this time was the first time he came to Qinglanfang City. She had a very good personality. My dear guest, what kind of medicine do you need? The girl said with a sweet smile. It is suitable for warriors to deal with distracting thoughts while practicing martial arts. Stated his request. After hearing this, the girl pondered for a moment and said, in your case, the only suitable pill in our store is the Spirit Tranquility Pill. This pill can slightly increase the spiritual awareness of a cultivator in the Qi training stage and has the effect of clearing the mind. But tonight, I finally got to see the simulated artistic conception of the ghost sword, which I need to grasp well. A level martial arts through meditation, hypnosis, It allows ordinary third-level martial artists to simulate a trace of the power of artistic conception in advance. With a knife in hand, won't the gods and ghosts stop me? First, meditate, then hypnotize yourself and get closer to this state of mind. Once you can roughly simulate the prototype, it should be the entry level of the ghost sword. Next, you can consider the stages of killing ghosts, slaying gods, and fighting ghosts and gods. The girl explained seriously. Perhaps after the beast tide, the guests can come back to have a look. Thank you. May I ask your name? Fong Xing was a little disappointed and was about to leave, but looking at the girl, he still felt that it would be nice to establish a good relationship with her. After all, he now appears with his real face. If he wants to explore the potential of this world as much as possible, it is also important to manage every relationship well. Cultivating immortals is not just about fighting and killing. My name is Xiao Rue. The girl smiled and said, next time when customers come, they can just ask me. Fong Xing stared at the other person's back, and suddenly his eyes fixed. A security guard in a black suit was welcoming Zhang Jiarui into the fighting arena, and he even bowed slightly, appearing very respectful. And that security guard seemed to be the account manager who was in charge of escorting the car before. As if she noticed his gaze, Zhang Jiarui glanced back at him with a naughty smile. It seems that this meat bun has a complicated background. She even works as a receptionist, playing the pig-eating tiger trick. Fong Xing closed his eyes and didn't think much about it. After all, the blood cage fighting arena looks very powerful from the backstage and should not be provoked easily. Our Black Tiger gang would like to invite Master Wan Dan to be a guest official. Why has Master Wan Dan refused? Seeing this scene, Chen Hongtian knew something was wrong and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Fu Qing's position was just stuck at the entrance of the valley, leaving him no way to escape. Moreover, the opponent was a great master in the late stage of Qi training. Although he was not as good as the 4 Qi training elders who founded the Black Tiger gang, he was also very powerful. Ahem, I'm just considering it. Now I think it's a good idea to be a guest of the Black Tiger gang. After taking a quick glance at the property panel, Fong Xing discovered that there were no extra columns as usual, which made him very helpless. If you can't even get to the attribute bar, and there's no blood bar, then you really can't grind. Well, Fong Xing opened the door and sighed. Ghost Sword is difficult to get started with, which means that my combat power cannot increase dramatically in the near future, and I really don't feel safe. There's no way to avenge the revenge in the little notebook. Brother Fong. At this time, Mingyi from next door just came out and greeted him immediately. Long time no see. It was obvious that these guys were fired up by tonight's fight and wanted to have some fun in the black market next. After all, the entertainment venues here are exciting beyond imagination. I wonder how many of them will survive till tomorrow? Fong Xing just took a glance and didn't think any more about it, looking at the scenery outside the window. Boom! Not long after, the car engine started and the bus slowly drove away. Kinglan Fang Market. Shed number 57, T Block. Basement. Fong Xing sat cross-legged with his hands in a strange hand seal. According to the theory of meditation, the 10 fingers of the hand are the keys to open the soul, so different mudras often have different effects. Purple winged scorpion? Such a powerful poison. Fong Xing mobilized the computer's computing power to restore the blurry image, and saw a purple scorpion the size of a wash basin. It has wings on its back, and its body seems to be covered with a layer of purple armor. It has disappeared without a trace. The purple winged scorpion is a first-level, mid-grade demon beast. Its adult form can rival a cultivator in the middle stage of Qi training. It is extremely poisonous and likes to live in groups. Once encountered, even cultivators in the late stage of Qi training would not dare to provoke it easily. I am preparing to invite fellow Taoists to get rid of this scourge. By then, there will be enough illusion orchids, so won't the spirit tranquility pill be within easy reach? Then I'll wait until you've refined the elixir and then I'll buy it. The price is negotiable. Fong Xing nodded and looked at the old man deeply. Well, little brother, are you willing to lend a hand? If it succeeds, I can waive a lot of fees. Master Wan Dan said tentatively. I'm just a postnatal warrior. How can I help? Fang Xing sneered, turned around, and left without hesitation. The old man looked at Fang Xing's back, wanting to keep him, but he couldn't say it out loud, so he could only sigh quietly. Brother Meng, do you have any ideas? Fang Xing saw Meng Yi's expression. His eyes lit up, and he said sincerely, please give me some advice. Haha, you must know that most of our martial arts are extremely crude in the eyes of immortal cultivators. Even the magic skills that dominate the martial arts world are the same. Meng Yi smiled and said, the inner demons of immortal cultivators are much more terrifying than the distracting thoughts we encounter when practicing magic. It is even rumored that when high-level immortal cultivators break through a great realm, extraterritorial demons will transform into entities and descend to block their path. Fang Xing bowed and went to the market immediately. Of course, he wouldn't completely believe Meng Yi's words, so he planned to ask someone else. That old man Ding Bushan is a good candidate. A few hours later, King Danfang. Fang Xing looked up at the plaque and the green leaf mark, then strode in. He had just gone to see Ding Bushan and asked him some questions in a roundabout way in the name of buying magical rice. According to this cultivator, in the middle stage of Qi training, cultivators do have many ways to deal with their inner demons, but most of them are beyond the reach of ordinary Qigong practitioners. When they encountered the demon bird that day, Meng Yi asked his wife to hide in the market, and he rushed out excitedly. He was definitely not going to help hunt the bird, but to pick up a bargain. He chatted with Meng Yi for a few more words and talked about martial arts. After all, there are many advantages in the other world. Combining the strengths of the two worlds is the magic use of my golden finger. Oh, so Brother Fang is practicing a magic skill, but is trapped by distracting thoughts and evil thoughts? Meng Yi looked normal. After all, he is also a warrior and has practiced some so-called magic skills in the secular world, so he has no prejudice against this. There are very few people in this market who have the channels of tranquilizing pills, and I am one of them. Oh, you have the tranquilizing pill? How much do you sell it for? Fang Xing perked up, still in the furnace. The old man stroked his beard, looking like a sage. Fang Xing just turned around and left. Hey, wait. Hey, little brother, wait a minute. The old Taoist priest immediately jumped up and said, listen to what I have to say. I'm indeed an alchemist. I got the recipe for the nervous spirit pill in my early years. I am 60 to 70% sure that I can make the pill. Making seals at this time will help with meditation. No thoughts, no ideas, no thoughts. Gradually, Fang Xing's mind became deep and clear. Then he began to visualize the knife swung by the iron hand he had seen before. With a knife in hand, no ghost or god can stop me. Tick-tock. In an instant, his calm heart lake was suddenly disturbed. The originally clear lake water instantly turned dark, and countless distracting thoughts swarmed out. No. Fang Xing opened his eyes, and one of his eyes turned blood red. He forced himself to calm down, then shook his head. Without the demonic blade as prior control of my demonic nature, I would have been overwhelmed with demons in this first stage, and would not have been able to pass it at all. If you don't believe me, go out and ask around to find out my name. Wan Fenglin. Fang Xing paused for a moment. So, are there any pills? This. Master Wan Dan chuckled. I and other Taoist friends have worked together to gather the materials for several furnaces of nervous spirit pills. The only thing missing is the illusionary heart orchid. It's the same as not saying anything. Fang Xing continued to turn his head. Why are you so anxious, little brother? I have already found a place where the illusion orchid grows, but it's a little dangerous there, with a group of purple-winged scorpions entrenched there. Aw! The audience screamed like crazy, and the female office worker almost collapsed. Iron Hand, you idiot. Even though you won, I've already torn up my bet ticket. When the yellow-haired Hao Qi next to him heard this, he suddenly felt much better and looked at the female white-collar worker with a lot more favor. He stepped forward and wanted to say something, but the female office worker hugged his head and kissed him deeply. Well, this kind of environment is indeed suitable for venting. Fang Xing felt that the situation around him was getting increasingly crazy. Some customers even grabbed the bunny girl next to them and started touching her. I haven't received any guidance from an excellent teacher. I have to learn by myself. I don't even know how to use the magic sword, so it will be very difficult at the beginning. Fang Xing sighed secretly. Just as he was trying to figure out the meditation method of the ghost sword, some passengers gradually got on the bus. All of them were customers of the fighting arena. When the fight is over, they will be sent back to the station where they came today, and then go back to their homes and continue to be office workers tomorrow. Fang Xing looked around and found that many people were missing. Impossible! The armor king roared, and the black iron scales on his body seemed to gather towards his chest on their own, transforming into one heart-protecting mirror after another. But it's no use. No matter how many iron armor scales there were, they were eventually cut open by that ray of sword light. The blade was cold and cut through the flesh, causing blood to flow, leaving a wound deep enough to see the bone on the king of armor's chest. The way of the sword is to move forward courageously. Tai Shou stood in front of the fallen king armor, his expression firm, and he spoke calmly. An artistic conception that was no less powerful than the ghostly sword emerged, sweeping across the arena with a sense of extinction. A level martial arts heaven-destroying and earth-destroying kick. Oh no, Iron Hand is going to lose. Earlier wailed and angrily tore up the betting ticket in her hand. Huh, come on, King Kai. The yellow-haired Hao Qi saw this scene. He shouted excitedly. Then, Fang Xing saw a flash of knife. The blade light was not particularly bright, but it was quite pure. It directly cut through countless leg shadows and struck heavily on the chest of the armor king. Silently feeling this artistic conception, Fang Xing suddenly had more ideas about how to get started with the ghost sword. As expected, martial arts still needs a good teacher. If a teacher who is proficient in the ghost sword demonstrates it personally, the effect will definitely be better than this. Although he had comprehended the artistic conception during the battle, Fang Xing knew that he still couldn't rely on this to get started. At this moment, his eyes had been attracted by the bright and crazy knife light. Just watching from the sidelines was enough to captivate his mind. So what about the armor king who was facing this flash of sword? Kill, kill, kill. Almost as soon as the host finished speaking, most people raised their right hands, clenched their fists, and looked crazy. Kill, kill, kill. Amid the roars of the spectators, Lai Yin did not hesitate, grabbed Killer Croc's head and twisted it hard. Snap! With a sharp sound of fracture, Killer Croc's body fell heavily to the ground. Fang Xing saw this scene. He couldn't help but remain silent. Darn it. Back then Lu Wei and I were almost tempted by the generous rewards and prepared to become black market boxers. Based on our original strength, we would definitely be eliminated in the first round. The fight begins. Following a loud shout from the host, the iron cages on both sides were closed directly. Then, Flame tore off his cloak and collided fiercely with Killer Croc. Fists, feet, elbows. The two figures seemed to have turned into killing machines, and every part of their bodies could be hiding a terrifying murderous intent. They are not very strong, they are all around the second realm, but their actual combat experience far exceeds mine. If they're not allowed to use equipment, I may not be able to defeat them. Fang Xing looked very solemn. Bang! At this moment, he saw Li Yin's fist thrust forward, hitting Killer Croc's temple with a double punch. Iron Hand raised the blade in his right hand. Kill! In an instant, Fang Xing saw a flash of knife light. This knife light was sharp and pure, and seemed to carry an inexplicable artistic conception. Even if it was just a simulated artistic conception, it was enough to shock every audience. Is this the meaning of the ghost sword? With a sword in hand, no ghosts or gods will stay? Fang Xing's eyes lit up. Isn't this why he came to watch the blood cage fighting? Indeed, it's not killing. If you want to put it in a different way, it's more like confidence, but it also includes killing. One side can actually show off their weapons? Isn't this too unfair? The yellow-haired Hao Qi waved the betting ticket in his hand, his eyes a little red. He had placed a heavy bet on the Armor King. Idiot. The Armor King is a superpower. Under his iron skin, his entire body is a weapon. Is he banned? A female office worker nearby sneered. There is no absolute fairness in the world. Hao Qi was initially feeling a bit guilty, But after glancing at the betting ticket in the other party's hand, he immediately became angry. You, the man who bet on Tai's Ho, are talking to me. Inside the fighting cage. The next moment, Fang Xing saw it. King Kai was grinning in the midst of the sword light. I've known for a long time that your killer move, Tai Shou, is the ghost sword. But unfortunately, my ability has just evolved to the second stage. I can withstand it. But can you withstand my heaven-destroying and earth-destroying kick? Almost at the same time as he spoke, the originally steel-colored skin of the Armor King changed again. Under the skin, diamond-shaped scales emerged, like a scale armor with unparalleled defensive power. Not only that, the King of Armor himself was like a poisonous dragon, rising into the sky in the sword light, and his legs were like poisonous dragon fangs, falling down madly. It can be said that they are all semi-transformed people, and the system advantage is obvious. As long as you have money, you can crush ordinary warriors in the early stage. Of course, it is a little hard to say in the later stage. After all, the more organs are replaced, the closer they are to robots. But the Federation can completely manufacture robots on its own, so why would it need this semi-modified type, which comes with many weaknesses? As for the Armor King, he should be a psychic, and his psychic power is iron skin on the defensive side. Although these two are only at the unpolished jade level, their respective bonuses are very powerful, and their strength is extremely strong. A thought suddenly occurred to him. I'm tired of watching your kicking skills. The next moment, Tai Shou, the mechanical warrior who seemed to have been on the defensive but was forced into the corner of the ring, had a ferocious look on his face. Swish! A blade suddenly appeared in the middle of his mechanical right arm. A flash of cold light fell on the King of Armor's leg whip, rubbing out a long string of sparks. The King of Armor immediately jumped a distance away and stared at Tai Shou vigilantly. It appears the Iron Hand's knife. The MC shouted excitedly. Is this fighting match serious? Is this the black market area? After the car started, Huang Mao looked around with an excited look on his face. I've wanted to come and see it for a long time. I heard that the nightlife here is very exciting. Yeah, it was so exciting that I almost died. Thinking of the hunt he had suffered 2 days ago, Fang Xing interrupted with a somewhat unpleasant expression. Of course, now he is a guest of the fighting arena and is protected by the fighting arena. Even if the attacker has 10 times the courage, he would not dare to come and rob. Blood Cage Fighting Arena is so famous and has monopolized the nearby black boxing market. We might even be slaughtered for fun. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be glad that the original owner made the choice he did back then. Next, several more fights took place. Bloody brutal. There are also various strange martial arts and moves, which really opened Fang Xing's eyes. Next, it's time for the most exciting part of tonight's fight. The MC untied his tie, looking very excited. Let us welcome Iron Hand and King of Armor. Whoa, whoa! Everyone present cheered together, as if two superstars were taking the stage. Iron Hand finally on stage. Fang Xing's expression changed as he looked at the Iron Cage Fighting Arena. Put the mechanical arm on the right in front of yourself. Snap! The next moment, as if an iron whip hit the shield, a violent metal collision sound resounded throughout the ring. The piercing sonic boom made all the spectators feel a sharp pain in their eardrums. Fang Xing was concentrating, watching the two figures constantly changing their positions on the stage. Snap! Countless strong winds blew in all directions, causing tiny cracks to appear on the edge of the arena. These two Jade Realm warriors are the best among the Jade Realm warriors, right? Maybe they can challenge some weaker Fourth Realm warriors? He was like a gust of breeze and floated in front of Tai Shou in an instant. The next moment, he swept his right leg across at such a speed that it seemed to disappear. B-level martial arts shadowless kick. Seeing this scene, a drop of cold sweat broke out on Fang Xing's forehead, because he knew that if King Kai used this move, he would definitely not be able to resist. The opponent's legs were too fast and too strong. It even seemed as if his entire thigh had no bones. Bang! Facing the Kai Wang's leg technique that seemed to blend into the wind, Tai Shou only did a very common action, which was to block. It's going to be a good show to watch. Fang Xing put down the juice cup in his hand and stared at the game intently. As if influenced by the aura of these two powerful men, the originally noisy blood cage fighting arena also became quiet. Many people feel a little suffocated, and it is almost difficult to breathe. The momentum of a master? Fang Xingruo was about to gain something when he suddenly heard a loud explosion. In the venue, King Kai moved first. He roared loudly and seemed to have turned into a steel giant, rushing towards Tai Shou. Although his whole body seemed to have turned into steel, the speed of the Armor King was astonishing. Beep! Suddenly, accompanied by an ancient car horn, a yellow bus drove over. This antique car has obviously been modified, with iron railings welded to the windows and barbed wire on the edges. It looks a bit like a prison van for transporting serious criminals. Clang! The bus stopped at the platform, and the door opened with a bang, revealing a middle-aged man in a black suit. He wore sunglasses and had a formal smile on his face. "Hello, guests. I am the account manager of the Blood Cage Fighting Arena. Now, please get on the bus and go to the fighting arena to enjoy an exciting night." This punch was obviously very powerful. Killer Croc, like a little giant, lay on the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. In a true life and death duel, the winner can be decided in just a few moves. Fang Xing saw this scene. He felt that he had learned a lot. Congratulations, Lai Yin won the fight. Next, it's up to the audience to choose whether to kill Killer Croc or not. The MC stood at the edge of the cage, his expression becoming increasingly fanatical. Those who support the execution of Killer Croc, please raise your right hand. Kill him. Kill this piece of shoot. He made me lose a lot of money. This time, he set his sights on Fang Xing. Something's wrong. Fang Xing was walking among the ruins of the old city when his heart suddenly began to beat wildly. He turned around suddenly and saw a dark figure chasing after him at the end of his sight. The opponent is extremely fast and has amazing body movements. He is a Jade Realm warrior. The Federation's Jade Realm warriors are definitely more powerful than innate warriors. Not only that, he was wearing a nano-protective suit. Fang Xing's sight fell on the other party's nano-protective suit and then began to move upwards, and he saw the other party's face with a high-nosed bridge and triangular eyes. He looked excited, and his voice was like thunder, shaking the eardrums of the audience. Good fellow. He is at least a Jade Realm warrior, and has also practiced martial arts such as Lioness Roar. Fang Xing rubbed his ears and heard the host continue. First up are Flame and Killer Croc. Come on, please us with your blood. As soon as he finished speaking, the two sides of the iron cage opened and a boxer walked in from each side. Flame was wearing a red cape with bandages on his fists and looked lean and skinny. Killer Croc is a 2-meter-tall black man with dreadlocks on his head and various tattoos all over his body. Naturally, it has a background and is not a pushover. Really? Hearing Fang Xing's words, Huang Mao seemed even more excited. My name is Hao Qi. What's yours? I never use my real name when I'm out in public. Fang Xing closed his eyes and waited silently. Blood Cage Fighting Arena. Compared to the daytime, the Blood Cage Fighting Arena now seemed to have come alive, with colorful neon lights flashing everywhere and countless figures gathering. Bunny girls and cat girls were walking around, holding trays with various gambling chips and alcoholic drinks on them. The original stadium was transformed into a huge arena. Can you send me the detailed information? Fang Xing knew Gu Yun's style and got to the point. Ghost Sword? Have you mastered the magic sword? Gu Yun's eyes lit up. No, I haven't learned that. Fang Xing shook his head. Gu Yun could not help but remain silent. After a moment, she sent a few videos and materials. I'll send you my private teaching videos. Although this version of the Ghost Sword is richer than the one in the textbook and has many tricks, I must tell you, this is what my teacher taught me. It has my style and may not be suitable for you. Moreover, if you don't control the devil nature, it will be very difficult to get started with the Ghost Sword. Even though a private instructor's lesson costs tens of thousands of yuan, I have some money now. Fang Xing calmed himself down before clicking on a piece of information sent by Gu Yun. First of all, of course, is the entire secret book of Ghost Sword, as well as many annotations. He first took a general look to get a general idea of it, and then clicked on a video. A light screen appeared, revealing a woman in her 30s wearing a black tights and with a centipede-shaped scar on her face. With the federal medical technology, scars can be completely removed without leaving any traces. Meng Yi brought over a few tiger bones. The bloody smell was still there, so they were obviously from the demon tiger from yesterday. Thank you. I'll take the tiger bone and use it to make wine. Fang Xing took the tiger bone and chatted with Meng Yi for a few words. Meng Yi smiled bitterly again. My child is naughty. If I offend you in the future, please don't take it as an offense, Brother Fang. No. Fang Xing thought for a moment, then ran back and took out a bag of spices. This is my secret barbecue seasoning. Just consider it a return gift. Thank you very much. Meng Yi then realized that the barbecue last night was made by Fang Xing himself, and he immediately praised. Brother Fang's cooking skills are worthy of a place even in the market. Around the ring, there is a hideous-looking iron cage covered with rust, and some places even have pieces of meat and blood stains on them. A primitive, wild, and bloody breath is overwhelming. When the audience around saw this scene, it seemed as if some wild instinct from ancient times was ignited, and their voices became 3 times louder. Iron Hand's fight is at 9 o'clock. Fang Xing held a glass of juice, rejected the cat girl's betting proposal, and stood outside the iron cage to observe silently. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Blood Cage Fighting Arena. At this moment, many searchlights were focused on the ring, and an MC wearing a white suit with a blood-red rose on his chest appeared. I will be satisfied. Meng Yi couldn't help but sigh when he mentioned this. The Qingxian sect is a major sect for cultivating immortals. It has always had the habit of collecting children with excellent spiritual roots and accepting them as disciples. Those warriors could obviously be domineering and powerful in the secular world, but they chose to go to the world of immortal cultivation and get beaten to a bloody pulp. A large part of them is pinning their hopes on future generations. As long as the descendants have spiritual roots and pass it down from generation to generation, it will be the inheritance of a small, immortal cultivation family. Just an ordinary seat. Fang Xing waved his hand. The prices on the black market were always heart-pounding no matter how many times he looked at them. He got an invitation to a fighting arena, strolled around the black market, and then walked towards the new city area. In the darkness, a lizard seemed to glance at him, then flicked its tail, dived into the sewer, and quickly disappeared. In the sewer, all kinds of pipes crisscross each other, giving off a pungent smell. Underground pipeline design drawings of the old city had long been buried in the dust of history, and now had become a mess that no one could fully explore. On the west side of the fighting arena, a burly warrior was slowly entering. He was naked on the upper body, revealing his slender muscles, especially his right arm, which turned out to be a mechanical arm full of science fiction and steel. Mechanical warrior. This Iron Hand is actually a mechanical warrior? Seeing this scene, Fang Xing was thoughtful. Mechanical warriors are a small branch of warriors. Warriors in this system feel that flesh and blood are weak, so they like to use various mechanical prostheses to replace their limbs, and even their eyes, ears, and internal organs. You can call me by my name, Zhang Jiarui. Zhang Jue smiled and replied. The guests came early again today, and the blood cage fighting has not yet begun. Ahem. If I want to experience the artistic conception of the ghost sword, is there any way? Fang Xing coughed and stated his needs. Ghost sword? As one of the 3 most popular A-level martial arts, many fighters in the fighting arena have mastered it. The most famous ones are Black Sparrow, Iron Hand, and Multi-Armed Sword. Zhang Jiarui thought for a moment and replied, the guests can make an appointment for a weapon fighting match. A-level martial arts was so great that Fang Xing sighed. The next day, Old Town, Black Market. After disguising himself, Fang Xing came here again. There's no way. I'm still short of money. Buy a large amount of gold in the market at the price of picking up garbage, and prepare to sell it. The sale of gold and money laundering went smoothly. When passing by the blood cage fighting arena, Fang Xing had an idea and walked in. The bunny girl is still at the front desk of the fighting arena today. Hello, Meat Bun. This codename is a bit out of place. Can you change it? Fong Xing's eyes moved down from the bunny girl's plump red lips, saw two big white meat buns, and immediately spoke. To outsiders, he looked like a wind-type, supernatural being. He did not dare to neglect it and accelerated rapidly. He ran away for a distance, then went into a building and applied two more talismans to himself. Hidden Breath Talisman, Invisibility Talisman. Not long after, he saw Lance chasing him, and he memorized the pursuer's appearance firmly in his mind. Then, Lance was seen calling a group of mice, seemingly asking them to search for something. Unfortunately, these mice couldn't find any trace of Fong Xing at all. White male, triangular eyes, able to manipulate small animals. He left the scar intentionally, apparently because it was very memorable, but I don't know if it was out of love or hatred. A level martial arts is a brilliant achievement created by many martial arts masters in the Federation. It can simulate the power of artistic conception level martial arts and protect one's own spirit. It involves many disciplines. According to the classification, the Ghost God Sword can actually be divided into several stages: meditation, hypnosis, killing ghosts, killing gods, fighting ghosts and gods. If you want to get started with the Ghost God Sword, it is best to first master the Demon Sword, control the demonic nature, and send and receive as the heart desires. With these three boxers participating, they will most likely be able to witness the artistic conception of the Ghost Sword. But the artistic conception evoked during fighting is completely different from that during teaching. Wanting to understand the artistic conception by watching a game is as unrealistic as dreaming. Is that so? Very good. Book me a fight with 3 people soon. Fong Xing took out his black market communicator. Sure, the next one will be in 2 days, at 9 o'clock in the evening, and Iron Hand will appear. Zhang Zhiwei checked the information and immediately reported the time and place. Ordinary seats are 5,000 star yuan per person. VIP seats. In fact, you can get started directly, but it is very difficult and requires extremely high meditation skills, and the spirit must reach the state of no law and no thoughts to replace the magic nature of the demon sword. The key is, what exactly is the meaning of "with a knife in hand, no ghosts or gods can stay"? Fong Xing really wanted to complain. In the video, the female swordsman in black simply drew out her sword and let Gu Yun feel it. Through the screen, he couldn't feel anything at all. Sure enough, teaching by example, teaching by example. This is the role of a good teacher. But thinking of the monster he had seen before, Fong Xing felt that taking a detour might be a good idea. That monster is actually 6 or 7 meters tall, and its claws are bigger than me. It's either in the late stage of Qi training or the foundation building stage. I'd better stay away from it, he muttered to himself. In Qinglin Market, Fong Xing had also heard of the general classification of monsters. The monsters that could basically rival cultivators in the Qi condensation stage were first-level monsters. To the Foundation establishment, cultivators is the second-order monster. Most of the people in the market are still stuck in the barter economy. If they encounter the financial means of the interstellar era, I don't know how badly they will be harvested. That doesn't seem right. After all, some people can overturn the table. For example, the 3 major forces will probably watch me make a lot of spirit stones with a smile, and then wait until the last minute to send out strong men to rob me directly, and by the way, lend me my head to calm down their resentment. As expected, in a place like this where war breaks out, talking about revitalizing business is bullshit. Boss, what about you? Shen Yusin came out holding Meng Zijin and looked at her husband anxiously. I'll go and take a look. Meng Yi looked in the direction of the demon bird, and there seemed to be a hint of excitement in his expression. People here really don't take human life seriously, do they? Fong Xing looked at Meng Yi's back as he left, but he was complaining in his heart. Is he going to kill the monster bird? He is clearly trying to take advantage of the chaos. Although this market seems safe and can avoid minor chaos, if there is a big chaos, the closer to the center of the market, the more dangerous it will be. I can't beat him, and he's chasing me, so he must have bad intentions. With this thought in mind, he reached into his pocket and secretly tore open a wind control talisman. The next moment, whoosh, a breeze floated around him. making him feel that the resistance in the air was instantly reduced by half. He jumped lightly, and the whole person suddenly flew over 20 meters. Oh no! Lance the Scavenger saw this, his eyes widened. I didn't expect it to be a wind-type mutant. That is right. How dare he come to the black market without some special skills? Feng Xing secretly tore open the talisman in his pocket. If it was Xiaolong, he should be able to inspire a state of mind, and let me feel it, but now… Feng Xing shook his head. Even if the Federation releases the permission for learning devices, this kind of mysterious state of mind may not be able to be learned through consciousness indoctrination. Ghost Sword, Ghost Sword. If you want to get started, you probably have to hire a warrior who masters the Ghost Sword to demonstrate the artistic conception. Most of the other A-level martial arts are like this. Demonstrating the artistic conception is just to obtain the qualification to practice, which is far from getting started. But the other party should give you some preliminary guidance so that you can get started smoothly. Without the magic sword, it would be very difficult to get started with the Ghost Sword, but I have the attribute panel. Maybe I can give it a try? Feng Xing thought about it and felt that Teacher Xiaolong was more reliable, so he called him first. Beep. The user you are calling is out of service area. Please call again later. Soon, a sweet voice replied. Not in service area? Feng Xing was stunned. Teacher Xiaolong. Isn't he going to another planet? Interstellar communications are extremely expensive and cannot be extended to the entire Eagle planet. Shen Yusin pulled the child out with a hint of pride on her face. Uncle. Meng Zijin shouted. Be good. Uncle will buy you some candy next time. Feng Xing smiled. But in his heart he was complaining. Am I that old? Call me uncle? Calling me brother is more appropriate. After exchanging a few polite words with Shen Yusin, he returned to his room, closed the door, and went to the kitchen. The firewood rice feels good. Opening the lid of the pot, you will see a pot full of delicious rice, exuding an enticing aroma. Feng Xing thought about it and did not start eating right away. Instead, he cut another piece of beef. My kid was noisy in the middle of the night, and today he finally calmed down. When he mentioned his own boy, a hint of pride appeared on his face. Feng Xing inquired a little more and found out that in this world, when a child is 6 or 7 years old, the spiritual roots have already taken shape and can be detected by the spirit testing talisman and the magic of immortal cultivators. Mr. and Mrs. Meng naturally had high hopes for Meng Zijin. Alas, I don't ask that kid to be favored by the sex spiritual tester. I just hope that he can have spiritual roots, even if it's the lowest level. In a hidden room, a rough-skinned hand grabbed the lizard, and a smile appeared in its triangular eyes. Finally, you found a suitable target? After these few attempts, your net worth should be at least 500,000 star dollars, right? To be honest, this amount of money is unlikely to attract any powerful people, and it is unlikely that black market guns will be used. Even the cost cannot be recovered. But he doesn't mind taking action once. After all, the opponent looks quite weak. Scavenger was just an insignificant little figure in the black market. Even so, he was a warrior at the Jade Realm and had even awakened a special power, gaining the ability to communicate with some small animals. He found that he and Feng Xing got along better and better as they talked, so he couldn't help but extend an invitation. No, I have other things to do today. Feng Xing had just refused, but suddenly his expression changed, and he looked up at the sky. Chirp! The sound of birds chirping was heard, and then a huge black bird with a wingspan of more than 5 or 6 meters was seen. Its eyes were blood red, and it rode the strong wind and broke into the range of Qinglin Mountain. There is a demon bird. Meng Yi looked up and saw this scene. His expression suddenly changed. Yusin, quickly take Zijin to the market town. There is a large formation guarding there. It will be safe. How can it compare to the barbecue ingredients specially prepared in the interstellar era? There are dozens of spices alone, which was an unimaginable luxury in ancient times. Could it be that the little brother has ordered a meal at Tiankin restaurant? Those are delicacies made by the spiritual chef. Only masters in the late stage of Qi training can afford to taste them. Shen Yusin was also a little strange. Dad, I want to eat barbecue. At this time, Meng Zijin poked his head out. I want to go to Uncle Feng's house next door to eat barbecue. Woo woo woo. Well, as expected, the quality of this monster meat is extremely high. The bigger the fist, the more truth is. With this thought in mind, Feng Xing no longer had any thoughts of doing business to make a lot of money, and he prepared to buy a few kilograms of spiritual rice. Then, he found out helplessly that due to the large amount of abandoned spiritual fields, the price of spiritual rice had risen sharply, reaching the point where 2 spiritual sands were sold for 1 pound, which was twice as high as before. This is jerking robbery. No, robbery is not as profitable as this. Instead of doing that, why not buy some monster meat and try it? Feng Xing was wandering among the stalls when suddenly his eyes lit up as he saw Ding Hongxiu and his grandson. This bus only accepts tickets, and we will send you back here safely after the fight is over. Of course, if you leave the fighting arena on your own, you will no longer be under our protection. He explained the rules. He waved his hand and said, "Get in the car." A young man with dyed yellow hair stepped forward immediately, took out the fighting arena ticket he had purchased, and got on the bus smoothly. Seeing this, other passengers also came forward. Feng Xing observed silently, standing in the middle of the team. Getting on the bus, he randomly chose a seat and found that the person sitting next to him was the yellow-haired guy. The continuation of the spirit, the continuation of the bloodline. If you can't achieve immortality, is this the only thing you can pursue? After hearing this, Feng Xing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Anyway, he definitely couldn't enter the Qingxian sect. Not to mention that he has no spiritual roots. Even if he has spiritual roots, Qingxian sect does not like adult Qigong practitioners, unless they are truly gifted or have a special skill. Feng Xing is aware of this. It's just that it's hard to cultivate loyalty. Today, we 5 heroes are going to have a small gathering. I wonder if Brother Feng will come? As for the path to a level martial arts, apart from the unreliable black market channels, he now only has 2 targets. The first one is naturally Teacher Xiaolong. You can give him a phone call and ask. It may disturb his vacation, but Teacher Xiaolong probably won't mind, right? The second one is Gu Yun. This future schoolgirl must have the inheritance of the ghost sword in her hands. Of course, having the ghost sword inheritance is nothing. After all, the ghost sword, crazy 18 strikes, and crazy magic stick method are public textbooks for high schools. As long as you reach the realm, you can apply to learn. The first step of meditation is to meditate on the state of mind of the ghost sword. Its state of mind is with a sword in hand. No ghosts or gods will stay. Some warriors cannot understand it and replace it with the killing state of mind, which is ultimately proven to be the wrong path. When meditating, distracting thoughts arise, and the killing intent is alarming. At this time, the magic sword's demonic nature needs to be used to subdue it. The woman in black spoke in a leisurely manner, and Feng Xing felt that he benefited a lot from it. Sure enough, the ghost sword does not require the demon sword as a prerequisite. Just looking at the robe he wears, you can tell he is not an ordinary person. He is generous and wants to buy spiritual rice to eat. He must have plenty of spiritual stones. Oh, Xiao Hongxiu, you should be more careful. When you find a grandson-in-law for Grandpa in the future, you have to look for one like this. Don't mess with the poor stall owner like last time. Number 57, T-Zone, is this it? At the foot of the mountain, Shantytown. When Feng Xing arrived at a place, he saw a row of huts scattered around a red leaf forest. Not far away, there is a clear stream flowing by. These sheds were all made of wood, with house numbers nailed above the doors. The grandfather and granddaughter were manning a stall selling rare rice. Ding Hongxiu was timidly soliciting customers while Ding Busan was lying on the side, occasionally taking a sip of wine. No, I am showing my true self now. They don't recognize me. Feng Xing's heart moved, and he came to the spiritual rice stall and asked, "How much is this lotus-fragrant spiritual rice?" A spiritual stone weighs 6 pounds. Ding Hongxiu replied that the prices of individual cultivator stalls must be cheaper than those in shops. Otherwise, they would not attract customers. A bit expensive. Feng Xing frowned. In the past, one spirit stone was worth 10 kilograms. With a little surprise, Feng Xing immediately set up the big dragon posture and slowly absorbed the energy and blood. Sure enough, Monster meat and warriors are a perfect match. It feels similar to swallowing a pill, but without the slightest bit of pill poison. Huh? Why is there crying? Whose child is being beaten? Next door? That Ming Zijin today? Forget it. Beating the kids on a rainy day is just a waste of time. The next day, Fang Xing pushed open the door, felt the fresh air, and nodded secretly. Practicing martial arts here is more efficient than in the temporary camp. There is a saying among immortal cultivators about spiritual veins. Even if you get started, you may go astray. I know, I'm just reviewing the new course in advance. Thank you. Fang Xing smiled at Gu Yun and hung up the phone. Of course, he knew that the best way to learn martial arts was to teach by example, and the other party was teaching Gu Yun. Although the information was certainly richer than that in the public textbooks, it might also have a strong personal style. What is suitable for Gu Yun may not be suitable for him. He may make more mistakes the more he practices, but I have the attribute panel, so I can still give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll hire a private instructor. Most of the warriors in the market town have no way to move forward, and all they think about is their future generations. Zitian is born smart. I think he must have spiritual roots. Shin Yusin comforted her husband, and then prepared to go to the kitchen to cook. Suddenly, a strange aroma of barbecue wafted over. What is this? It smells so good. Mengi Silalovit unjonsjusli. He had eaten a lot of barbecue, but this was the first time he smelled such delicious barbecue. It's not their fault. After all, there are limited chefs in Qinglanfang City, and they are at the lowest level. It is a big deal if they put a handful of salt on the barbecue. He found his house and found it was locked. He immediately took out the brass key and opened the chain. There was a creaky sound, and the door opened, and a puff of dust and a musty smell wafted into my nose. The environment isn't great, but at least it's private. Fang Xing put on a mask and started cleaning. Half an hour later, he finished cleaning the room and went out with a basket of garbage. The door of the next room opened, and someone came out. Huh? Is that you? There was a cry of surprise. Fang Xing turned his head and saw a bright and beautiful woman in her 20s looking at him in surprise. It is said that Qinglanfang City was built on a spiritual land. It seems that this is true. He stretched himself and was about to perform a set of boxing to warm up when the door next to him opened and Ming Yi walked out. Brother Fang. Brother Ming. Fang Xing returned the gift, thought about it, and decided not to ask about the child. After all, it's someone else's family affair. Besides, it's not easy for a cyborg to fight with the parents, so the child should not be ungrateful for what he has. Yesterday, I heard from my wife that Brother Fang had just moved in. I have nothing of value, but here are a few pounds of tiger bones as a gift for your moving in. I wonder which master did he learn from? But he was trying to find out Fang Xing's origins and background in a roundabout way. I have no sect or school. Fang Xing laughed. As for the materials on the demon tiger, you don't need to take any of them. I was just delayed outside recently and didn't expect the market to become like this. I wonder what the situation is like in Qinglan Market now. Had a drone to collect herbs, and he didn't even look at the materials on this first-level demon tiger. The main purpose of showing up is to gather information. Everything is fine in the market, except that the prices of various materials have increased. I'll remember you. Fang Xing gritted his teeth secretly. I may not be his opponent now, but I should always look at him with new eyes after 3 days of absence. For me, it doesn't take long to become stronger. Comes. Today's revenge must be avenged. 2 days later. At night, Fang Xing came to the old town again. There's no other way. I've spent money anyway, so I have to come. Moreover, since he is a guest this time, the Blood Cage fighting arena should have made some arrangements. The dividing line between the old city and the new city, a long-abandoned bus stop. When Fang Xing arrived here, he found that there were already quite a few people standing here, most of whom were white-collar workers and small businessmen who looked a little excited. What do you think? Chunyi glanced at Fang Xing with his cloudy eyes and suddenly spoke. Brother. When Chen Hongtian heard this, he couldn't help but get anxious. How much effort did they put into this monster? How could they give it to an outsider? How many spirit stones did they spend on it? They, the 5 heroes of Tsangshan, are in the world of immortals, but they are not kind people. However, Chinny shook his head and used his eyes to stop his third brother from speaking. On the contrary, Hua Feiyue laughed sweetly upon hearing this. That's right. This little brother was able to kill the demon tiger with one strike, so obviously his skills are quite good. Ever since he met these 5 people, he decided to come over to meet them and inquire about the news in the market. After all, the drone footage can only confirm that the market town has not been breached, but to find out what changes have taken place, you need to ask others. Fang Xing naturally had to ask around to make sure there was no danger in the market before going in to spend money. Otherwise, the federal nutrient solution isn't that great, but it's barely adequate. With the environment here, the progress of martial arts training will not be too slow, but that's right. The 5 people looked at each other, and the old man in black stepped out and said, I am Chen Yi, and these are my 4 sworn brothers and sisters, Hua Feiyue, Chen Hongtian, Ming Yi, and Shin Yusin and his wife. In the final analysis, it's because I'm not strong enough. After I break through the 4th realm of martial arts courage, I will immediately go through the professional verification and register as a true professional. Professionals are true citizens of the Blue Star Federation and have many privileges. Apart from other things, ordinary residents of the Eagle Star are not eligible to buy spaceship tickets, but real professionals can. There are also many military equipment that are not open to ordinary citizens, but professionals can also buy them. The lifelong wish of many cyborgs is to become a professional and complete their class transition. If I buy more, you should give me a discount. Otherwise, I might as well buy some monster meat to eat. Big business. Ding Busan quickly put aside his wine gourd and came over with a smile on his red nose. If you want to buy more than 50 kilograms, I can make the deal and give you a discount. How about 8 spirit stones for 50 kilograms? That's all. That's all. Fang Xing waved his hand, knowing that there were no more discounts. After the transaction was completed, Ding Busan looked at his back as he left and said to his granddaughter, Did you see that? This is what we call a handsome young man. Plus the barbecue spices from the interstellar era. It is simply invincible. Fang Xing picked up the beef skewers made of red mangrove roots, took a big bite, and a look of satisfaction suddenly appeared on his face. It tastes better than the barbecue stall I had on my birthday before. It turns out that the ingredients are better than anything else. Although the beef meat was relatively tough, it was just right for Fang Xing, a second-level warrior. He ate a full pot of rice with the beef and felt a pure energy surge through his body. The effect of spiritual rice combined with monster meat is even stronger. In this monster beast, if this monster tiger runs away, everyone will be so depressed that they will vomit blood. However, the next moment, a demon tiger roared in front of us, and it seemed full of pain. Stop. The old man quickly raised his right hand and asked the 4 sworn brothers and sisters to stop and move forward slowly. After passing a bush, they saw the demon tiger lying on the ground, his life or death unknown, with a young man in a silver robe standing next to it. Everyone, are you here to hunt this demon tiger? Fang Xing, wearing silver clothes and holding a stick, smiled slightly and asked. Of course, he couldn't afford the black market version, but the one in the official mall was okay. Although 200,000 is not a small amount, it is not impossible to earn the money by going to the black market a few more times. More importantly, even if I can't kill humans, I can kill monsters. It's a pity that the laser gun has a built and cannot be used against people program. It works even without an internet connection. Otherwise, it would be great. Fang Xing discovered that there was another benefit to traveling between the 2 worlds, which was that he could bypass some restrictions. Not far away, Fang Xing looked at the surveillance camera and nodded. Qinglanfang City doesn't seem to take this beast tide as a big deal, so it's worth going there and renting a house. It has to be said that the house is Fang Xing's obsession. My predecessor had always dreamed of buying a house on Blue Star, but unfortunately it was still a long way off. If the house is cheap, maybe we can buy land in Qinglanfang City first? Fang Xing touched his chin, thinking thoughtfully. Qinglanfang. This place is basically the same as usual, not much different, and seems to be a bit more lively. The rent of a mid-grade cave is 10 spirit stones a month. Generally, Only those masters in the late stage of Qi training and those in the middle stage of Qi training who have a special skill can afford it. Having said that, he looked at Feng Xing with a somewhat provocative look in his eyes. But Feng Xing had a blank expression on his face, knowing that once he got too excited, he would fall into a consumer trap and be taken advantage of. Just a low-class shed. The lower-class shed costs 1 spirit stone per month, and the deposit is 1 more. This is the one that has not been selected yet, so you can choose it yourself. Boss, the young man we met today actually became our neighbor. Shin Yusin was telling Meng Yi, who had just returned home, what had happened. What? Meng Yi's good mood disappeared in an instant, and he touched the purse around his waist. The 5 heroes of Tsongshan finally killed a monster and sold it for a lot of low-grade spirit stones. Could it be that they are being targeted now? Do you think the other party is coming for us? Meng Yi lowered his voice, unconsciously bringing out a hint of murderous intent. In my opinion, it's not that. Any piece of clothing they have is worth more than our entire fortune. And from the conversation just now, the young man was definitely not a lucky and arrogant person. Big brother and second sister are good at judging people. Chen Hongtian touched the back of his head. Fortunately, that person doesn't distinguish between monster meats. Let's quickly get the materials and leave immediately. Well, what third brother said is the most true. We should not stay here for long. Chunyi nodded and ordered the 4 men to start skinning and pulling out the tendons of the red flame tiger. Each of them carried hundreds of kilograms of meat, as well as tiger skin, tiger bones, and tiger whip, and left quickly. The reason for this is probably because the formation that covers the entire market town gives people a strong sense of security. Feng Xing entered the market as usual, and then went straight to an office set up by the Qingxian sect. The manager of Qingxian sect, who is in charge of the shanty towns, is named Zhang, with the Taoist name Qinjiangzi. He has a goatee and smiles at everyone. But when Feng Xing asked about the land price, his expression became serious. Although our clan has a lot of land, there is not a single piece of land that can be sold. The houses in the shanty towns can only be rented, not sold. Ha, third brother, you are wrong. Can an ordinary post-natal warrior kill the red flame tiger with 1 strike? Hua Feiyue's voice is soft and charming, and it penetrates into the bones. Meng Yi and Shin Yusin came to the red flame tiger, took out daggers and other items, and prepared to collect materials on the monster. At this time, he turned the demon tiger over and exclaimed, "Brother, look!" Chunyi walked over and saw that the snow-white belly of the demon tiger was now charred black. Is this thunder magic? A thunder attribute talisman? Chen Hongtian's eyes narrowed. No, I'm afraid it's... You are the youngest of the 5 righteous men of Tsongshan. Shin Yusin? He recognized her immediately. It was one of the couple. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly at what a bad fate it was. It is me, Taoist friend, so you live next door? Shin Yusin couldn't help feeling very strange when she thought of her eldest brother's evaluation. We just moved in today. We'll all be neighbors from now on. We'll take care of each other if anything happens. Feng Xing smiled and saw a little head popping out from behind Shin Yusin, looking rather cute with a chubby face. Is this your son? That's right, Zijin. Why don't you come and meet your uncle? But the cultists? Aren't they just there to take the blame? Feng Xing felt justified in putting the blame on them. Puff! Puff! In the jungle, a few birds flew by. Their eyes were dull, but their bodies were very agile. After a moment, a figure emerged, sneaking forward in secret. It was Feng Xing. This is a bit troublesome. Feng Xing showed his true appearance this time, wearing a bun and ancient costume, with a large basket on his back containing some medicinal herbs. After all, a lot of spiritual rice has been consumed, so I have to go to the market to replenish it. For this trip, he mobilized a large number of drones to find a suitable and safe route, taking a long detour, which was quite troublesome. He planned to use his new identity to rent a house in the market town and establish another base, so he used his real appearance. After all, when you're together for a long time, any disguise will be easily seen through, so it's better to show your true self. Anyway, he has a clean background and will never get into any trouble, so he can run his business well. Looking at the five heroes of Tsongshan again at this time, he seemed to be thinking about something. Chun-Yi is a Qigong cultivator and has many talismans. He should be the strongest among the five. Hua Feiyue was wearing a peach-red dress and had charming eyes. At the very least, today was definitely a mess. Therefore, he chose to travel back directly. According to the rules of the Gate of All Heavens, the next time he travels through time, he should appear in the basement of his rental house at number 57 in District T. It's a good opportunity to avoid the chaos. After all, I have a mountain of gold now, and it would be ridiculous to fight for a few copper coins. Fang Xing touched his chin and said, "Now that monsters are rampant, I really can't feel at ease without a laser gun. In addition, I also need to get and master a level martial arts as soon as possible. Now the market is not peaceful, you just wish for the best. Thank you for letting me know." Fang Xing bowed and left the office. Well, although Qing Yangzi is greedy for money, he doesn't seem to be a bad person. Holding the brass key, he did not rush back to his house, but strolled around the market first. After this walk, Fang Xing immediately discovered something different. Sure enough, the prices of various monster materials have plummeted, but the prices of daily necessities have risen sharply. After all, farmers are either fleeing to the market or being eaten by monsters. So who will farm or do odd jobs? Living here can improve my martial arts training efficiency, but I really don't feel safe. I'd better go to the black market a few more times and save enough money to buy a laser gun. Name: Fang Xing. Age: 17. Occupation: Warrior 2nd level. Tendons and bones: Tendon training. 20/100. 12 military boxing styles. 56/100. Proficient: Big Dragon posture. 9 out of 200. Mastery: Gate of the Heavens, charging. I'm 17 years old. Happy home community. Fang Xing focused his attention on the attribute column and couldn't help but sigh. The Qinglin market is being harassed by evil birds and will surely be in turmoil for some time. Qing Yangzi's smile faded a lot, and he took out a thick booklet and handed it to Fang Xing. The houses without red ink annotations are all ownerless houses. You can pick anyone you like. Fang Xing observed carefully, comparing them one by one with a map of the shantytown taken by the drone in his mind. In fact, there is nothing to choose from. The environment is the same anyway. The conditions are just as bad and dangerous. However, Fang Xing still tried to choose a more remote place that would be most convenient for escaping. Let's go here. Qin Jiangzi took the 2 spirit stones, handed a brass key to Fang Xing, and then reminded him. Due to the beast tide, some unruly wild cultivators have entered the market. And then I won the prize. Although it was only a small prize of a few $100,000, luck is just that simple. However, the 50% handling fee is really a rip-off, and the key is that this little money still needs to be taxed. Fang Xing let out a long breath, then opened them all, looked at the D3 level nutrient solution and other martial arts potions, and began to place orders quickly. As long as I have these purchase records, there would be a reasonable explanation for my rapid progress in martial arts after school started. Although, not everyone cares about this. The Federation's martial arts potion seems to be just average. If Xiao Long went on vacation to an alien planet, it would be normal that his phone was unreachable. It seems I can only see teacher Xiao Long after school starts. Darn, I also want to travel to an alien planet. The entertainment industry in the Federation is actually quite developed. There are even planets dedicated to enjoyment. After mumbling for a while, Fang Xing called Gu Yun again. This talented top student was there the whole time and answered the message within a few seconds. "It's you. What's the matter?" Gu Yun had a cold expression, as if he was going to speak his mind. "It's like this, I want to learn the ghost sword. The elders of Qingxian sect issued a monster hunting order. Now you can get an extra spiritual stone by killing a monster." Chun-Yi let out a long breath, and his slightly old face showed a bitter smile. "We were a little overwhelmed, so we went out and took risks to hunt monsters." "I see." Fang Xing nodded in understanding, asked a few more questions, and after a moment, he cupped his hands. "We will meet again in the future." Immediately, a figure flashed and sank into the dense forest. After a few turns, the figure disappeared. "Brother, why are you so polite to this kid?" Chen Hongtian saw Fang Xing's movements, but his eyes flashed. I don't think this person is a cultivator, not even a congenital one. This also applies to monsters. The demon tiger was covered in blood. It roared suddenly and opened its bloody mouth. Strands of red light gathered together and turned into a huge fireball, exploding towards one place. Oh no! Hide quickly! The 5 people were covered in dust. And then they saw that the demon tiger did not want to fight at all and directly fled along the gap created by the explosion of the fireball. Darn it, Chase! A talisman in the old man's hand burned, turning into a breeze, blessing his legs. It was the wind control talisman. Several people hurriedly caught up. After all, they had been scouting for a long time and finally encountered a weak monster that was alone. A blood-refined magic weapon. Chen thought of the silver-shirted youth holding a stick that had been pointed at him and his companions, and suddenly felt cold. This person must not be provoked. Blood-refined magic tools. Even in Qinglin Market, they are extremely rare. All the holders are at the peak of innate power. With the help of blood-refined magic tools, they can become equals to ordinary cultivators in the middle stage of Qi training. But this item appeared on a post-natal warrior. What does this mean? If the other party didn't get it by chance by picking up a corpse, then he must have a deep background and is extremely difficult to provoke. This trip to the black market made him feel a lot and realized more deeply his own weakness. Being weak is not scary, just catch up. Arriving at the monitoring room and checking the system monitoring log, Fang Xing's expression suddenly changed. How could this happen? There are so many more monsters. During these days of surveillance, the number of monster activities around the camp has increased dramatically. Even the camouflage lawn on the ground looked messy and full of holes, as if it had been plowed. A lot of simulated bird drones are broken. Fang Xing quickly released a new drone and immediately saw a series of astonishing scenes. Of the old city, Fang Xing still did not take off his mask and looked around vigilantly. Generally speaking, no one would target customers who just came to the black market to watch boxing matches and didn't spend much. However, high rollers who spend lavishly, fighting arenas and other businesses will keep their players. Even in the black market, one must have a certain credibility, otherwise no one will come and you won't be able to do business. But people like me are obviously not among the protected groups. I am like a fat sheep who came here for the first time, and my wealth is exposed. This beef is monster beef bought at the market. Each beef is thick and strong, with snowflake-like texture all over it. You can tell at a glance that it is top-quality stuff. It would be a pity to have rice, but no vegetables, wouldn't it? Fang Xing took out a bottle, which contained barbecue ingredients from the Blue Star Federation. He cut the beef into small pieces, skewered them with mahogany roots, and slowly roasted them over the fire, occasionally sprinkling some spices on them. Before long, waves of earth-shaking aroma emanated from the kitchen and then drifted to the neighbors. Next door, she was about 30 years old and really looked like a peach. Chen Hongtian is the burly man in black clothes who wields a hammer. His face looks as if it was carved by a knife and an axe, and he has a shrewd and strong temperament. Meng Yi was dressed in a green Confucian robe and had elegant manners, while Xin Yusin next to him had the temperament of a beautiful girl from a small family, and the two of them looked very intimate. According to the rules of the independent cultivators, if you, Brother Fang, were the one who defeated the demon tiger with the last blow, you can get a share. We're all deflected when they hit it, leaving little damage. Are they hunting monsters? Judging from their coordination, they seem quite skilled. Fang Xing took a closer look and found that there were 5 people, both men and women. The leader was an old man in a black robe. He occasionally used talismans and muttered to himself. He must be a cultivator. Most of the others had amazing body movements, holding weapons of various colors, and their every move was accompanied by overwhelming power. They should be warriors. At this time, the old man finally finished chanting the spell, stretched out his hand, and a light green wind blade appeared in the palm of his right hand. Apart from anything else, once the elixir and the spirit rice talisman are used up, they must be replenished. It shouldn't be too difficult to find a safer road through the drone. But the most urgent thing is to check the situation of the market first. If Qinglin market is breached, then it will be worthless. No, it will be more worthwhile to pick up garbage. Fang Xing's expression became serious. Here, I have a nanoprotective suit and an electric baton that I can use. With the help of the talisman, my strength will be greatly increased. But it's still not safe, maybe. He thought of the product he had been dreaming about, the Swift Dragon-class laser gun. A sharp aura immediately spread out, making the demon tiger a little alert. Good. Big Brother's wind blade technique has become more and more proficient. A charming woman among the 4 great warriors immediately exclaimed in praise. Go! The old man stretched out his hand and pointed, and the green wind blade flew out immediately, constantly absorbing bits of green spiritual light in the air, and instantly became more than 1 meter long. And the speed was incredible. Ah! The demon tiger roared and tried to dodge, but was forced back by a hammer from a man who was wielding a huge iron hammer and whose body was as strong as an iron tower. What about renting a house? He settled for the next best thing and asked, I'll tell you, my friend, that the rental houses in this market are divided into 3 categories: upper, middle, and lower. The upper-class houses are located inside the market, covering an area of more than an acre, with exquisite buildings. The middle-class houses are located at the edge of the market, full of spiritual energy, and have small courtyards. The lower-class houses are at the foot of the mountain, and you have seen those shacks. Qin Jiangzi resumed his smiling expression and stroked his beard. You don't need to ask about the top-grade caves. Whether they are cyborgs or natural people, after becoming a professional, they are all upper-class people. Of course, for the real high-ranking officials of the Federation, professional is just a starting point, but for many lower-class people, it is a ticket to the upper-class circle. It is everything. If I were a real professional, the Federation would not care about this little extra income, let alone investigate anything. It's ridiculous. At the same time, there are more channels and resources that can be used to collect the things you like. How about setting a small goal first and completing the professional certification before the college entrance examination? Thanks to the kindness of fellow Taoists in the market, we have the nickname Sangshan 5 Righteous Men. This is actually a bit self-deprecating. After all, if you don't have the skills, you may not dare to go out of the market to hunt monsters at this time. The 5 heroes of Sangshan are still ants to the 3 major forces in the market town, but they are not unknown among the lower-level cultivators. It turns out that the 5 heroes of Sangshan are here in person, and they are polite to the stars below. Fang Xing smiled slightly. His eyes swept over the 5 heroes of Sangshan one by one, and bowed. On the vast land, monsters are running and fighting. The original territory of the wild boar monster had long been replaced by a group of red fist-sized ants. And that ferocious wild boar monster that had killed many warriors had actually turned into a white skeleton, standing quietly in a certain place, as if expressing its pain and unwillingness. Although I heard about the frequent activities of monsters in the market last time, but this has become too intense all of a sudden, right? I really know too little about this world. Fang Xing sighed silently. Although it was becoming very dangerous outside, he had his reasons for going to the market. I see. It's me who is being careless. Fang Xing apologized repeatedly, but he was complaining in his heart. Not selling? What's the matter with the Zheng family's huge house? Aren't they just bullying us, the weak and insignificant cultivators? But this is a good business. I have to keep doing it. I can't sell the goose that lays the golden eggs. The casual cultivators and warriors who rent the house have to pay every month, and the house changes tenants very quickly, so you never know when they might die. At this time, Qingxian Sect can take back the house and make another profit from it. Nowadays, even second-order monsters may appear. If I hadn't seen on the surveillance camera that the market was protected by a formation and was as stable as a rock, I wouldn't have gone. Fang Xing complained, then suddenly frowned. What's going on? He saw a scene through a scoping hummingbird drone in front of him. It was a group of monks and warriors who were besieging a strange monster. This monster is more than 3 meters long and looks like a red-haired tiger. It has bright and colorful patterns on its body and a layer of bright glow on its fur. even spells such as wind blades and fireballs cast by talismans. It seems that this blood cage fighting arena has a big backstage. Fang Xing thought for a moment, then said, "Very good, I'll consider it. Dear guest, my code name is Meat Bun. This is my business card. Please keep it." Before Fang Xing left, the bunny girl handed over a business card with a smile. "Whether you want to be a spectator or a boxer, you can find me." "Thank you. I'll remember that." Fang Xing looked at the other person's very distinctive purple eyes and tall and plump figure, and couldn't help but smile and nodded. It's easy to enter the black market, but it's difficult to leave it. The D9 nutrient solution is better than the D3 nutrient solution, but it is only slightly more nutritious. As for assisting in breaking through realms, there is none. Fang Xing thought about it, and felt that his level was a little low, or insufficient authority. If you were a professional, you should be able to see more items available for purchase. But the Federation's lack of resources is also evident. Or, we and even the entire Eagle planet are not worth investing in. After all, it is just a cannon fodder production planet. No, perhaps intentionally controlling the resources for breaking through levels is a big plan. The most likely possibility is that it is a gang of thieves composed of ordinary, low-level warriors. No, the most likely possibility is that no one will pay attention to me. Until he reached the new city area and saw the clean and tidy roads, as well as the street lights and cameras standing on both sides of the road, that Fang Xing felt relieved. Fortunately, I was lucky this time. The talismans prepared in advance are no longer useful. For the black market, the talismans from another world have only average lethality, but they have many effects. Among them, the concealment and acceleration types are the life-saving trump cards that Fang Xing prepared for himself. Only warriors who can stand out under the most difficult conditions have the potential to be promoted to a higher level in the future. But for people like us, it's a bit too cruel. I'd better follow my plan. By integrating the resources of the two worlds, one's own martial arts realm will surely advance by leaps and bounds. The question of future potential? If you can't get into college, there is almost no future. What's the point of considering it? Another world. Underground camp. After dealing with the matters on the Eagle Star, Fang Xing immediately returned here. Feeling the fresher air and the more suitable environment for martial arts training, he showed excitement on his face. Before school starts, I will try not to leave, just for the sake of my liver. As long as there is no built-in program, it can be bypassed, and it can't even report an alarm. And the talismans and instruments from another world would definitely be very useful if they were used to commit murder on young Eagle Star. The most important thing is that they would not leave any clues. Any weapon has a source, but for the Eagle Star, talismans and magic tools just appear out of thin air, which can cut off many clues. It is possible that they are related to the evil gods. After all, they have the power over the imaginary space, so they should be able to send some supplies. It can only take the wind blade head-on. Hiss! The spiritual light on the demon tiger's fur had become extremely dim in the previous round of attack, and it suddenly collapsed at this moment. The wind blade cut through the demon tiger's skin, tore its flesh and blood, and left a large wound on its right shoulder. If the demon tiger had not dodged in mid-air, the wound would have been on its neck. Good. Several warriors cheered, but the old man took a few steps back calmly, pasted a golden talisman on his body, and shouted, "Be careful of this beast's counterattack. The injured beast is the most dangerous." Of course, the reason why the trump card is a trump card is that it is best not to use it. It's impossible to use weapons from regular manufacturers on the black market, and all kinds of black weapons are too expensive. Strictly speaking, my talismans are more cost-effective. Because it will definitely not leak secrets, there is no doubt about its safety, but it is obviously impossible for me to set up a stall in the black market to sell talismans. Fang Xing changed her makeup and calmly rode the maglev train. Although everything went well today, he still felt a little unhappy. I've been living too cautiously. The tattooed woman laughed. It's just a small client after all. She thought for a moment and answered, "We have acquired a gaming company that can help you win a small prize. A prize of several $100,000 is not eye-catching at all. As long as you pay taxes properly, the federal government won't care at all. This is possible." Fang Xing touched his chin. The Blue Star Federation prohibits minors from gambling, but is much more relaxed about lotteries. Besides, the amount of money I have is not even a small amount, so basically no one will delve into it. Let's do it. He breathed a sigh of relief. From a distance, Meng Yi's slightly excited voice could be heard. The materials of this demon tiger are worth at least dozens of low-grade spirit stones. This time we're rich. It's a pity that the number of monsters has increased. The price of monster meat in the market has dropped recently. Otherwise, we can make more money. After these people left, the bloody remains on the ground attracted a few hungry wolves, which licked the remaining meat excitedly. And on the treetop where no one was paying attention, a kingfisher pecked its wings and flapped away. It seems that those 5 people did not deceive me, nor were they blinded by greed. Fang Xing's eyes were sparkling. This is actually for self-protection. Lu Wei's changes, as well as some other signs, made Fang Xing feel that something bad was going to happen. But if you are a professional, even if you are facing accusations of being a cultist, you will have more opportunities to turn things around and defend yourself. A few days later, ding, your account has received 159,736 star yuan, and the current balance is 160,072 star yuan. A prompt message appeared, causing Fang Xing to nod slightly. The speed is quite fast. Just yesterday, he casually bought a lottery ticket for today's draw. Drink! Fang Xing's steps were like a bow, and his fists were covered with a layer of silver-white nano-protection, as if he was wearing a pair of boxing gloves. Bow stance and cannon punch. One trick is enough to make you successful. He is most proficient in now. Bang! The silver-white fist collided with the wooden sword, and Fang Xing only felt a surge of force, causing him to unconsciously step back several steps. This Gu Yun, who looks like a little girl, is actually more powerful than Cole. Has she already broken through the second level of martial arts and started to strengthen her muscles and bones? He couldn't afford a laser gun, so this RT-700 electric baton was the most suitable weapon he could find, and he worked hard for it. At this time, Fang Xing picked up the electric baton. He saw that the baton was about 70 centimeters long, of moderate thickness and weight, and was very handy. The most important thing is that after pressing the button, a ball of sparks immediately appeared from the top of the stick. Snap! According to the seller, the normal current can knock down an elephant. And that's just the normal function. In addition, this electric baton has been modified to shoot out electricity from the top of the baton. So you're doing this part-time to make money? It seems like you haven't forgotten your dream yet. Fang Xing nodded. Of course, I have also worked hard secretly, although I am not as good as you. Lu Wei showed a big smile. By the way, there is an order recently from the brilliant Jiang Mansion. Do you want to take it? Fang Xing suddenly spoke. The glorious Jiang Mansion. Could it be? Lu Wei shuddered unconsciously. Yes, it's from Gu Yun. Fang Xing nodded. This was the list he had deliberately chosen. I have put a lot of effort into this for Lu Wei. After all, we are all classmates and have the same break time. Well, let's make progress together. Fang Xing nodded. After school, on the riverbank, he took 2 bottles of soda and threw one to Lu Wei. Actually, I think Ouyang Qianqian is more suitable for you. Lu. So cool. Lu Wei drank it all in one gulp, and then said, in fact, I feel that there is a huge gap between me and Ouyang Qianqian. After all, she is a natural person, and I am just a poor biochemical person. On the contrary, by Liani. Okay, I'm kidding. I've been getting close to her recently, not because I want to pursue her, although I do have some feelings for her. Bai is a good person, and the part-time jobs she shared recently are all very profitable. At this moment, the mirror-like symbol in Fang Xing's mind suddenly shone brightly. Some inexplicable information emerged, letting him know that he had gained the ability to travel to another world. As long as you actively activate it, you can travel through time. Fang Xing's eyes moved, and he looked at the bottom of the attribute column. Gate of the Heavens, charging. There's not even a capture progress bar? I thought they would capture the next world directly, or they would have to stay in another world for 100 days before coming back. I didn't expect that after the progress bar was completed, I would directly obtain the right to travel back and forth to one world. Just don't forget what we saw before. Fang Xing reminded. I'm sure she's not. Besides, for us cyborgs, it's our instinct to seize every opportunity to move forward. Lu Wei waved his hand. It's not a big deal. After entering the interstellar age, a chaotic private life is indeed not a big problem. Fang Xing stared at Lu Wei for a few more times, confirming that the other party did not seem to be trapped in love and couldn't help feeling a little strange. I always feel like there's something wrong. If Bai Liani isn't the one, then the problem is even bigger. Lu Wei being close to her may not be a good thing. Even in the flesh realm, I can only stay at the superficial level of refining the skin, not the flesh. Just refine the skin, there won't be much difference between you and ordinary people. Fang Xing thought about it and suddenly felt a little annoyed. Darn it, why am I trying so hard? Isn't it nice to just lie around and do nothing? At least I can get through the 3 years of high school. The other world is too dangerous. Why should I take the risk? Some messy thoughts emerged and Fang Xing savored them carefully. After just crossing over, do I still have negative emotions such as confusion and fear? At this time, the drone had also transmitted the surrounding images back. You could see a wild jungle that looked like jasper, with a jade-like river flowing slowly in the middle. An open space, a wild boar-like monster was running. It is more than 6 or 7 meters in size, like a small hill, with 6 tusks growing side by side. What is amazing is that these tusks that look like ivory seem to emit a layer of mysterious blood-red light. It's actually a supernatural species? It seems there is more than one. Fang Xing's eyes lit up. It seems that this world is rich in resources. Set the automatic cruise mode. Do you feel uncomfortable? Xiao Long held the teacup in his hand and smiled when he saw this. According to scientific research, if you want to master the power of artistic conception, the most important thing is to follow your heart. To me, the process of brewing tea is an ancient ritual of cultivating the mind, which can make me calm. Cultivate your mind. Fang Xing nodded, looking as if he didn't quite understand but was deeply shocked. What is artistic conception? Artistic conception can be wind, rain, thunder and lightning, heaven and earth. It can also be flowers, birds, fish, insects, and all kinds of living things. Silky, beautiful. Is this what it feels like to be at a proficient level? What will happen if we wait until all 12 styles of our military boxing are broken through, and even the great dragon posture is broken through? Emerged in his heart. Well, warm up. Let's continue with the actual practice in today's class. Xiao Long strode over at this time, glanced at Fang Xing. A hint of satisfaction appeared on his face, but it disappeared in a flash. And then he shouted, "The grouping begins." Teacher. At this time, a tall white classmate raised his hand. It was Cole. What's the matter? To work, one must be forced to work. I was forced to work in my previous life, and I am still forced to work after traveling through time. Didn't I travel through time in vain? Just then a communication came in. Axing, a visitor has arrived. Clock in. Lu Wei emerges. Okay, I'll be right there. Fang Xing hurried out with a piece of bread in his mouth. Greenwater Mansion. I want to beat 10 by myself. A little kid about 11 or 12 years old shouted arrogantly. Well, one is the best. Next to him, a mother with average looks but a gentle expression was smiling and encouraging. Xiao Long smiled and said, compared to those natural students, you still need to work harder. Their resources and conditions, the nutrient solution is just a small matter. Yes. Fang Xing walked out of the office and felt the box in his hand was a little heavy. Although this may not be a big deal to many people, it is a timely help to me. I will repay you well if I have the chance in the future. Happy home community. After returning home, Fang Xing suppressed his impatience, finished his meal, and took a rest before going to the practice room. D3 level nutrient solution is a high-tech concentrate of many alien nutrients prepared by the omniscient brain. But it is obviously more abundant in cosmic energy than the Eagle Star. Practicing martial arts in this alien world actually has a bonus? What secrets are hidden here? Yutsai High School. Xiao Long walked into the classroom and saw Fang Xing. His eyes lit up. What good things did you eat secretly? How come your skin refining progress is so fast? A figure flashed in front of Fang Xing, and he patted his shoulder. He then carefully examined Fangxing's skin. It's thick and tough. When the skin is refined to perfection, it won't be ordinary cowhide. It should be copper skin. As for jade skin, it's unlikely. Fangxing was delighted, feeling that his standing practice had made great progress. What's even more surprising is that every move he made has a mysterious flavor. My previous method of pile drawing was crude, so crude that it was unbearable to look at. Brief comparison. Fangxing felt that there were many areas for improvement in his standing meditation. Even think that after such an improvement, the progress of refining the skin and flesh will definitely be greatly improved. The next day, first level, skin and flesh, skin refining. 44/100. Fangxing looked at the increasing progress in skin refining, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. No, if he was so good, he would have applied for a teacher or a private tutor long ago, and he wouldn't have been patrolling the streets every day. Come on, I'll turn off the gravity suit and then fight. After all, I'm a few years older than you. This gravity suit is a good training device, so you should keep it on. Fangxing felt secretly ashamed. I am 2 or 3 years older than my opponent, so I can only tie with him who has twice the gravity. I still need to work harder. Why can't I add some more to this panel? Bad review. No, I can't even defeat you. How can I defeat you without killing you and tame your evil nature? Is it a block of cement from the explosion? That speed and power just now. I couldn't resist it at all. If I wasn't wearing protective clothing, I would have died. Fangxing still looked somewhat bewildered. Being a corporate captive in my previous life was hard. I had never experienced a life or death situation like this. Not only him, even the original owner has no relevant memory. Help! Help! Nearby. Fangxing turned his head mechanically and saw a young man. The other person seemed to be half lying on the ground, with several steel bars piercing his chest. He was obviously also a victim of the explosion. Glanced at the two of them inconspicuously. As a sensitive girl, she actually knew that Lu Wei had a crush on her, but didn't dare to tell her. I didn't expect that just a few days later, my dog ran away with someone else. Although she didn't like Lu Wei, she didn't know why she was very angry. Immediately, she quickly turned her attention to Fangxing. The other party admitted defeat last time, and there was no chance to surrender after that. In fact, she also wanted to try her hand with Fangxing again. Start. Xiao Long looked at the two of them and spoke directly. Boy, I want you to know. As expected, there are remarkable results, especially the bow step cannon punch. Has it surpassed the beginner level and reached the proficient level? Is this what teacher Xiao Long said? A cannon shot is worth a lot of money. Has the cannon punch achieved a small level of success? But the other moves are still at the entry level, so the overall evaluation is still entry level. Fangxing felt that he was gradually figuring out the rules of the attribute panel. Well, a single cannon shot is worth a ton of money. Fangxing, your bow step cannon punch would have been considered a real master in ancient times. At least it won't be a problem to save our lives. The most important thing is, I have to hide my origins. The language barrier is definitely a problem. After all, reality is not a game. We can't speak the same language after traveling through time. In addition, I have to prepare ancient costumes and wigs. Maybe I should grow my hair long. Anyway, the school doesn't have any regulations. Fangxing had no intention of going forward to meet this team of warriors. He just planned to observe secretly. It would be best to install more surveillance cameras, record the other party's language, and try to decipher it. Fangxing emptied his mind and gradually became immersed in cultivation, having long forgotten the passage of time in the outside world. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and sat down on the ground. He looked at the clock next to him and was shocked. It's 10:20 at night. I've been standing in the stance for 3 hours? Fangxing quickly checked and found that apart from feeling a little weak, his body seemed no different from his previous hour of exercise. Is this the effect of the D3 nutrient solution? It can extend the time of exercise without worrying about damaging the body? Even outstanding students like Bai Liani and Cole didn't make progress in every single class. They sometimes let minor issues affect their performance. But Fang Xing was different. Despite his low level and lack of familiarity with the moves, he took each step steadily. Maybe Fang Xing is just in a particularly good state lately. Let's keep watching. It was just a small matter. So Xiaolong quickly set aside thoughts of Fang Xing, deciding to observe him for a bit longer. A Fang Xing walked over to Lu Wei, receiving a look of grievance from his deskmate. You actually knocked down Qianqian. Then, is there a fourth stage for the Great Dragon Pillar? Fang Xing asked. He remembered that Xiaolong had mentioned this matter. Yes, there is a fourth stage to the Great Dragon posture, and only 1 in a million people can achieve it. That is to achieve the dragon state of mind. Xiaolong replied, achieving artistic conception does not mean that you are a 4th-level warrior. After all, you do not have the foundation of unpolished jade. It can only be said that you are much stronger than warriors of the same level, and once the unpolished jade realm is perfected, you can immediately be promoted to the courage realm. I'm sorry, I was too harsh just now. Bai Liani's eyes were gentle, and her voice had a slight tremor, like a little girl who had done something wrong. Coupled with her temperament, Lu Wei inexplicably felt a sense of pity and trance. In the glorious Jiang mansion before? Was she? No, there will definitely be casualties in a martial arts competition. Lu Wei quickly asked. How could I blame you, my classmate? That's great. Bai Liani took out an old frog wallet from her bosom and pulled out a campus card. Please be sure to put the medical expenses into my account this time. The gentle and warm sunlight shines through the shade of the trees and onto the girl's face, carrying a hint of firmness and holiness. The current death toll from this attack is 134, with 528 seriously injured. The mental pollution is being assessed. In order to quickly kill the moonworm beast, professionals Lin Jia and Gu Renwang sacrificed themselves. Fang Xing couldn't help but remain silent. Looking at people? Looking at the other person's profile picture, he couldn't help but think of Gu Yun. That family man. The man who doesn't make much money but wants to give his daughter the best. Who taught me several times. Now it has become a black and white portrait. Fake. Fang Xing pursed his lips tightly and reached forward with his right hand, but he could only grab a ball of air in vain. In terms of feeling, it is somewhat similar to taking D3 level nutrient solution. It's probably 1/3 or even less effective. But it's everywhere here. Opening up another world is really profitable. After eating and drinking, Fang Xing immediately began to practice the Dalong posture. On cultivation in a different world, although there were some traps and alarm devices set up around him, Fang Xing was still a little uneasy. After an hour, he stopped on his own initiative and glanced at the attribute panel. Name: Fang Xing. Age: 16. Occupation: Warrior 1st level. Skin and flesh, skin refining. 87 out of 100. 12 military boxing styles. 3 out of 100 proficient. Big dragon posture. 17 out of 100 proficient. Gate of the heavens, charging. He opened a box lunch and checked his address book while wolfing down his food. Seeing that Gu Yun still hadn't contacted me, I couldn't help feeling sad. But Fang Xing also knew that as a sparring partner, he had no right to comfort others, and others did not need his comfort. If you really want to comfort the other person, unless you bring the person back to life, everything you do will be in vain. Trust her, she'll get over it herself. Fang Xing sighed, washed up simply, and fell asleep. The next day, early morning, with anticipation, he looked directly at the attribute panel. Name: Fang Xing. Age: 16. Occupation: Warrior 1st level. Skin and flesh, skin refining. 84/100. 12 military boxing styles. 1 out of 100 proficient. Big dragon posture. 13/100 proficient. Gate of the heavens. 100/100 positioning successful. The 12 forms of military boxing were developed specifically for battlefield combat, with no unnecessary movements. Even if the stance looks awkward, the key is to win and survive. For example, if Fang had followed up with a wild boar roll, his chances of winning would have been high. He spoke, giving pointers on strategies and responses, which Fang Xing found very beneficial. Indeed, if Ouyang Qianqian hadn't made a mistake at the start, he wouldn't have been able to knock her down. Next group. After giving some guidance, Xiaolong called the next group of students forward. In his mind, however, he was slightly intrigued. This Fangxing is not bad. I will follow the teacher's instructions. Fangxing answered without comment. Then make way for the two of you. Go ahead. Xiaolong nodded and asked the students to make way for some space. Seeing this scene, Lu Wei couldn't help but look at Fangxing worriedly. Wei. Bai Liani came to Lu Wei and asked, "Are you worried about Fangxing?" "Yeah. Although Xing has made great progress during this period, Cole. Sigh." Lu Wei stared at the field. But Xing has a lot of experience in taking beatings, so it shouldn't be a big problem, right? Bai Liani looked at the scene with a hint of curiosity in her clear eyes. "I'm so envious." Lu Wei gave Fangxing a look. The father is away from home for a long time and can't train the children. This is our chance. Fangxing's heart moved, and he made a gesture. Then, the two of them faced off against the little brat. "Look at my light wave fist." The little brat threw a punch, but it didn't even reach the level of Ming Jin. Seeing this scene, Fangxing and Lu Wei felt relieved, knowing that they had met a good guest. At least, not as deceptive as Gu Yun last time. Fangxing took the first punch, then flew backwards with a scream. Lu Wei immediately rushed over and fought with the little brat. 2 hours later, the two of them left arm in arm, with a hint of joy on their faces. This young master is so easy to serve. As expected, the guy last time was a scumbag. Lu Wei was still impressed by Gu Yun from last time. If all customers were like this, he would have quit long ago. At this time, he rubbed his shoulders, and suddenly his expression became a little suspicious. Xing, why do I feel that you are more relaxed than me? It's simple because I was wearing protective clothing, and children couldn't tell the difference. Fangxing answered seriously. Jerk, you cheated. No, you actually bought protective clothing. Are you going to live like this? Lu Wei's eyes widened, and he said earnestly, You are not planning to take any crooked paths, are you? City hunter and bounty hunting. If you are not at the 3rd level of strength, you will die. What nonsense are you talking about? Fangxing didn't want to talk about this issue anymore, so he changed the subject. You, on the other hand, have been getting very close to Bai Liani recently. What's going on? We are just ordinary classmates. Lu Wei answered immediately, his eyes clear and his expression frank. Really? That classmate Bai is no simple person. The circulation of qi and blood may be an illusion, but the data on the proficiency panel will not be wrong. Fangxing seemed to have thought of something and looked at the world with a little greed. At this moment, these mountains and waters seemed to have some special charm in his eyes. I heard that the speed of cultivation varies on different planets. Even in some treasured places in the universe, the cosmic energy is extremely abundant, and the speed of cultivation increases by leaps and bounds. Many universities in the Federation are built in such secret places in the universe. This place may not be comparable to some mysterious cosmic realm. Even though it was covered by thick fog, one could still vaguely see that it was a giant creature about 3 or 4 meters tall, with compound eyes and mouth parts similar to those of insects. No, the other party's blurred and hazy lines seem to have some kind of subtle arc, which makes people unconsciously indulge in it, wanting to see, wanting to study, wanting more. That is, the evil god's followers? Oh no, I can't look directly at it. Fortunately, the thick smoke blocked the view, and I couldn't clearly see the mysterious pattern on the other party's body. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Lu Wei ran over, with a hint of temptation in his words. No, I want to go back and play games. Fangxing waved his hands. He has been eager to explore the other world after school recently. Even if you practice martial arts in another world, the efficiency is much higher than here, so naturally there is not much free time. Dog, you have changed. Lu Wei looked at Fangxing's back, hesitant to speak. Another world. It seems that the speed of time on both sides is the same. We can conduct another experiment. After comparing the time on both sides, Fangxing fed a berry to the mouse and saw that it died of poison after dozens of seconds. My 12 military boxing styles is still at the entry level. When Fangxing focused his attention on the military boxing column, a magical scene happened. representing the 12 styles of military boxing unfolded, and 12 more subsections appeared. Bow step cannon fist. 1 out of 100 proficient. Half step collapse fist. 77 out of 100 beginner. Blocking punch. 81 out of 100 beginner. Tomahawk kick. 55 out of 100 beginner. Double snake legs. 67/100 beginner. There are 12 sub-columns in total, corresponding 1-to-1 with the 12 forms of military boxing. Over the past few days, I have carefully selected a few moves and practiced them hard. After secretly analyzing his own psychology, he put on the holographic glasses. Don't panic if something happens. Play 2 games first. Jerk, can you move? Elementary school student? What a crappy mechanism. I might as well play a game that's banned for adults. After venting, Fong Xing couldn't help but feel very relaxed until he received a text message reminder. Dear Mr. Fong Xing, your current account balance is $754.23. Oops, not enough money. Fong Xing's expression suddenly became very solemn. The purchase of a series of products including basic nano-protective clothing and drones made his already tight wallet even worse. Cough, cough, didn't I surrender? Otherwise, if we kept fighting, it would have looked ugly. Fong Xing coughed lightly, mostly wanted to show off in front of Xiaolong. How many years of friendship do we have? Our little boat is going to capsize. But take me to the infirmary first. Lu Wei soon gave up the complaint, and the two headed towards the school infirmary together. Passing by a flower bed, Fong Xing suddenly paused. In front of him stood a young girl, dressed in a white training outfit, her demeanor as serene as a Jiangnan lotus by Liani. Student Bai? Fong Xing greeted him politely, knowing that this classmate Bai was here to see them. After thinking about it, he immediately set the drone to automatic cruise, and at the same time assigned it the task of making a map of the surrounding area and searching for other creatures. Just in case, these technological products will never be brought back to the world where the Blue Star Federation is located. Fong Xing made up his mind secretly. Although he has made a lot of preparations, it is hard to say whether there are back doors in these products. Therefore, the best way is not to test human nature. Just treat it as if it exists. Leave these items in the other world forever, and there will be no possibility of data leakage after returning to the internet. I run into Bai Liani again in the glorious Jiang mansion. She will eventually wake up, right? Alas, I can only help you up to this point, brother. Fong Xing sighed in his heart. Gu Yun's actions were very shady. Lu Wei hesitated. But they pay me. Fong Xing answered as a matter of course. I was in trouble last time, but they give money. I. Forget it, it's just money. Let's go. Lu Wei gritted his teeth and made up his mind. It's great. Fong Xing nodded. The glorious Jiang mansion. Villa, training ground. Let us make a deal first. You drive the gravity suit first, and then we'll practice with each other. Cole had a grim smile on his face, and his body was like a nimble bear, pouncing at him in the blink of an eye. Fong Xing felt the strong wind in front of him and calmly raised his right hand. Crash! The energy and blood in his body circulated like gunpowder, suddenly igniting. Put 5 fingers together and fire them out like a cannonball. Bow stance and cannon punch. A single hit is priceless. Boom! Like a cannonball fired from a gun. There was a loud bang in the air, causing the nearby students to cover their ears, and a look of pain appeared on their faces. Ah! Lu Wei was shocked to see Cole flying back at a faster speed than when he came. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Fong Xing felt a strong sense of fullness. What a mistake. I shouldn't have eaten dinner. I could have saved a meal. Emerged in his mind, and then all his limbs seemed to be wrapped in a warm current, and his bones felt numb, as if he had received an advanced physical therapy and felt very comfortable. Open the liver. After confirming that the medicine had taken effect, Fong Xing immediately assumed the Dalong Zhuang posture and began to practice hard. Breathe. Along with his long breaths, his back began to tremble slightly, like a big dragon, moving his dragon claw-like limbs. Teacher, I've only heard of warriors who have mastered skin refining, whose skin is as tough as cowhide and who are not afraid of ordinary blunt attacks. Is copper skin and jade skin a higher state? Ouyang Qianqian raised her hand and asked. The top students in the class have made good progress in skin refining. According to Fang Xing's estimation, they have at least completed half of the process. This is especially true for natural person students who have family channels to know more and are more eager for this level of knowledge. Well, there are differences between warriors who have mastered the art of skin refining. This is the fate of every citizen of the Blue Star Federation. That being admitted to university would only delay his military service. He considered making a large sum of star money by reselling materials from the two worlds and then paying off the loan. But obviously, if the origin of this money cannot be explained clearly, it will bring greater danger. In short, if all else fails, go to university first, and then look for opportunities in university. After school, I feel like Xiaolong's guidance is helping me less and less. Fang Xing kicked the stones, feeling a little melancholy. Axing, it is time to get on the clock. You say, have we wrongly blamed him? Coming out of the infirmary, Lu Wei's expression became a little confused. I just took a quick look, and there aren't many star points on Bai's card. Young man, that's because your rank is too low. Fang Xing complained in his heart, and then said seriously, whether it is true or not, it has nothing to do with us, and we didn't spread rumors. Yes, fortunately. Lu Wei carefully put away the campus card. I have to return this to the owner as soon as possible. He could even imagine the scene whereby worked part-time to pay for his studies and still didn't have enough money for food. Fang Xing saw this scene, he was speechless. This breath of youth, even if it's stupid, even if it's embarrassing, it's still youth. Lu Wei doesn't meet their requirements anyway, so just do as you please. He had a hunch that Bai Liani had no ill intentions in coming to him this time and was just putting on a show. I returned to Xingfu Garden Community and received several more express deliveries. Yeah, not bad. Fang Xing looked at the selfie stick in his hand and the drone next to him and nodded with satisfaction. With all these preparations, plus air detection equipment and weapons, you could basically put together a monkey version of alien exploration equipment. In the attribute panel is proof of this. Military boxing 12 styles, 76 out of 100, beginner. Not bad, not bad. This is an overall improvement. But I'm still no match for her daughter. I still have to keep working hard. Fang Xing secretly made up his mind. Time flies. Fang Xing has been taking medicine and practicing martial arts these days. He occasionally goes out to work with Lu Wei. In his free time, he plays games online. His life is extremely fulfilling. This day, happy home community. Inside the practice room. Name, Fang Xing. Age, 16. Occupation, warrior first level. Skin and flesh, skin refining. 43/100, 12 military boxing styles. 86 out of 100 beginner, big dragon posture. 99/100 beginner, gate of the heavens. 59/100 positioning. It has been 9 days since I traveled through time. According to observation, if there is no external force such as teacher Xiaolong's guidance, relying solely on hard practice, it will take about 3 days to increase the proficiency of the dragon posture. As for the military boxing and other moves, it is indeed different with guidance, and the progress will be faster. The progress of refining the skin and flesh will be accelerated along with the improvement of the Great Dragon Pillar. But at my current level, I can't increase the speed at all. If this continues, after more than 3 months, I will at most be able to improve the Great Dragon posture and military body fist to the next level, but it will be difficult for me to break through the realm of warriors. Fang Xing and Lu Wei left, both feeling a little unsatisfied. Is this the advice from a true professional? Lu Wei touched his chin and said, it feels worse than Mr. Xia's, but we charged less. Isn't that a bit of a loss? It's better than practicing on your own. Teacher Xiaolong is not only a professional, but also a professional educator with rich teaching experience. How can it be the same? Fang Xing shook his head. He could see that the old man Gu was a bit thrifty, so he offered extra compensation in the form of pointers instead of injuries. But even so, Lu Wei didn't know how, but he definitely made a lot of money. To me, that's a 3-fold increase. His eyes lit up and he glanced at the attribute panel. Big dragon pile. 81 out of 100 beginner. Each time I exercise, I grow a little bit. If I continue at this rate. A smile appeared on Fang Xing's face. The next day, Yucai High School. Martial arts class. It's different. Everything is different. Fang Xing started to fight and felt as if he had been reborn, especially when he was practicing the bow step cannon punch. The circulation of qi and blood, the coordination of the limbs, all have a wonderful sense of smoothness, as if a previously obscure machine had been re-oiled. To him, Ouyang Qianqian, as a student from a natural human family with resources, had progressed further than biohumans in physical conditioning, yet was still pushed to this extent, clearly showing her lack of combat experience. But Fang Xing was interesting, with decent combat instincts, having clearly undergone some real fights, and his ability to surrender when necessary showed that he was sensible and understood how to advance and retreat wisely. Moreover, it seemed that every time in class he could see a bit of improvement, no matter how small. This was something special. Xiao Long recalled the past. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Gu Yun turn off the gravity suit. A trace of bloodthirstiness and excitement appeared on her delicate face. Kill, 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 kill. Half an hour later, the middle-aged man from last time appeared in the training ground, looking at Fang Xing and Lu Wei, and paused on Fang Xing's nano-protective suit. This protective suit is good. Don't worry next time. The impact is different, and the training effect is also different. But forget it this time. It's not bad to vent occasionally. He smiled and said, I see you are practicing the 12 moves of the military boxing, right? Xiao Long frowned. It's like this. Learning from other students doesn't work for me. I want to ask Fang Xing for advice. Cole stared at Fang Xing with undisguised hostility on his face. Obviously, before this, he was the student that the teacher valued the most. Obviously, his cannon punch was close to being a minor success. How come he was suddenly surpassed by this unknown person in the class? He is still a teenager after all. Too impulsive. Fang Xing had a blank expression on his face and waved his hand, telling Lu Wei not to worry. Do you want to designate a sparring partner? Xiao Long touched his chin and laughed. It seems quite interesting. Fang Xing, what do you think? I'll have to remind you more often in the future. Of course, considering the current relationship between the two, it is just a few reminders. Fang Xing obviously wouldn't do anything to secretly investigate by Liani for Lu Wei, as he was too busy with his own affairs. Next, let's practice hard. Fang Xing made up his mind secretly. As an educational planet, Eagle Star cannot be considered 100% safe, but the public security is quite good. Plus, Fang Xing was just an ordinary high school student before, so the relationship was very simple. He has always been a low-key person and doesn't cause trouble, so the probability of trouble happening to him becomes extremely low. In short, it is the power of the heart. However, this matter is very mysterious, and we can only say that everyone should go with the flow and find the method that suits them best. A true genius, even if he stands on the big dragon pile to the end, can comprehend the dragon's artistic conception. Xiao Long waved his hands. It's too far for you to talk about this now. I just want you to have a goal. Fang Xing, I've been paying attention to you for a while. You are very good. You make progress every day. Today you even gave me a little surprise. It's all thanks to the teacher's guidance. For a jade skin warrior, the skin of the whole body is as crystal clear as jade, and it can be retracted and released freely and has many magical uses. More importantly, it can lay a solid foundation. Work hard, classmates. Most of the Federation's martial saints and martial gods in history have reached the jade skin realm. Martial saint? Martial god? Many students felt a sense of longing and sadness in their hearts, because they also know that this is almost impossible unless a miracle happens. Or, if the realm is not enough, resources can be used to make up for it. But this is obviously not suitable for ordinary people. If I didn't have protective clothing, I would be a fool to touch a sword with my fist, even if it was a wooden sword. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Fang Xing's mind. He took a deep breath and prepared to let the protective suit cover his entire body. But Guyan shuddered slightly, and the scarlet in her eyes dissipated a lot. She looked at Fang Xing with a hint of satisfaction on her face. Primary nano protective suit? Very good. This is called professionalism. I can also use my full strength, and I don't have to worry about accidentally killing you. Wait. Fang Xing secretly cried out that something was wrong. As expected of teacher Xiaolong, but professional private tutoring is indeed very profitable. For him, it's just a few hours of tutoring outside of class. Recalling how long it took his previous life to save up this money, Fang Xing felt like crying. Teacher, this is too expensive. To me, it's nothing. Xiaolong shook his head. As a teacher, I hope to teach some good students. The better your grades are, the higher my performance and bonus will be. This is a two-way benefit. You don't have to worry about anything. Well, thank you, teacher. Fang Xing bowed gratefully. Well, work hard. I hope to see you do well on your final exams. The fish in the river were very big. One was more than half a meter long, with strong and dense bones, so he also made fish soup. In addition, there are berries and mushrooms picked from the bushes nearby. After the meal was ready, Fang Xing did not start eating. Instead, he took out the drug test paper and tested it one by one. Well, there's nothing wrong with bird meat or fish meat. The mushrooms are fine, but these berries are poisonous? Looking at the test results, Fang Xing was a little confused. It seems that I can't eat my first meal in this alien world. I'll just have to order takeout when I get home. In a daze, a month passed quietly. Yutsai High School. Fang Xing swung his right arm and punched hard. Boom! Seemed to be a sound of a cannonball in the void, and the students around were startled. This, a single shot is worth a ton of money? A classmate asked in surprise. Fang Xing, have you mastered the bow step cannon fist? I just got into the state by chance. Fang Xing closed his eyes, as if trying to grasp this feeling. In fact, he knew that he had achieved it once and for all. If he could perform the real cannon fist this time, he would be able to do it next time as well. Despite this, Fang Xing was also happy to take Gu Yun's order. After all, although Uncle Gu is not as good as Xiaolong, his occasional guidance is much better than guessing blindly on your own. What's more, there is an excellent object for training. Bang! Two figures crossed each other in the open space, and the silver-white boxing gloves and wooden swords kept clashing, making dense noises. After a long while, Guyan stopped and swung the wooden sword. No, you've improved so fast. It's only been a short while, and I can't even take you down even with the gravity suit on. She narrowed her eyes slightly, like a little fox. Is my dad's teaching so good? Unfortunately, I can't use it to escape immediately. I'm missing a life-saving magical power. Fang Xing frowned slightly, then started to fly the drone and turned on the air detection device. With instrumental analysis, the results appear quickly. Mainly nitrogen, with 22% oxygen, 1.2% rare gas, and 0.0001% of completely undetectable components, but it is generally confirmed that there are no toxic or harmful gases. Fang Xing looked at the little white mouse that was still jumping around in the cage next to him, hesitated for a moment, and opened the nanomask. Well, I can breathe normally. The air is very fresh. More than a month later, Fang Xing was walking on the road and suddenly slowed down his pace. He returned to the platform he was at that day. After a month of emergency repairs, the ground here is now flat. The buildings are neatly arranged, and pedestrians are flowing like a tide, which is a world of difference compared to before. It's unbelievable that this place was a devastated battlefield more than a month ago, with thousands of casualties. Happy home community. Fang Xing opened the door and couldn't help complaining again. After something like this happened, there was no compensation, and the landlord didn't even lower the rent. Triple knife. Whoosh! A black shadow flashed, and the wooden stick disappeared. Where's my stick? Lu Wei's eyes widened. Then he screamed and was struck flying. Kill! Guyan was obviously a little dizzy again. She stepped on the chest of Lu Wei, who was lying on the ground, with her little foot, and dropped the wooden sword, aiming at Lu Wei's throat. This kind of vital position, even with a wooden sword, could cause serious injury. Bang! At the critical moment, another wooden stick flew over and blocked the wooden sword. There seemed to be a hint of dark red in Gu Yun's eyes. With a flash of the knife, the wooden stick was chopped away, and then it faced Fang Xing, who was rushing over. Even if the Blue Star Federation uses various means to intercept 99.99% of the attacks, there are still some that slip through the net. We encountered before is one example. Is he just a high-ranking servant? This probability is enough to buy a lottery ticket. After all, the original owner had never encountered this before in his 16 years of life. Should I move? Putting aside the question of whether or not I have money, from the perspective of two shells not landing in the same crater, it seems that Xingfuyuan community is the safest place right now. He continued reading and found that the bottom page of the website had turned black and white. With this progress, I will be able to complete the skin refining before the end of the first year of high school this summer. Fang Xing clenched his fists, feeling that he was not far from having his entire body skin refined and functioning smoothly. Maybe you could even try the jade skin? A tall building rises from the ground, and the same is true for martial arts. The more solid the foundation, the greater the potential in the future. Fang Xing had a smile on his face and looked at the surveillance screen again. The next second, his smile froze on his face. Drone, did you capture a human figure? The last bit of nutrient solution. Fang Xing opened his mouth, swallowed the last 20 milliliters of D3 level nutrient solution, and began to practice the Dalong Zhuang. He forgot about himself and the world, immersed himself in the standing meditation, and continuously circulated his qi and blood. 3 hours later, something mysterious happened. Roar! The circulation of his energy and blood suddenly accelerated, as if he had broken through some barrier. Then, the bones all over his body moved, and countless notes overlapped, as if turning into a dragon's roar. Big Dragon Post. 1/100 proficient. Upgraded? Although the distance is very short, it can still catch the enemy by surprise. After fastening the electric baton to his waist, Fang Xing let the nanosuit cover his entire body. He then picked up the backpack and packed the supplies into different categories. According to the information from the Gate of the Heavens, it seems that I can only pass through it immediately, and I can't open a portal or anything like that. The selfie stick is useless. He sighed, and then an idea came to his mind. 1, 2, 3. After counting to 3 times silently, a ball of silver white light appeared before his eyes. The mastery level of the Great Dragon Pillar is indeed not comparable to the entry level. According to this estimate, I can increase my proficiency by a little bit every day or so. The speed of cultivation has been greatly improved. This is only the proficiency level. What about higher levels? The future is promising. The future is promising. Sure enough, I am only one golden finger away from success. The glorious Jiang Mansion. Villa Training Ground. Fang Xing and Lu Wei came here to work several times later, but unfortunately they did not see Bai Liani. Maybe that time was just a coincidence. Alas, a technologically advanced world is full of troubles. Even if I get some resources from here, it's hard to use them right now. After all, Fang Xing was just an ordinary student. How could he explain the sudden acquisition of many strange things? Even the sudden increase in wealth? I need a channel to get cash, or even an anonymous account. A channel to sell a large amount of materials. After all the calculations, it is inevitable to deal with the black market. Fang Xing sighed and looked for a suitable location on the map scanned by the drone to set up a campsite. The choice of this kind of address is also a science, as it must be close to a water source and safe. Although he can challenge his limits, Fang Xing obviously would not accept it if it comes at the cost of damaging his body. He took a deep breath again, then stood up and went to the bathroom to wash up. After changing into dry clothes, he almost slumped in the chair, posing in the most comfortable posture, and consciously looked at the attribute panel. Name: Fang Xing. Age: 16. Occupation: Warrior 1st level. Skin and flesh, skin refining. 23 out of 100. 12 military boxing styles. 60/100 beginner's guide. Big dragon posture. 70/100 beginner. Gate of the Heavens. 9/100 positioning. Please remain calm. If you find anyone with abnormal mental state, please contact nearby security units immediately. Look at the time. It was released just over 10 seconds ago. Fang Xing's eyes narrowed. The extraterritorial evil god is the great enemy of the Blue Star Federation, and the war between the two sides has lasted for hundreds of years. These extraterritorial evil gods hold the authority of imaginary space and can open void tunnels, bypass the interstellar fortress defense line of the Federation's heavily stockpiled troops, and send their followers to the Federation's hinterland galaxies. But if you want to use the resources of this world, you still have to try it in the future. Just follow the process. After the test paper, then the guinea pig. He took some fish and bird meat and fed it to the little white mouse pioneers. As explorers of the New World, these little white mice can be called vanguards and have helped Fangxing deal with a lot of dangers. Fangxing waited for half an hour and found that the mice that had eaten the meat were normal. He nodded and said, "Observe for another day. Wait until tomorrow and feed them berries again. I don't know how poisonous they are." He had taken similar courses before and could handle it easily. Half an hour later, Fangxing fetched some river water, poured it into the pot, and slowly boiled it. He then looked at the roasted birds and fish on the fire. These foods were naturally found by him. There seemed to be an unusually large number of small animals in this forest. Of course, the river was not safe either, because in the glimpse of the drone, he seemed to see a giant python more than 10 meters long swimming in the river below. Because of this simple environment, Fangxing used local ingredients and first made roasted bird and roasted fish. There are also other devices such as gravity detectors. They are all available in the school training room. Let's see if we can borrow them. This will save us a lot of money. Since the students are being trained as interstellar warriors, they need to face the harsh environments of different planets. Therefore, there are specific alien combat courses in Yucai High School. Fangxing felt that even if it was a different world, there shouldn't be any big problems if he followed the procedures in the textbook. A few days later, Happy Home Community. Practice room. Fangxing was wearing casual clothes and doing the Dalong Zhuang posture, sweating profusely. At this moment, a tall figure walked into the classroom. It was Xiaolong. He glanced around and finally landed on Fangxing. "Fangxing, come to my office with me." "Yes, teacher." Fangxing's heart moved, and he followed Xia to the office. Opening the door, there was a huge space inside. On the mahogany desk, there was a set of Celadon tea set. A kettle was steaming on the small stove. "Sit down, would you like some tea?" Xiaolong sat down with his arms and legs stretched out and began to order tea with his hands as smoothly as flowing water. Fangxing saw this scene, his eyes widened. "Why? 59 minutes. 60 minutes. Time's up." Fangxing sat down on the ground, panting heavily. "Sure enough, 1 hour of Dalong Zhuang every day is almost my limit, but limits are meant to be broken." During this period of time, he challenged his limits many times, and finally he was able to change his standing posture from 2 separate 30-minute sessions to 1 60-minute session. It's not that it can't be longer, but it will obviously damage the body and do more harm than good. Teacher Xiaolong's judgment is very accurate. According to the conditions of most students, 1 hour of standing practice every day is the limit. The sonic impact, waves of fire, and high heat swept in. He saw a ball of fire exploded in the distance, and countless thick smoke billowed. Reinforced concrete buildings shattered, large amounts of mechanical debris flew everywhere, occasionally mixed with human remains. The world seemed to have pressed the pause button at this moment, and then started again quickly. Roars and curses lingered all around. Bang! Before Fangxing could react, he felt a huge force hitting him and sent him flying backwards. "What is it?" His chest felt tight, but luckily it wasn't painful. When he looked down, he saw a cement structure the size of a human head falling at his feet. Lu Wei saw Gu Yun with pigtails. He quickly waved his hand. "Don't worry. I will definitely be able to master the magic sword this time and completely control this evil nature." Gu Yun held the wooden sword, full of confidence. "Bring it on." Lu Wei learned his lesson this time and directly blocked the wooden stick in front of him. "Good." Gu Yun shouted and swung the wooden sword. Whoosh! Her speed of attack was even faster than last time, and knife shadows appeared in the air one after another. The 3 knife shadows seemed to come in no particular order, chopping Lu Wei's wooden stick at the same time. Fangxing quickly lowered his head and ran in the opposite direction according to the contents of the textbook. He took a last look and found that the young man, of whom only half of his body was left, was already dead. Is it that insect chirping? Sonic attack? I'm fine. I'm wearing protective clothing that even protects my ears. But ordinary warriors should be able to withstand it and only suffer minor injuries at most. But for the seriously injured, this blow would be too fatal. Fang Xing had never felt the fragility of life so clearly as he did at this moment. Whoosh! He accelerated madly. His figure seemed to turn into a series of afterimages. They were at least at the level of a second-level muscle warrior. Even the middle-aged man who led the group had well-developed muscles, which made his clothes look a size smaller. He looked quite majestic. In Fang Xing's opinion, his martial arts were so strong that he should be at the level of a third-level unpolished jade warrior. As a martial arts student of the new era, I can't say anything else, but I have watched countless martial arts videos, so I do have this kind of judgment. Of course, I can't beat a warrior in the unpolished jade realm. But with the primary nanoprotective suit and electric batons, we may be able to fight back. In the picture, Zhang Jirue is still wearing a small suit and sitting in the office, like an ordinary urban white-collar worker. Hearing Fang Xing's question, Zhang Jirue smiled. Coach Ping is very easy to talk to. He agreed to give us the cost price this time. 100,000 per class will be enough. One class. 100,000? Let me think about it. Fang Xing felt a toothache. Oh, and the client's previous commission has also found a person. He has triangular eyes, is white, and is good at communicating with small animals. In the black market, only Scavenger Lance is a good match. The Sword of Extreme Emotion is an A-level martial art created by the martial arts master Yuan Lang. It is famous for its exquisite sword techniques and amazing power. When practicing, you need to simulate extreme emotions, which can be friendship, love, or hatred. Because it is too extreme, it is not included in the scope of high school teaching. Jerk, it's actually considered that extreme emotions surpass other A-level martial arts. Isn't this a bit dangerous? But I do like swordsmanship, and it's rare for Zhang Jirue to find a private tutor. After thinking about it, Fang Xing decided to conceal his true face first, then made a call using a black market communicator to express his gratitude and inquire about the price. Zhang Jirue, is there any activity at the blood cage fighting arena? He looked at the contact and couldn't help feeling a little strange. But he also knew that this meat-filled bunny girl was not an ordinary person, so he answered the message immediately. Ding! A holographic image appeared. It was Zhang Jirue. At this time, the other party was wearing a small black suit, and her temperament looked much more capable. Guest, I have been promoted to manager now. As for the A-level martial arts you asked me to search for before, I have also found some clues. You should have heard of the name of Extreme Love Sword, right? For Fang Xing, nothing else matters. Only practicing martial arts is the most important. Now with the batch of herbs he picked, he has no shortage of spirit stones. Daily nourishment of spiritual rice and monster meat, along with an aura environment, and occasionally tranquility pills to aid in cultivation. With these multiple effects, his progress in martial arts was accelerating by leaps and bounds. In fact, he was so immersed in this crazy martial arts training that he didn't even notice the passage of time in the outside world. This day, in the fenced courtyard, sword energy was flying back and forth. Eagle Star, Happy Garden Community. It's August already. The thunder and lightning and heavy rain outside. Fang Xing looked at the calendar and murmured, "School starts in September." Only then did he seem to come back to his senses from the atmosphere of the market town. People should have their own independence and not be easily swept away by the general trend. If someone is simple-minded, after seeing what happened just now, he might get carried away and join in the fight. What good will it do if I fight for my life? Fang Xing muttered to himself as he picked up the communicator to see if anyone had contacted him recently. However, it still died. At the hands of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Sure enough, cultivators still have a certain advantage when dealing with monsters of the same level, but they can crush them so easily, maybe they're still a little behind. This ape might just be a second-level low-grade monster, while the Qingxin Sex Foundation building might be in the middle stage or even higher. Fang Xing pondered secretly, looking at the ape corpse with a hint of eagerness. Second-level monster meat. I wonder what its efficacy is? Go! At this time, accompanied by the voice of the old man who was building the foundation, the army of flying boats continued to advance, followed by many independent cultivators and warriors who brought their own dry food. This is free information. If you want detailed information, the price is 200,000. Zhang Jure continued with a smile. Really? Thank you. I'll come back to trade later. Fang Xing hung up the phone expressionlessly. Lance the scavenger? There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. In normal communication, not many people come to see me. After all, my only best friend before was Lu Wei, and now Lu Wei doesn't want to play with me anymore. But Ouyang Qianqian actually asked me to go to the gym for a martial arts competition. It seems that this girl still won't give up. He looked at several missed calls, replied one by one, then picked up another communicator and entered the password. This is a communicator obtained from the black market. The positioning function has been erased, and it is not registered under his name, which can avoid a lot of trouble. On the black market communicator, there was even less information, only one message. A moment later, an old man wearing a green Taoist robe, with 3 long beards and an immortal look on his face, came back dragging the corpse of a second-level monster as big as a hill. This second-level monster is a gigantic ape, about 16 meters tall. Even when it falls to the ground, it is still as majestic as a mountain. One of its claws can easily crush many cultivators into meat paste. The hair on his body was cold, like a sharp sword, and there was still a little bit of spiritual light that had not dissipated. Blood continued to flow out of the wound, and the corpse even twitched occasionally. 66 Yitzi, and sit down. She bowed gracefully and left. Fang Xing's expression became a little strange. It's impossible for this woman to fall in love with me after just 2 meetings. Is she in private contact with Shen Yusin and is testing me? Or is she really ready to retire and stop doing bloody work? But how can a warrior in Fangshi survive if he doesn't do this? For people to collect herbs, and now with the beast tide spreading, the situation is 10 times more difficult. This is even more so for warriors who have no savings. I heard that many beautiful female warriors, in addition to their daily work, have to do half-door work to supplement their family income. This is the peerless form of martial arts. Unfortunately, this state only lasts for a period of time when the pill takes effect, and it is gone after that. Even so, the tranquilizing pill will definitely be of great benefit to my martial arts. Looking at the increase in various data on the panel, Fang Xing's eyes lit up. He felt more and more that there were still many treasures in Kinglan Fang City, waiting for him to discover. Practice martial arts. Practice martial arts? With such good conditions, it would be a shame if I didn't work hard to get it. According to my progress, I will definitely be able to beat Gu Yun to tears before school starts. Miss Shin didn't elaborate, but just said that Brother Ming had an accident while collecting herbs. She is an orphan and a widow, and she doesn't know how the Tsongshan 5 heroes will arrange it. Fang Xing chattered on, talking about what Shen Yusin had done today. Leaving? That's fine. From now on, the 5 righteous men of Tsongshan will no longer be known as this in Qinglin Market. Hua Feiyue showed a bitter smile, and then looked at Fang Xing with her bright eyes. Brother Fang is upright and brave. I admire you very much. If you have free time in the future, you can come to know. Just meditating is so troublesome. If it is a real inner demon, how terrifying would it be? Fang Xing felt emotional and quickly swallowed a pill of calming pill. As the spicy taste spread between his mouth and tongue, he suddenly felt his mind clear. Had originally emerged were suppressed in an instant. He even felt as if he could look inside every part of his body, see the tendons, bones, internal organs, even the most subtle parts. Could it be that this is the spiritual consciousness of the immortal cultivator? In this state of absolute control, Fang Xing successfully calmed his mind and overcame the first difficulty of using the ghost sword. Before he died, he created an opportunity for Shen Yusin to leave with the spoils. Fu Qing was first consumed by Wan Fenglin, then ambushed by Chen Yi, and besieged by several innate warriors. He did not dare to fight and directly took the bulk of the spoils and left. An operation to collect herbs finally came to an end, but 2 innates died. The remaining few were also injured. How miserable was it? The treasure hunt and exploration in the world of immortal cultivation is really dangerous. Don't participate in such inexplicable activities in the future. Fang Xing warned himself silently, and then started steaming rice, cooking, and grilling meat. I can't expect too much. Who can blame the bottom line of people in this world for being so flexible? Fang Xing shook his head and prepared to try out the effect of this hard-earned calming pill. He sat cross-legged, his mind calm, and tried to enter a meditative state. Immediately, he silently visualized the artistic conception of with a knife in hand, no ghosts or gods can stay. In an instant, his originally clear heart lake suddenly began to ripple. The originally clear lake water turned completely black. Countless thoughts appeared in the form of faces expressing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Fang Xing touched his chin, thoughtfully. 3 days later, is this the tranquility pill? Fang Xing picked up a jade bottle and poured out a pill. The entire pill was emerald green, yet it had a strange, spicy smell. He waited for 2 days and then went to King Danfang. Fortunately, the other party did not break his promise and told him that the elixir had been successfully refined and a total of 4 bottles of elixir had been produced. According to the original agreement, he was given 2 bottles. Actually, who knows what the true success rate of that alchemist is? But being able to give me the elixir already means I have a good reputation. He didn't snatch the food from the Black Tiger Gang, but purchased it. No matter how arrogant and domineering the Black Tiger Gang was, they couldn't cause trouble for him because of this. As for the Huanqin orchid, who knows how many plants Xin Yusin sold him? Once the mother and son leave, there will be no evidence to prove the crime. King Danfang. This guest, a maid with a sweet smile, came up to greet him, but Fang Xing ignored her. Is Miss Xiaorui here? Xiaorui, I'll go call her right now. The maid's smile froze slightly. After a while, Xiaorui came to Fang Xing and asked, is this customer the one who wanted to buy the tranquilizing pill last time? I just wonder how it compares to a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. Forget it, I think too much. Fang Xing was about to go back to the house when his expression suddenly changed. Boom! The ground began to tremble slightly. He looked up suddenly and saw that the formation that originally covered Qinglin Market was opened, and countless spiritual lights fell like raindrops. The flying boats, more than 10 meters high and hundreds of meters long, slowly moved out of the market like giant war beasts. The terrifying aura and pressure made Fang Xing think of the Federation's aerospace fighters, although they were the smallest models. He then began to hypnotize himself, making his spirit gradually like a ghost or a god. This hypnosis was not a simple hypnosis, but a real change in one's own mental qualities. It can even bring out the huge potential buried deep within the body. With a knife in hand, I can kill ghosts, slay gods, and fight ghosts and gods. With just a thought, Fang Xing's mind moved, and a 100-tempered steel knife fell into his hand. He suddenly jumped up and slashed with the knife. Kill the ghost. Swish! It's like electricity coming out of an empty room. Suddenly, an inch of bright blade light appeared in the void. After thinking about it, I opened the door. Just as the fragrant breeze blew by, a woman with rosy cheeks, almond eyes, curved eyebrows, and a seductive look walked in. She has the temperament of a mature woman, like a plump and sweet peach. She is the second of the 5 righteous men of Tsangshan Hua Feiyue. Miss Hua, no, fellow Taoist Hua, we meet again. Fang Xing and Hua Feiyue had only met once, so he acted very coldly. What's the matter? Brother Fang, I just came to see my 5th sister, but I didn't expect her to have left. You are really a wise man. Hua Feiyue's breathing was a little unstable, and it was obvious that his injuries had not yet fully recovered. Follow the sect's order to wipe out the beast tide. An old, deep voice came, and it actually resounded throughout the market. The first time Fang Xing heard this voice, he shuddered. Foundation building cultivator? It's a foundation building exercise. Finally, the Qingxian sect couldn't help it anymore and decided to take action. Haha, let's go together and wipe out the beast tide. We'll get a lot of spirit stones. The monks in the market town cheered and jumped and followed excitedly one by one. For them, they are not afraid of danger, but they are afraid of the status quo and no chance. Widow Shin's husband has died, and it is said that she is leaving King Linfang City with her children. Fang Xing trembled all over, as if he was very scared, and sold Shin Yusin out directly. It's smart to leave. Let's go. This group of Black Tiger gang members seemed to have questioned other neighbors a long time ago, and now they had completely confirmed it, and immediately left in disappointment. Sure enough, if we kill every member of the gang, we will not make any mistakes. Fang Xing closed the door and shook his head. Now that we are weak, we naturally need to be patient. When he can crush this place in the future, he can do whatever he wants. There is a coach in the fighting arena recently who is good at extreme love sword and is willing to serve as a private coach. If you want to make an appointment, you can contact this number. This is a video that has already been recorded. Fang Xing closed it directly and then thought, extreme love sword? It's a bit late. I have already mastered the ghost sword, and you are telling me this? He remembered that he had mentioned similar things to Zhang Jirue before, but I didn't expect that the other party actually remembered it and found it. Sort of extreme passion. Thinking of this, Fang Xing immediately went online to search for content related to the extreme love sword. Then what about the strength of the 4th level courage warriors? At least he should be able to compete with a master in the late stage of chi training, right? Or a master in chi training who has reached perfection? Fang Xing guessed in his heart. The innate masters of this world, even the most advanced ones, can only be compared to the cultivators in the middle stage of chi training. When one reaches the late stage of chi training, he is considered a master in Qinglin Market, and there are no more than a few hundred people in the entire market, not to mention those who have perfected their chi training. After practicing the sword technique, Fang Xing's eyes flickered as he stared at the attribute panel. Name: Fang Xing. Age: 17. Occupation: warrior 2nd level. Tendons and bones: tendon training. 31 out of 100. 12 military boxing styles. 61 out of 100 proficient, big dragon posture. 14 out of 200 mastery, ghost sword. 2 out of 100 beginner. Gate of the heavens, charging. This tranquilizing pill can not only assist in the practice of the ghost god sword, but more importantly, when the drug takes effect, I seem to enter a strange state, similar to the spiritual consciousness of a cultivator, and can completely control every part of myself. This is also his martial arts. Although Xiaolong also talked about the spirit of martial arts, such as the weak punching the stronger, Fang Xing was not very interested. His martial arts was only about becoming stronger, protecting himself, and then doing what he could while still being able to protect himself. Practice boxing, practice boxing. Fang Xing cooked himself a pot full of spiritual rice and started practicing the Dalong posture again. In the middle of the night, there was a sudden knock on the door. Who was it again? He was a little impatient, so he leaned over to look through the crack in the door and was stunned. Release the true energy and transform it into blade light. Fang Xing put away his sword and stood up, his eyes slightly bright. This is of course not my promotion to the Xiantian realm, but I have finally mastered the ghost sword and possessed the Xiantian combat power. The next day, in the early morning, there was a thin mist. Fang Xing picked up the tempered steel knife he had just bought from a stall and slowly practiced his sword moves. The key to the A-level martial arts ghost sword is to simulate the artistic conception, meditation, and hypnosis. Once this aspect is mastered, the moves will be very simple. And Fang Xing's hand suddenly increased to about 3 inches, emitting a bright glow. After getting started with ghost sword, it's just like learning ordinary martial arts. Just grind it out every day. Its realm is probably the same as other martial arts, first getting started, then becoming proficient, and then becoming proficient. Above the proficient level, it should not be a simulation of artistic conception, but a thorough mastery of this artistic conception, and then being upgraded to a true artistic martial arts. Although the Blue Star Federation's Jade Realm warriors are at a similar level to the Xiantian, their combat power is definitely greater. Roar! At this moment, a terrible roar of a beast was heard outside the market. The sound was like muffled thunder, and it carried a completely different kind of pressure from that of a first-level monster. "It's a second-level monster," someone among the casual cultivators exclaimed. "How dare you, a mere monster, be so presumptuous?" The old voice from before sounded again, with a hint of anger. "Coming?" Fang Xing saw that from the fleet, a ray of khaki light surged out, like a long rainbow, shooting towards the direction of the beast's roar. Then, a horrifying muffled sound followed, accompanied by the roar of the second-level monster. Alas, in this world, even ordinary rice is almost unaffordable, let alone magical rice. Fang Xing sighed and walked away amid everyone's disdainful gazes. Room 57, Building D. Fang Xing took a glance and found that the door of the next room was still closed. Only when a sound was heard would an eye carefully look through the crack in the door, like a pitiful little animal. Alas, what a poor little fellow. Fang Xing ignored Meng Zijin, closed the door, and went to the basement. Throwing aside the sweet potato rhizomes on the top layer of the basket, you will see that it is full of medicinal herbs. She has a good memory and even knows Fang Xing. "Yes, I wonder if the store has it in stock?" Fang Xing asked. "I'm really sorry, the tranquilizing pill is still out of stock." Xiao Rui gave an apologetic smile. "Oh, but I recently purchased a fantasy orchid. What if I entrust it to be refined?" He spoke again. "What a great opportunity, customer, to be able to purchase the Huan Xian orchid." Xiao Rui was slightly surprised, then smiled and said, "If you entrust us to refine it, there will be no problem. The customer provides the Huan Xian orchid, and our store prepares the auxiliary materials." Wan Fenglin coughed and suddenly raised his hand. 2 black beads that looked like elixir shot out. "That's Danlei?" Fu Qing's eyes jumped, and he saw one of the pills suddenly exploded. The purple-red lightning instantly hit the tiger head sword, blowing the magic weapon away with a mournful cry. He knew something was wrong, so he turned around and slapped his waist again. A black shield shaped like a tortoiseshell emerged and blocked his body firmly. The fight finally started. In the monitoring room, Fang Xing's eyes lit up. "Then it's my turn." Entrance to the canyon. Fu Qing of the Black Tiger Gang was wielding a tortoiseshell shield and a tiger head knife, 2 magical weapons for attack and defense, and was entangled with Wan Fenglin, who had taken out a magical weapon that looked like a pill cauldron. Although King Danfang has a good reputation, Fang Xing is still a little hesitant. Only then did he open the monitoring log to check the follow-up of the Tsongshan 5 heroes, Master Wan Dan and Fu Qing. In the scene, Meng Yu was pierced through the chest by a tiger head knife, but he pushed his wife Shun Yusin beside him hard. In Shun Yusin's hand, there was a Huan Xian Lan. This is a mess. After seeing Fang Xing to the end, he could barely sort out what happened. Chunyi had a backup plan and was not poisoned. After Hua Feiyue and the other 2 were detoxified, they quickly joined the battle. It was my boss who was out picking medicinal herbs and unfortunately died. Shun Yusin's eyes were slightly red, and she was wearing mourning clothes. She answered calmly, "This is fate. I don't want to stay in this sad place, and I'm ready to take Zijin away." "Leave here?" Fang Xing was slightly surprised. "Madam, do you have enough money for the trip?" Qinglin Market was established by Qingxian sect in order to reclaim the wilderness. It is located very deep in the wilderness and is full of dangers on all sides. That comes every once in a while. There is no other way to leave. It is relatively easy for independent cultivators to come to Qinglin Market, but if they want to leave, the boat ticket alone is very expensive. If it succeeds, you can get 50% of the pill. If it fails, you don't need to pay extra spirit stones. Fang Xing frowned slightly, feeling that this store was a bit of a scam. But there is no way. Other private alchemists are even worse, and their skills are not that good. Please rest assured, our alchemists have a success rate of over 70% in refining the tranquilizing pill. As if noticing Fang Xing's hesitation, Xiao Rui immediately spoke. "That's all. Let's just leave it at that." Fang Xing took out a Huan Xian orchid and prepared to give it a try. After all, he still had one in his hand, so he was not very panicked. Comparing ordinary monsters with immortal cultivators. Under the same strength, immortal cultivators are better after all. After all, immortal cultivators know how to use tools and strategies. Fang Xing only took a few glances and knew that if he continued to lure the purple-winged scorpions like this, there would be no way they could recover, and they would have to be wiped out. Gradually, as one purple-winged scorpion after another was killed, the mist covering the valley dissipated a lot. A sacred lake can be vaguely seen in the mist, located in the center of the valley. At the edge of the lake, there are several strange orchids, all covered in fluorescent light. We can always make up the money by selling our property. Shin Yusin answered calmly, but her tone was firm, and it was obvious that she had already made plans. Now, not only are the 5 righteous men of Tsangshan doomed to fall apart, but they have also seriously offended the Black Tiger Gang. In the future, they may not even dare to go out of the market town. If they stay, they will only be trapped in death. The only way out is to leave. Here is a spiritual stone, just as a funeral gift. Please don't think it's too little. Fang Xing thought about it and took out a low-grade spirit stone. Wan Fenglin was only an alchemist after all, and his fighting power was insufficient. Chen Hantian was only an innate, and was besieged by the remaining 4 righteous men and died on the spot. Seeing that things were not going well, Wan Fenglin cast a life-saving talisman and escaped successfully. It seemed that the winners were Fu Qing of the Black Tiger Gang and the 4 heroes of Tsangshan. However, when the spoils were being divided up, Chen Yi took the initiative and launched a surprise attack on Fu Qing. Hua Feiyue and the other 2 had no choice but to help in the battle. Then Meng Yi was stabbed through the heart and died beyond all possibility of death. At this time, a warrior saw Fang Xing and came over immediately. This little brother is also a herbalist. Do you know that the outside world is more dangerous now? A large number of monsters have noticed that this place is densely populated, and they have migrated to the Qinglin Mountains, treating this place as a hunting ground. Alas, there is nothing I can do. Fang Xing sighed. The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Yes, that makes sense. The warrior's eyes lit up. How about we work together? No need. Fang Xing waved his hands, with an expression that said keep away from strangers on his face, and used his skills to quickly enter the dense forest. Every plant that was lost would make the innate warriors jealous, especially the one called Illusionary Heart Orchid. This orchid was as beautiful as a dream, with a layer of luster on its stems, leaves, and petals. With just a light sniff, Fang Xing actually felt himself getting tipsy and dazed, as if he was drunk. It's really a good thing. As long as I take it to King Danfang and ask it to be refined, it will be no problem to obtain the Ningxian pill. But I stole this spiritual medicine, and there are Wandan Master and the Black Tiger Gang watching behind me. Will King Danfang keep it a secret for me? They have to avoid many dangerous places on the way. Although I knew what had happened, it would undoubtedly seem strange to visit at this time. Therefore, Fang Xing stretched, waited for 3 seconds, and let a ball of silver light wrap himself. He chose to go back to Eagle Star to sleep. I have to say that the public security in the Blue Star Federation is still good. Except for the believers of the evil god, it is usually very safe. Living in such an environment, even sleeping is more sound than in Qinglinfang City. If he hadn't been attracted by the spiritual environment of the market town, he would probably have continued to rest here. Fang Xing sighed, took out 10 spirit stones, and held the Huan Exine orchid in his hand. A low-grade spirit stone is only the size of a fingernail, and a lot of it can be carried in a small purse. But these 10 spirit stones are quite rare among casual cultivators. Even Shin Yusin couldn't help but look at Fang Xing twice, but didn't say much and completed the transaction happily. Got it? After leaving Shin Yusin's house, Fang Xing smiled. He already has the illusion orchid, and buying another one seems redundant, but in fact it is very different. At least, the origin of the Huan Exine orchid in his hand was cleared. How? Can this be done? Shin Yusin's eyes turned redder, and his voice was choked with sobs. We have been sworn brothers for many years, but we are not as good as Brother Fang, a neighbor I have just met for a few days. He loyalty. But she was also very thoughtful. After thanking him, She led Fong Xing to the back hall. My husband and I have all our belongings here. If you like anything, just take it away. Fong Xing gave the generous gift just for this purpose. He took a quick glance and saw the property of Meng Yi and his wife. Actually, there was not much, just a few weapons, 5 secret books, and some elixirs, talismans, herbs, and other miscellaneous items. Why did things suddenly become like this? How did the situation develop? The third brother betrayed, and the eldest brother even kept them in the dark. Meng Yi felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife, but Hua Fiyue frowned, thinking about whether he could survive. No one noticed that a falcon had appeared in the sky above the canyon after the fog had cleared. It circled twice, then suddenly swooped down like a pitch-black arrow. Whoosh! The next moment, the falcon rushed to the lake, stretched out its sharp claws, and grabbed a plant of illusion orchid. What a beast! Wan Dan saw this scene. His eyes were bloodshot. Although they are recruited voluntarily, they will be rewarded if they make contributions in killing monsters. In fact, it is extremely rich. This is a feast, even though it is bloody. Forget it. This situation is not suitable for me. Fong Xing took one last look at the team, shook his head, and returned to the house, ready to hide on the Eagle Star. Although this expedition against the Qingxian sect is definitely fully prepared, the chances of victory are very high. To fighting a favorable battle, but he just doesn't want to. The sky is big, the earth is big, and you are the biggest. This kind of dangerous situation must be avoided. Those purple-winged scorpions disappeared as soon as they entered the small maze, and only flashes of magic light and occasional sounds of explosions could be heard. After a while, a slightly broken monkey puppet came out again and tried to lure the purple-winged scorpion. Not bad. You can even use puppetry? Fong Xing looked at this scene and exclaimed that it was very exciting. After all, formations and puppetry are quite rare. Of course, these people are not formation masters and puppeteers, but they bought formations and puppets, but it is enough to see that they have invested a lot of money. He subconsciously crushed the talisman in his hand, and a golden light protected him tightly. But the next moment, roar! Along with the roar of a tiger, a pitch-black tiger-headed broadsword suddenly emerged from the dense forest, pulling out a blade several feet long, and slashed heavily on the golden light. Wan Fenglin's expression changed drastically. Tigerhead knife? The Black Tiger Gang's standard magic weapon? You actually defected to the Black Tiger Gang? In the jungle, a sturdy man wearing a black robe with a ferocious tiger head embroidered on his chest walked out slowly, with a ferocious smile on his face. Master Wan Dan, Fu Qing from the Black Tiger Gang greets you. Nowadays, this martial art has made rapid progress. This may be because he has advanced to the second level of martial arts. Many obscure aspects of military boxing now seem to become clear. The higher the realm, the easier it will be to practice martial arts. The problem of being seen? Not to mention the fact that the warriors here look down upon martial arts. If the Blue Star Federation's martial arts could be mastered by watching and practicing a few times, then teachers like Xia Long would have been out of work long ago. Brother Meng. Fong Xing saw Meng Yi and greeted him. Are you ready to go out? The two were both cultivators. Fu Qing was at a higher realm, but Wan Fenglin was an alchemist after all, with a wealthy fortune. In addition to the previous Dan Lei, he actually took out a stack of first-grade top-quality talismans. Countless talismans flashed with light and turned into wind blades, golden arrows, boulders, and other attacks, which actually restrained Fu Qing firmly, and he seemed to be able to do it with ease. Third brother, I'm going to clean up the mess today. Chun-Yi looked at the battlefield, then saw Chen Hongtian's extremely gloomy face, and a green wind blade appeared in his hand. Besides, Huan Xinlan will be here soon, so he decided to go out and visit the makeshift camp. Recent times are also stored in the temporary camp, so they can be taken here together. When he arrived at the entrance of the market town, he saw many warriors. Most of them were like him, dressed as if they were about to go into the mountains, and some even looked as if they were facing life and death. After all, the beast tide is rampant now. If you go deep into the wilderness, you are simply playing with your life. Alas, Song Lao Si is also in trouble. Seeing several warriors carrying a corpse back Everyone around them felt sad. Huh? There's actually a fantasy orchid? Fangxing pointed at the orchid he had just picked, his tone of surprise. This item was obtained through hard work by my husband and I. If Brother Fang wants it, take 10 spirit stones. Shen Yusen replied. If he had these 10 spirit stones, plus his usual savings, it would be enough to buy 2 boat tickets. Although she and her son were not afraid of the Black Tiger Gang in the market, how could they guard against thieves for 1,000 days? It's better to leave early. 10 spirit stones? That's not expensive. I just happen to want to practice martial arts, and all I need is the Spirit Tranquility Pill. The pitch-black iron hammer smashed onto the golden bell, stirring the innate true energy and causing the golden bell to emit a loud roar. Golden bell cover talisman? Chen Hongtian missed the target with his strike and immediately flew back. The hammer, weighing hundreds of kilograms, was impenetrable under his swing, like a dark curtain of light, protecting him tightly. You have been prepared? Old Third, you are indeed in collusion with Wan Fenglin. Chun Yi's face was filled with grief. Third brother why? Hua Feiyue was originally seriously injured. He retreated quickly, looking at his 4th brother and 5th sister, who were also at a loss, and secretly moved away from them. Something unexpected has happened. Now no one can be trusted. Why? Chen Hongtian glanced greedily at Hua Feiyue and sneered. Of course, it's because this old man relies on his status as an immortal cultivator to take the lion's share every time. Why? A man who knows the current situation is a hero. I think it's better for you to surrender obediently. Wan Fenglin looked confident. Fellow Taoist Hua, what do you think? A trace of sadness appeared on Hua Feiyue's face, which had lost blood, and she looked particularly pitiful. But before she could say anything, a layer of black air suddenly surged up. Oh no, you actually poisoned me? Not to mention, in the concept of immortal cultivators, even the smallest puppet should be controlled by magic power and carry the fluctuations of magic power. However, the simulators of the interstellar era obviously would not have any fluctuations in mana, or even the slightest aura, so they could easily be overlooked. Their destination. Fangxing ordered a falcon-shaped drone to fly high, and he saw a valley about 10 miles ahead. The valley is extremely steep, and the black stones on the cliffs emit a golden and iron luster, as if they were cut by a knife or an axe. There is only one rugged path to enter. Brother, we are brothers for life. Are you really going to do this? Chen Hongtian roared angrily and hurriedly injected his innate true energy into a defensive talisman. The two of them also fought each other. Generally speaking, innate masters are at most equivalent to cultivators in the early stages of Qi training. Only the best innate peak warriors among them can barely be compared with cultivators in the middle stages of Qi training. Therefore, Chen Hongtian knew that he was no match for his elder brother, and all he had to do now was to delay. Hua Feiyue, Meng Yi, and Shen Yusen, who were lying on the ground, were circulating their innate true qi to expel the poison while looking at the battlefield with a look of confusion on their faces. Most of the cultivators in the qi training stage do not have spiritual consciousness and are unable to project their spiritual consciousness to lock onto the enemy. What they possess is spiritual consciousness, which allows them to look inwards at themselves and read jade slips. Although this kind of spiritual awareness ability has made poor warriors like Fangxing envious to the point of tears. Being able to look inward within oneself and see everything clearly represents absolute control over one's body. For a warrior, it is the appearance of an unrivaled genius. Even so, if spiritual awareness cannot be released, it will be difficult to detect tiny enemies in the distance. Of course, not to mention that the illusion orchid is about to bloom. Even if it's just a purple winged scorpion, the scorpion venom it produces is also a top-notch material for alchemy. How can one give it up? Wan Fenglin glanced at Chun Yi and said, I have heard of the great name of the 5 heroes of Tsangshan for a long time. This time, I will rely on you. Okay. Chun Yi agreed and turned to leave. Wan Fenglin watched Chun Yi leave, then slowly sat down and tasted the spiritual tea. The beetle was motionless, as if dead. Anyway, Fangxing was not afraid of losses, so he directly ordered to lie in ambush. The excellent spiritual environment of the market town, and the supply of spiritual rice and monster meat, he insisted on practicing martial arts every day. Moreover, the continuous increase of various data in the attribute column gave him the pleasure of killing monsters and leveling up in the game of his previous life. I just can't stop. Night. Feng Xing was just about to go to bed when he suddenly heard a heart-wrenching cry next to him. Daddy. Whoa, I want Daddy. Is it Meng Zijin? Are they back? They are so slow. He lay on the bed and turned over. Well, my request is too high. After all, they can't fly back directly. With the help of drones for high-altitude reconnaissance, the possibility of him encountering danger is low, but it is also possible. Therefore, he had no choice but to be careful. Of course, Feng Xing didn't need to run directly to the temporary camp. He only needs to walk out of Qinglin Market, avoid other people's eyes, and then he can collect the gifts from nature brought by the drone. Strictly speaking, the danger is not great. After only wandering around for half an hour, he returned with a basket full of herbs. Of course, for the purpose of camouflage, it was covered with a layer of debris, and due to the lesson learned from the old man with the pipe at the beginning, the smell of medicinal materials was also specially dealt with. Feng Xing silently recited the basic information of the purple-winged scorpion, with a hint of anticipation on his face. Master Wandan, the 5 righteous men of Tsongshan. Come on. Outside the valley, Shen Yusin raised his hand and drew his sword. A sword beam flew out, cutting a small jade snake into 2 pieces. Emerald snake? The gall of a snake is worth 1 spiritual sand. Fifth sister is really lucky. We will surely return victorious this time. Hua Feiyue immediately giggled, twisted her slender waist, and walked forward to collect the resources from the jade snake. Wan Fenglin looked at Hua Feiyue's slender waist and towering hips and couldn't help but smile. Brother Chen, you are so lucky. Meng Yi looked at his wife's injuries and pressed a few acupuncture points to stop the bleeding. Seeing the scorpion corpses scattered all over the ground, his breathing became heavy. After we finish this job, we can rent a stall in the market. We won't have to do this bloody business anymore. And we can also train Zijin. Yes. A kind smile appeared on Shen Yusin's pale face. Faces froze. Third brother you? In their sight, Chen Hongtian had a grim smile on his face and smashed the hammer in his hand towards his eldest brother Chen Yi. Dang! A golden light appeared on Chen Yi's body and turned into a golden bell. However, Fu Qing was right opposite him, and he couldn't spare his hand. Moreover, the falcon flew too fast and was too far away. Several cultivators could only watch it leave. Boom! The next moment, although several immortal cultivators were still hostile, they all moved into the valley at the same time. They had worked so hard to obtain were taken away by irrelevant beasts. They would be so angry that they would vomit blood. Qinglin Fang Market. Feng Xing pretended to be a herbalist, carrying a basket on his back. As a resident of the market, there is the pressure of rent every month. Even if the shop was a rip-off of a gang, it would allow him to see clearly the credibility of these shops in the market. Anyway, there will always be a time of reckoning in the future. After strolling around the market, Feng Xing returned to his shed. Just as he was about to open the door, he was suddenly startled because there were a lot of people at the door of Widow Shin's house. These people looked ferocious and had tiger heads embroidered on their chests. They were obviously members of the Black Tiger Gang. Where are the women and children who live here? The leader spoke angrily and glared at Feng Xing. Oh no, there's something wrong with this purple-winged scorpion king. It's at least a first-class, superior demon insect and can rival a cultivator in the late stage of Qi training. Small maze formation. Master Wandan, who was waving a small flag, saw this scene and his expression immediately changed drastically. Let's go for it. Let it enter the formation. Chen Yi gritted his teeth and said, so what if it's a first-class demon insect? If we join forces in the formation, we may not be defeated. Before he finished speaking, the purple light had already rushed into the small maze formation. Meng Yi comforted his wife. A group of 6 people entered the deep valley. The weakest among them were innate warriors with amazing body movements. They easily passed several dangerous places and entered the valley entrance. Be careful, there is poisonous fog here. You might as well take a few anti-poison pills first. Wandan handed over a jade bottle. Thank you very much. Chunyi took it with a smile, swallowed a pill, and then handed it to Hua Feiyue. After everyone had taken the pills, Master Wandan said, there are many purple-winged scorpions living here. So let's stick to our previous plan. Can? Chunyi nodded, took out a few small flags, and handed them to everyone. We have practiced this set of small maze array thoroughly. When the time comes, you should pay attention to your steps and continue to inject innate true energy. It should be able to trap the purple-winged scorpion. Don't worry, brother. Hua Feiyue threw a coquettish glance and took it with a smile. Before long, a layer of hazy white mist emerged at the mouth of the valley, gradually merging with the mist in the mountains, and it became impossible to distinguish the two. Crack! Crack! A monkey-like puppet suddenly walked out of the mist. For a little bit of monster materials and a few magic heart orchids, they can calculate to this extent. The cultivators in this world are really hard-working. Fangxing sighed and prepared to watch the show. He still had the courage to arrange a few drones to follow him secretly. The next day, Fangxing stood in the fenced courtyard, silently practicing the 12 moves of military boxing. At some point, a little kid came up next to me, his eyes sparkling. Uncle, are you practicing martial arts? Zijin, why are you so rude? Meng, he pulled his son aside. The kid was very timid at first, but ever since he ate someone else's barbecue, he wanted to run to the neighbor's house every day. Purple poisonous mist suddenly appeared and enveloped the area, seeming to corrode the original white mist. Meng Yi and other innate warriors changed their expressions and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. They felt that the innate, true energy in their bodies was flowing away at a speed 10 or even dozens of times faster than before. Now it seems like a good opportunity, but the mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind. I'd better stay a boy. Fangxing, who was far away in Qinglin Market, saw this group of people fighting each other, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Fortunately, I didn't agree to go, otherwise I might not be able to play tricks with such a group of old masters. As for now, give me gold coins one by one. Fangxing felt that he had always acted prudently, and the most important thing was to have self-knowledge. At least there is still a certain order in the market town. With the golden finger that can shuttle between the two worlds, you can always get ahead if you persevere. It would be stupid to risk going out of the market just for a bottle of medicine. The son of a rich family should not sit in the hall. Bai Longyu's surrender is asking for trouble. Deep in the wilderness, a few hummingbirds flew through the jungle. Through their small eyes, one can vaguely see a team of immortal cultivators advancing ahead. Fangxing looked at the images on the surveillance screen and nodded silently. They're all a bunch of noobs. They can't even detect my hummingbird drone, but I can't blame them. After all, this is a reconnaissance method beyond our cognition. People cannot make money beyond their cognitive scope, and naturally, they cannot find enemies beyond their cognitive scope. According to his experiences in the Xiaoxian market, he now has a better understanding of Xiaoxian practitioners. Alas, this person's origin is mysterious. I originally didn't want to provoke him, but he recently moved in next to my fourth brother and fifth sister. I can only test him. Brother Wan, don't underestimate this person. He has at least one blood-refined magic weapon. Chunyi sighed. That's why I think he can be of great use in this operation, but I didn't expect. He doesn't seem to care much about the tranquilizing pill. Blood-refined magic weapon? Wan Fenglin's heart was filled with greed, and then he said, that's a pity. This person should be of great help in dealing with the purple-winged scorpion. Boom! A few minutes later, a flash of fire appeared on the surveillance screen, and then the small maze formation exploded. The thick fog dissipated, revealing the figures of the 5 righteous men of Tsongshan and Master Wandan. Although they all looked extremely miserable, and Hua Feiyue and Shen Yusin's clothes were stained with blood, the purple-winged scorpion king, which was as big as a millstone, had already fallen dead on the ground. A first-class, top-grade demon insect, how many spirit stones does it cost? There are also other demon insect materials, and Huan Xine Lan. I've made it, I've made it. As for warriors, needless to say, but Fang Xing still decided to give it a try. The secret techniques of immortal cultivators, the special instruments to protect the soul. I can't use them even if they're given to me. They're just bullying me because I don't have spiritual roots. Besides, these are hard to find and are very expensive. As for talismans, there is a kind of calming talisman that is particularly suitable for this situation. Unfortunately, it requires at least innate true qi to perform. The only thing left to try is the elixir. While thinking, Fang Xing looked at the girl who was coming. The next day, King Linfang Market. When Fang Xing walked out of the house, he saw a long white flag erected outside the shed next to him. This is a local funeral custom. A white banner is erected at the door of the house to represent the death of a loved one. When he walked over, he saw that the center of the shed had been converted into a mourning hall with a memorial tablet and clothing placed on it. Obviously, Meng Yi's body was not recovered. After all, Shen Yusin escaped in a hurry and couldn't expect much from others. What happened? Fang Xing was immediately shocked when he saw this scene. Half an hour later, another figure pushed the door open and walked in. Master Wan Xian. Wan Fenglin saw the person coming. A smile suddenly flashed across his face. This group of monks, 6 of them, have 7 minds. Inside the shed. Basement. Fang Xing looked at the surveillance videos and a speechless expression appeared on his face. Because in addition to the alchemist Wan Fenglin who was plotting, Chen Yi immediately rushed to another place after leaving Wan Fenglin's residence, and was surprisingly plotting with other immortal cultivators. Although Fang Xing ordered the monitoring hummingbird not to get close to him for fear that the immortal cultivators would find out, he knew what they were plotting just by thinking about it. The key point is, he really can't afford to offend an alchemist, so he smiled bitterly and bowed. It's my fault. I will definitely apologize to Brother Wan in the future. You'll have to apologize, but the proportion of spiritual medicines for this operation has to be changed. Wan Fenglin's true intentions were revealed. I need to discuss this carefully with my forsworn brothers. Chun Yi showed a hint of hesitation. I still don't understand why you want to win over a post-natal warrior. He doesn't look like a genius in cultivating immortals. Wan Fenglin was a little curious. No, I just went out to set up a stall. Meng Yi waved his hand and said casually, my wife is taking Zijin with her. As the head of the family, I have to go out and get some spiritual sand. I see. I wish your business prospers. Fang Xing wished sincerely, but in his heart he was complaining that the other party was lying. According to the surveillance footage outside his house, Shen Yusin sneaked out in the middle of the night. Obviously, the 5 heroes of Tsangshan and the alchemist were preparing to go out and pick the illusionary orchid. But Meng Yi deliberately acted to deceive him. Obviously, he was worried about his neighbor. Brother Wan, why is it so? The man who came was not young. And more importantly, Fang Xing knew him. He was the leader of the 5 righteous men of Tsangshan Chenyi. He saw Master Wan Dan's expression. The alchemist surnamed Wan snorted and said, today you saw that kid looking for the tranquilizing pills in the market and informed me. I followed your instructions and sent him an invitation, but he ignored me and made me lose face. Tell me, how should I make it up to him? Chun Yi was speechless, but he also knew that Master Wan Fenglin, the great alchemist, was stingy by nature and loved to take advantage of others. The anti-poison pill from before? Yes, it is the anti-poison pill. Wan Fenglin laughed. This is a pill specially made by this alchemist. How does it taste? He looked towards Meng Yi and his wife, and found that these 2 innate warriors were in even worse condition and had already collapsed to the ground. But when he turned his eyes and saw Chen Yi, he was suddenly startled again. The other party looked full of energy, with a rosy face, and didn't look like he was poisoned at all. At this moment, he was taking out several attack talismans, with magic power surging in his hands. Not good. Many innate warriors find it difficult to survive in the market. They can only sign a contract to sell themselves and go to the nearby spiritual fields to be tenant farmers. Those who can stay either have a skill or want to fight for their lives. You often have to go out to pick herbs and hunt monsters. Living in a market town has many benefits, not only in terms of safety and order, but also in terms of the concentration of spiritual energy. Being nourished by spiritual energy, not only can one's internal abilities progress rapidly, but one can also prolong one's lifespan. Fangxing's spirit stones were certainly enough to pay the rent, but if it stayed like this all the time, it would still be quite eye-catching. When Fangxing walked into the market with the basket on his back, he saw that the warrior who had spoken to him before had turned into a corpse and was even half mutilated. This is... Alas, this team had bad luck. They ran into a fire jackal not long after they went out. Listening to the discussions of the nearby warriors and looking at the charred marks on the man's mutilated wound, Fangxing shook his head. Didn't this brother just go out? A warrior saw Fangxing and glanced casually at his basket. He saw the disguised plant roots on it and couldn't help but sneered. So you didn't go out to collect herbs, but to dig up yam roots to fill your stomach? Therefore, he was not moved at all. For Fangxing, the worst-case scenario is that he cannot get the elixir and cannot learn to use the ghost sword. If so, he could just slow down his plans and wait until the next semester to learn crazy 18 strikes from teacher Xiaolong, which was still in a level martial art. At most, it would delay his training, but he could still get into a good university in the future, which was enough. If I run into danger this time, or even die, that would be the worst. This alchemist, the 5 righteous men of Tsangshan, and the people behind them are really interesting. As to whether he wanted to make some friends or kill people for money, it was unknown. Even Wan Fenglin believed that Chen Yi now shared the same idea as him. Can survive as a casual cultivator until now is not a fool. If that kid really has a great background, then they will worship him and try to please him, hoping that something good will slip out from between his fingers. If you have no scruples and fall into danger while hunting monsters, there is no need to hesitate to add insult to injury. It seems that Brother Wan is ready to take action soon. When Chen Yi heard this, his eyes lit up. It was nearly 2 meters tall, with arms longer than the knees. There were various colored spiritual patterns flashing on its body, emitting powerful mana fluctuations. At this moment, the puppet monkey suddenly pounded his chest and suddenly opened his bloody mouth. Puff! A yellowish-brown beam of light emerged from its mouth and rushed into the valley. Buzz! Terrifying sound of flapping wings was heard, and several purple scorpion shadows emerged and rushed towards the puppet. The monkey puppet immediately let out a strange cry and fled backwards. The purple-winged scorpion chased relentlessly, and the 2 sides, one chasing and one fleeing, soon entered the maze. If my eyes are not wrong, this girl must be charming and charming. This old man and I, our sworn brothers and sisters, are loyal to each other. Chun Yi's expression remained unchanged. Chun Hongtian followed behind Chun Yi, carrying a huge hammer on his back, but he glanced at his second sister with a somewhat intoxicated look in his eyes. Meng Yi did not notice the subtle atmosphere, but lagged behind the team a few steps and grabbed Shen Yusin's right hand. You seem to be a little uneasy. Normally, you would not let the little snake get within 7 steps of you. I'm worried about Zijin. It is called a path, but in fact it is just a gap in a canyon, and there are many dangers and strange places. This should be it. A falcon landed and saw that the valley was covered with mist. Just as it was about to get closer, it suddenly heard a rustling sound. Then, a purple shadow flashed, and the hawk-like drone fell from midair. Hiss! The wreckage of the drone fell to the ground and immediately made a hissing sound of corrosion. Simulated bird feathers fell off, and even the mechanical skeleton began to dissolve with tiny sparks. The last image transmitted to the screen was only a purple scorpion shadow. What the heck is it like to win over a post-natal warrior? Unless the other party knows that he is not simple. Therefore, after Fangxing left, he immediately sent out the beetle eavesdropper. The old man returned to the shed, first meditated to rest, then swallowed a fasting pill, and then went to the workshop next door to process some medicinal materials. Everything looks normal, until late at night that there were knocks on the door, 3 long and 2 short. The old man immediately stood up and went to open the door. The wooden door creaked open, revealing a figure. "You're here?" The old man saw the person coming. A hint of dissatisfaction immediately appeared on his face. But it's normal. In this world where everyone is a cunning old man, if you don't pay attention, you will die without even a skeleton left. Fang Xing expressed his understanding and watched Meng Yi go away. Meng Zijin returned home, closed the doors and windows, and looked unusually well behaved. You are so sensible that it makes people feel sorry for you. Fang Xing sighed in his heart, returned to his basement, and looked at the surveillance screen. Drones in the shape of beetles, lizards, and hummingbirds are ready to take off. Although I won't be there, I will watch the whole game and cheer for you. Some of them have already bloomed, emitting a mysterious fragrance. You can tell at a glance that they are not ordinary orchids. More important is, next to Huan Xin Lan, there is a purple-winged scorpion lying. This purple-winged scorpion is the size of a millstone, and its entire body appears to be carved from a piece of purple crystal. Its translucent armor reflects colorful colors under the sunlight. At this time, the purple-winged Scorpion King also realized that something was wrong, and it flapped its wings, turning into a stream of purple light, and rushed straight to the valley entrance with the few remaining purple-winged scorpions. Okay, I'll remember that. Fang Xing nodded seriously. Although he knew this, Fang Xing still didn't want to give up. After all, although the Ningxin pill is not available in the medicine shop, there may be some stock that has been sold before, and it may also be sold at the stall. But after taking a look around, he gave up hope. Given the character of a casual cultivator, if he gets any elixir that is beneficial to his cultivation, he will basically swallow it to increase his strength, and only a few will be left. What's more, even if there were 1 or 2 pills on the stall of a casual cultivator, Fang Xing might not dare to use them. Shen Yusin replied with a wry smile. He's fine. There are law enforcement teams in the market. Besides, didn't we tell him not to go out? With the talismans we left behind, it won't be a problem for him to protect himself. There is order in the market town. At least, breaking into houses and killing people should not happen before all the Qingxian sect's law enforcement team are killed, right? I specifically told Zijin not to trust the people next door, so nothing serious will happen. Shen Yusin also murmured. Now that we have arrived at the 5 Scorpion Valley, we can finish our work as soon as possible and go back. It was really frustrating. He looked at Fang Xing and gave an apologetic smile. Fang Xing turned a deaf ear to it and kept circulating the energy and blood throughout his body, with every move he made seeming to carry tremendous power. His qi and blood circulated throughout his body, gradually from his skin and flesh to his tendons and bones. After finishing a set of moves, he looked at the attribute column. 12 military boxing styles, 61 out of 100 proficient. My proficiency has improved again, not bad. Ever since it became difficult to get started with the ghost sword, Fang Xing still focused most of his energy on military boxing. You have to buy enough at one time, then use mice as a test, and then try it, right? Of course, it would be better if the original jade bottle is still unopened. Independent cultivators, if they are bulk goods of unknown origin, will definitely be much cheaper than the unopened genuine goods. Selling medicinal pills in Qinglin Market. For arts of cultivating immortals formations, elixirs, weapons, and talismans, the art of alchemy ranks second. Not only is it difficult to inherit, but the consumption is also terrifying. Basically, there won't be any casual cultivators who would go through the thankless task of assisting others in cultivating alchemy skills. He continued to set up his stall, selling some low-level elixirs such as Biga pills until sunset. Then he slowly closed up his stall and returned to his shed. Wandan did not notice that in the corner of the shed, a beetle the size of a fingernail had appeared and was lying there quietly. Due to its small size, it is more like a dead object and has no spiritual energy at all. In Fang Xing's opinion, this beetle-shaped listening device is simply a magical artifact. The old man's behavior today is a bit suspicious. After all, if he just wants to sell pills, he should be allowed to come back after some time. I just don't know if the elixirs in this world of immortal cultivation have a shelf life. The Ningxin pill used to be sold at 30 spirit stones per bottle, but now the Ningxin pill in our store is out of stock. The girl smiled apologetically. What? Out of stock? Fang Xing was slightly surprised. Why is that? To refine the tranquilizing flower, you need a magical medicine called illusionary orchid. Originally, the store could occasionally receive a few plants, but now the beast tide is raging, and the illusionary orchid has very high requirements for where it grows. Most of them are deep in the wilderness, and no herbalist can go there anymore, so it's naturally running out of stock.